Lying demons, envious demons, gaslighting demons, creepy creatures, vipers, envious losers, envious demons. Hell is your only future. Your future is pain. Peasants, deluded peasants. This is no game. Hey demons. Hey demons. Little angry demons. No mercy for you. You're doomed. 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 Condemned here by truth. Condemned by truth. Your spiritual crimes will hang you high and burn you alive forever and ever and ever. No mercy for demons. No mercy. No mercy. No mercy. No mercy. Burn forever here. Burn here. No mercy. No tears. Demon liars. Burn, 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 burn.
Me videoing?
I don't think so.
No, I don't think so. Western world, where walking around peacefully filming could get you attacked. Could, not saying it will. Could. How are you? Are you good?
Hold on a second, is that... What is he sitting on? A beautiful statue. It looks like an Egyptian lion or some kind of sphinx in England. What in the world is this weirdo Jamaican London man, aka KJV? What is this clown talking about? You can't even understand what he's saying. What is he saying? What's wrong with this weirdo?
I understood that bumbleclark. Good. Good. I understood that bumbleclark.
What is this guy talking about? Wow, god damn, he doesn't belong in England.
against you. I will disarm you with the truth. With the truth. Darkness storming, I will wreck you like an apocalypse. Warring, a spiritual battle, a spiritual reckoning. Haunt you, raven eyes will watch you flying high above. Wherever you may roam, you will be seen in your dreams. Watched by me, you will bleed. Watched by my ravens and crows. You will find no refuge. You will have no home. Hell is forever. Evil demons will burn you in the fire, cannibalizing each other. the heads, let the blood rain. Murder hell realm and the feudal rage. Here's to the slaves with a smile on their face. Zombie slaves. Fire. Fire. Raining fire. Here's to the slaves with a smile on their face. Here you will stay forever in chains. Fire! The Raven King. The Raven King. The Raven King. The Raven King. How can we be free? No one here is sacred. Ground them into grist. Burn their ranks in hell. Fire. Remain in hell. Fire. Raining fire. Here's to the slaves with a smile on their face. Zombie slaves. Fire. The Raven King. The Raven King. The Raven King. The Raven King. Ravens scream in the blood-red sky. Shadows crawling where the dead men lie. Viking axes sing, oh the steel don't lie. Thunder cracks, his name's the cry.
King is here,
The king is here,
wild eyes blazing.
nothing to fear.
The king is here,
The storm draws near, bow or bleed, the choice is clear. Mad laughter rides the howling gale. Waves of fury, shields like scales. Bones break under the hammer's tail. Flesh and fear, both frail.
the king is here,
The king is here,
ravens feast.
the end is near.
The king is here,
The storm is clear.
kneel in ashes, taste the spear.
Crown of iron, dripping flame,
Carved by war,
etched with pain.
ravens rise.
They call his name.
The king is here, forever reigns.
Steel flashes under blood-red skies. The Raven King laughs as the world cries. Storms in his footsteps, thunder in his veins. Enemies tremble at his name. The king is here. The shadows bend. Axes sing until the bitter end. Madness in his crown. Fury in his eyes. No one escapes when the Raven King rides. When the Raven King rides. Raven circle, battle's done. His legend rises with the sun. The king is here. Chaos reigns. A kingdom forged in fire and chains.
Hello everyone. Welcome to the show. We have a special guest here. Just give me one moment. Happy Saturn's Day. Good morning, Wendy.
Good morning, Stephen. Happy Saturn's Day.
Good to have you here. It's nice to hear your voice.
Yes, it's been a while. I hope everything's good on your side and that the air is clean and that it's easier to sleep again.
Yes, it's much better. There's still fires burning, but the smoke has not been drifting directly at my place the way it was before. It was bad for a few days. I just stayed indoors and turned on every air purifier and had my air conditioner going, but I had an AC going, just pumping the hot air out. Not a window unit, but a unit that is a portable. So I had that going instead of the units that I have, the other ones, and it worked out well because the air purifiers dropped it down. I think my indoor air quality when I first hooked up the one with the digital meter was 88 or 90, and it dropped down to 5 within like a day or so.
Wow.
So 88 is not good, but outdoors was 500, 600, something like that, particles. Yeah,
horrible.
it was actually worse than India. The air quality where I live was worse than India. It was the worst in the world for a couple days. It was worse than China, India, all those countries. From Toronto to all the way to Detroit was just horrible. It looked like foggy haze, but it wasn't haze. It was all smoke. And the smoke wasn't campfire smell. It was chemical smelling. Like it was like a lot of people noticed it. They were talking about it online, and Mind Mirage sent me some screenshots too. She saw some posts on certain forums. People were saying it smelled like a chemical fire, like a chemical industrial building was on fire. But there was, of course, nothing reported like that. They just said it was trees in northern Ontario. But who knows what was actually burning or what was actually put into the smoke from planes flying through it. They could have dumped things into that, and the smoke cloud they knew was going to be carried by the winds all across the most populated areas of Canada and into the States. It didn't just stop at the border, obviously. So it poisoned a lot of people, actually. It was horrible, but
Yeah.
it didn't affect me too much. It affected a lot of other people. I'm not sitting here crying victim. I got through it, but there's a lot of elderly people and children and ones with breathing problems that had health conditions before this happened that were in deadly danger outdoors, or if they had to have windows open and didn't have purifiers, because it was really hard to breathe in that stuff. It's really toxic.
Yeah. And the long-term effects will show more things on people's lungs and everything. And the wildlife, it's something like that doesn't just clear up in a day or two. So and it
I
was good
feel
you,
horrible for the wildlife. Sorry, go
yeah.
ahead.
No, I'm saying you were prepared with everything and got your purifiers going, and people that were out like delivering items, they had to keep getting in and out of their vans to bring things to people, and that the ones that were actually doing that sort of thing, and those that were outdoors or whatever. It's more proof of what this place is.
That's true, Wendy. I read a post on a news video back during the worst of it, and I read somebody saying they worked 10 or 12 hours outdoors
Oh,
that day. And I was like, how could you even do that? I don't understand how someone could even get through it, or like I just wouldn't do it. And I know some people would say, well, they have to, it's their job, but you have to realize it was so thick you couldn't even see certain buildings. You couldn't even see bridges, large international bridges from a distance. It was that bad. Like it looked like a fog, but it stank. It wasn't a fog is fine. I don't mind walking. I love walking through foggy days, but this was foggy, smoke, hazy, and it just had this bad smell to it. And I don't know if I could ever describe the smell, but it smelled the closest I could come would say smelled like a campfire, forest fire, which is essentially a large campfire a million times bigger or 100 million times bigger than a little campfire, but just chemicals added to it, just like a weird something
mm,
wrong. Like alerted people that were normies noticed, that weren't quote unquote conspiracy theorists. Neighbors spoke to me about how bad it smelled, and it smells like chemicals, like a chemical
like a
spray.
factory fire rather than trees and bushes.
Yeah, something more than trees, sap bushes, brush, pine needles, bark. Just like they sprayed the smoke, like they sprayed up, had the planes putting spray in the air that doesn't just leave trails, but leaves a scent, like a real strong odor. And they knew where it was going to carry, because northern Ontario is not very populated. There's a certain number of smaller cities, but they knew exactly the direction of the wind. It was going to go over Toronto, all over Mississauga, Greater Toronto area, Kitchener, London, Windsor, Detroit, all the most populated parts of not only Ontario, but the most populated part of all of Canada is Ontario, southern Ontario. So northern Ontario smoke blew all down in between all the Great Lakes. Didn't go over the lakes, it just covered the most populated areas of the country by coincidence, I guess, right when it happened. And it just
Yeah,
keeps happening year after year. The smoke keeps drifting here from those fires. It doesn't blow up north, it comes to southern Ontario and the northern parts of the United States. So and it looks so obvious, by like a bioweapon by design to me, that I don't know how anyone could look at it and say, "Oh, it's just coincidence." And the other thing, Wendy, sorry for rambling on so much, but I grew up here, and I never. There were always forest fires in Canada, but not always major ones. There were lots of summers that there weren't any huge forest fires, or hundreds at a time, or they might be in Alberta or certain parts of the wooded areas of British Columbia, usually out west. They weren't usually in Quebec or Northern Ontario. But also, when the fires did burn, the smoke never came this way. Isn't that interesting? For almost 88 years of my life, decades.
incredible. Yeah,
And in the last 3 years, it's been every year. The last 3 or 4 years, year after year, not only major forest fires in Northern Ontario, but the smoke flowing right in this direction, covering all the populated areas. Not just my city, but every populated area in Ontario, except maybe Ottawa. That's about the only city, because that's more towards Quebec. It's in the northeastern part of Ontario. And these fires were more in the northern northwest. And it covered southern Ontario, hit every major city. Year after year, this has been happening now. It's almost like it's by design.
yes,
If someone were to see patterns, which of course most people don't these days, they dismiss patterns and they follow government and want to pay government more. because the government will just say, well, we need to tax you more. Obviously, that's the solution. Tax people more so that more people in Ontario become poor and homeless to save the environment, right? That will be their solution. You need to pay more money when they're the ones starting the fires and poisoning the smoke clouds with dumping I don't know what chemicals are dumping or spraying, but there's something going on, definitely. It's a bio weapon attack. That's the way I look at it.
Like a bio fire then. And it hasn't been happening like every year in your whole lifetime, because if it had been, then people would be checking before booking a summer vacation to visit people in Canada. You'd be like, oh, is there a fire? Or, it wasn't happening 20 years ago, I don't think.
No, it wasn't.
No.
20, 30, 40, 50 years ago, it was not.
Well,
No matter where you were, you could be south of Toronto, you could be the Great Lakes, cottage regions. There's a lot of cottage areas here along the Great Lakes, a lot of people on rivers in the Great Lakes. This is known as the Great Lakes region, southern Ontario and parts of Michigan, Lake Michigan. And there's tons of people with cottages. We never had a problem of forest fire smoke. Ever.
it's definitely designed. It's like that video you did of Oat Studio, where they had the god in quotes with the butler, and they had the landscape, and he sent was it a tornado or a hurricane, and just like directed the area that they wanted to go to in the city.
Yes. And the butler said, the quote God figure said he couldn't think of the name of it. He was calling it a twister or the sucker or something. He suck up the air. And then the butler said tornado. And he said, yes, that's it. Something like that. I'm paraphrasing. I don't have an exact quote, but yes, that's it. Send that. And then the butler tried to argue, saying, well, they don't usually strike cities, sir, or whatever he called them. And he said, send it. Like he just got angry at him. Just do it. It was just follow my orders, basically. And yeah, that's a great point, Wendy, to compare it to that, because exactly, why is the smoke year after year now from these fires that really weren't a problem in Northern Ontario for most of my life, and it's all coming the exact same direction year after year, and each time it's hundreds of fires. It's not just small fire. There were 300 going this year. Now, if that's not an indication, maybe something funny's going on. Maybe they're setting some of these fires. It's just like, and how many years now? Is it 3 or 4 years? Whereas 50, 60, 70, 80 years went by, and people could say in their life they never experienced this. Smoke coming from Northern Ontario, forest fires living here. We're a long ways away from where those fires were. Those fires are being carried hundreds and hundreds, 800, 1,000 kilometers away. I'm not even close to where those fires were burning. And it's just a massive amount of smoke. It's like weather modification. They're directing the smoke this way. And I've read articles, by the way, in the news from the 1950s and 60s where they were guiding hurricanes, admitting it in mainstream newspapers that they can steer hurricanes. Before I was born, they could do weather modification and steer a hurricane. So I'm sure they can steer wind currents and make smoke blow in which direction they want. I'm positive of that, the technology they have. Plus, they can fly planes, dump chemicals into the smoke, knowing that smoke is going to carry all of that stuff hundreds, if not 1,000 kilometers away, and dump it on major cities where there's populations. Whereas in the north, there's a few people living in Northern Ontario, but not a lot. You could walk for 100 miles and not even see a person. There's just certain small little areas, mostly where what they would call natives or First Nations, Indians live. And then there's a couple of smaller cities like Thunder Bay, but there aren't that many places populated. You can drive highways there and there's just no one around. It's a very wilderness area. Low population density. So they did have to evacuate some people, but it's not like there's millions of people living there. But there are millions of people living in Toronto and Mississauga. And then you combine Kitchener, Waterloo, Cambridge, Guelph, London, Ontario, Windsor, all these cities that were covered by smoke. It's most of Canada's population in this area. This is the greatest population density, and besides this would be Montreal and Vancouver, Canada. So anyway, just to explain to people, northern Ontario is forestry, but the middle and southern Ontario is really populated with a lot of people. There's still farms and things like that, but major cities here. Ontario is huge. You could fit all of Europe in Ontario, just one
Wow.
province of Canada. It's massive. You could fit Texas 3 times over. I think 3.5 to 4 times. Texas is the biggest state, or one of the biggest states. I think Alaska might be bigger, but Texas is a big state. People talk about how huge Texas is. Try driving through Ontario. You can drive from the southern tip of Ontario up to the north and then travel west, and it takes you days. You're still in Ontario. You haven't left the province yet. It's a long drive to get through here.
And you have
Just
good
to
roads
drive.
as well. You don't have our
Yeah,
pokey little narrow roads.
we have
Yeah.
we have good roads and
Cool.
huge highways here. The
Mhm.
401 highway, for example, is one of one of the busiest, I think, highways in the world, even busier than America's highways. And yeah, it's very busy. There's a lot of trade that goes on between Canada and the United States, and there's a lot of trucking, and there's a lot of we have a lot of major highway roads. And when I was a kid, we took a school trip from where I used to live, which is not as far south as where I live now, and to Ottawa. And you can, on a bus, it could be 12 hours, and you're still in the province of Ontario. Keep in mind, for people, it's not cross country. You're driving 12 hours solid, and you haven't left the province that you're in.
Wow.
Yeah, so we're in like this is a big place. It's that's the only way I can describe it. When I was in visiting my sister when she lived in Manitoba, she lived in the northern Manitoba, up near where the polar bears are, very close to Churchill, Manitoba. It's famous for polar bears. But to get to Winnipeg, which is more in the southern part of Manitoba, and southern Manitoba is still far north. It's north of Minnesota. So it's still north, the southern part. It's not like it's sunny in southern France or something. In southern Manitoba, it's still cold in Winnipeg. But to get there is a 16-hour plus drive. Solid. On roads where you can drive very fast because there's no traffic. When I drove there, I was driving from Thompson to where she lived. We went and stopped at the grocery store at a Walmart and got groceries and got certain things. And we stopped at this clothing store to get fleece things to make sure I was warm enough, because I was going to be there at the very far north. And I drove the truck, her truck or her husband's truck, about, let me convert it to kilometers an hour, just a second. About 135, 140 kilometers an hour
Wow.
on that road the whole way. About
Flying.
85
Yeah.
miles an hour.
Yeah.
About 85 to 90 miles an hour the whole way, and it took 4 hours. That's how far away
Wow.
the nearest supermarket was from her house where she used to live. 4 hours. So if you said, "Oh, honey, I forgot to get this kind of soup or this thing that you wanted," well, we're not going back. It's 4 hours each way at 140
Today's driving.
kilometers an hour. It's a long drive. It's not close.
Yeah.
And you have to make sure
Yeah.
you have gas, because there's only one place to get gas. If you don't fill up, or you don't want to run out of gas on that lonely road, you want to make sure you have a gas canister. And you also want to make sure that you stop at every place you can get gas that's open when you live in the far north in the wilderness, because you never want to run out of gas there. There's moose, there's bears, there's even just the elements could kill you. It's dangerous. It can get dangerously cold. It gets so cold where she used to live that the windshields would crack on trucks and vehicles. They just break you'd walk out to your vehicle in the morning and noticed overnight it cracked from the cold. And that's with block heaters and everything else. Like block heater, for people that don't know, in Canada, You plug it into a wall outlet with like an extension cord. It plugs into the front of your car under the hood, and it heats up the engine block. We have a little troll here. I think it's probably Nolan, called Charlie Penguin Zero. Probably Nolan. But yeah, we would have to heat up. It keeps your engine warm so that the engine block doesn't crack because it can get that cold. Is it the pest, Nolan? Hello.
Hello, King Stephen.
All right, I'm going to kick you.
Please don't kick. Before Penguin, the Charlie, the Garo, he mentioned that August 4th, Donald Trump will get a head wound. It is confirmed. The person I'm trying to show you the message for, it's very important. He mentioned that August 4th, Donald Trump will get a head wound and would receive
what you're
for 4
talking
days.
about.
On August 4th, Donald Trump, our president, will receive the head wound on his head.
Goodbye. I
Bye,
kicked him.
Roach.
Yeah, just a cockroach. Doesn't ever come here to discuss anything that I talk about. He's always saying something stupid. Always. Anyway, Wendy, yeah, it gets freezing cold up there, and it's just what I was trying to say is it's a huge country, and it's not boasting, it just is. It's massive. So when smoke can travel that far and then just be dumped somewhere and sit there and not blow away or dissipate, it's a little bit strange when it happens,
Yes.
let's say 3 years in a row, to exactly the same place when it never happened for 50 plus years, maybe 100 years. I wish my grandparents were around, or parents. Everyone's deceased, because I would ask them, did that ever happen in your lifetime? I know it hasn't in mine, because I'd remember. And also people would have mentioned it in family. They would have said, yeah, remember when you were 7, it happened.
Yes.
No, nobody remembers this ever happening. And now it's every year in the same place.
Well, just the actual scale, the scale of the size, well, and targeting where the greatest population is over such distances, it's obviously calculated and designed, because all the phenomena should, if they were natural, they would fizzle out or change direction, or And the other strange thing is how it can be so dry where you've got so much water and it's so hot, because I have in my mind that clouds and rain come from water sources. So I always find that very strange, that you can have, and then you have the humidity, but then you don't get the rain. So then it's dry. There's so much stuff that doesn't make sense when you look at it, with logic and a clear mind.
That's very true. And a lot of people are unwilling to look at it that way, unfortunately. And I don't even just mean so-called normies. There's so-called truthers that won't look at it that way. There's a lot of beings in this realm. Sorry, I was just let me take a screenshot of this, because we do have the Great Lakes. We have Lake Superior, Lake Huron, Lake Erie, Lake Ontario, Lake Michigan. We're surrounded by the biggest freshwater lakes in the world in southern Ontario. We're surrounded. We're in the middle of Great Lakes. This is known as the Great Lakes region. But beyond just the Great Lakes, Ontario has more lakes than just about anywhere in the world. And I don't know if there might even be people living in Ontario that don't realize that, because they're not taught anything about the country they live in, where they grow up. They're not taught anything like basic facts like this in school. It's on an Ontario.ca website, but 250,000 lakes in Ontario.
Incredible. It
So
seems
how many more lakes do you need?
Yeah. a
If
quarter
that
of
were
a million.
people, that's a city. Like, that's a city.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you take 250,000 people and dot them around, and it's bigger than a person. A lake is not a pond. That's a massive amount of lakes. I mean, I'll never visit that many lakes in my lifetime. If I lived the rest of my life in Ontario and made it a point saying I'm going to travel to every lake, I wouldn't be able to visit them all. Look how many days that would take. Look how much travel it would take. There's so many freshwater lakes. We have 1/5 of the world's fresh water, not in Canada, just in Ontario, just here. 1/5 of all the world's fresh water. It's a tremendous amount of fresh water. So people have to realize things like that and say, well, then how can this be with forest fires and the smoke and the dryness? And you're right, it doesn't add up. But a lot in this realm doesn't add up, and people believe it anyway, and that's the problem. Because most people just will believe the official story. They'll say, well, Stephen, of course there's going to be a lot of smoke. There were 300 fires or whatever burning that was reported at the peak number. And I'll say, why does the smoke keep coming the exact same place, the same route, falling on the same cities, the most populated areas, year after year? And it never did, ever, in my lifetime. And there's people older than me that say, I've talked with neighbors that are at least 10, 20 years older, and they said, yeah, they've never experienced this. They don't ever remember this happening. So that goes even beyond my lifetime. So, yeah, it's very interesting how they're able to pull this off, and also how most people just go along with it. Most people never question and say, well, obviously this is rigged. This is unnatural. This is being guided. This is an attack on us.
It absolutely has been an attack on you, and also what you said about using it as an excuse to raise taxes, because you mentioned that, was it last year or the year before, that the budgets for firefighting was purposely reduced so that you could then go, oh, look, there's no firemen. But that was all part of it as well. It's very devious and calculated.
Yes, it is. Those are the words for it. Devious and calculated. And that's what they do. They plan ahead for years. These creatures always do that. And it doesn't necessarily have to be, let's say, a Toronto mayor or the premier of the province. It's higher ups just saying, we're going to cut this. And they don't ask why, these creatures in government. They just nod their heads like puppets. That's the way I look at it. And they say, okay, we'll cut that. We'll lower that in the budget. They don't ask why. They don't say, is there going to be something happen next year? Is there something coming? Or is there a reason we're dropping this by 50, 60, 80 million dollars out of the budget? Is there going to be a big firestorm? Is there going to be major forest fires? Is there going to be a big snowstorm? Is that why we're lowering the budget for snow removal? Are you trying to set some? They don't ask if they're setting up disasters. These creatures just go along with it. They're yes men and yes women in government. That's all they are. That's their role. They get paid to just follow orders, essentially, and they don't care about the people. So if the higher ups in, let's say, a secret society say this is what we're going to do, we're not going to tell you our plans for 2026. We're just going to say lower the budget in 2024 and 2025. Drop this way down. They'll just do it. That's the way I think it works. And the way that works is not everyone has to be in on it at all. They don't even know why they're lowering the budget and following orders. They just do it.
And with people's memories reduced to less than a goldfish, they won't realize that things were different the year before. It's like the focus has been reduced to sort of month by month, day by day. That's why if there were older people around, if these fires had happened, they would have been, oh, remember when we had that fire in the 1920s and Aunt Granny, and we had to there'd be stories, there'd be, they'd be telling examples of when we grabbed our stuff and the cat and they were out in the night doing stuff. It would have been in the school curriculum, but more importantly, you would have been discussing it at family gatherings, and they would just like when people have had cyclones or whatever, it's something that's talked about for decades and decades, and then it'd be like, oh, there goes Granny talking about that thing that happened again. Not that it's funny that it happened, but But when something bad happens, the story is repeated again and again, and it wouldn't be such a shock that something happened now.
Yes, that's very true. We used to discuss, my mom would bring it up on my birthday. As a child, I was in first grade and there was a big snowstorm on my birthday, which is, I won't say the day on here, but it's before winter, before official winter starts on the calendar. So it was unusual to have a big snowstorm that early in the year. And my birthday, my mom was picking up kids and we were taking them all to McDonald's. We were going to have, that's what I wanted, I guess, at first grade. And it was a big snowstorm. It's probably the biggest of my whole lifetime, the most amount of snow that year on my birthday. So that was a thing we talked about well into my adulthood. It would come up, remember on your birthday in first grade and which kids were at my birthday party and how big of a storm it was and all that sort of thing. It was memorable because it was a big early storm, early before winter storm, big blizzard. So these things would come up even when it came to that, and that wasn't something that cost lives. Like I'm sure these events have been costing. That's another thing that they really haven't been reporting on, by the way, that I've seen. They haven't said this many people died, this many people went to hospital, this many people had, it's like they don't keep any data on that, any stats at all. They just let on that.
Well,
very strange. I haven't heard anything
wow.
about this many older people died, and I haven't heard a death toll for this whole thing.
That is strange because normally if you have a day that's going to be hot, people go, oh, you know, so many people had heat stroke or ended up in hospital. You know, for something that's a lot smaller, there's a lot of hoo-ha. So for something so massive to suddenly have a radio silence is definitely another suspicious part to it all.
Yeah, who knows in the past 2 weeks if 10 or 20,000 people have died? I don't know because there's no reporting on these numbers. Where are the reports? Why aren't they talking to hospitals and like, where is it? And then again, of course, we know how hospitals workers are and how complicit they were in 2020. I mean, how many of them out of the entire world? If you took all the nurses that work for NHS, in Great Britain, and the American nurses and Canadian, let's say just 3 countries or 3 big regions, how many stood up and spoke up publicly in 2020 and said, this is wrong, I'm not going along with this, this is immoral, this is a scam, they're lying to you? How many? And it's millions of nurses, by the way. The countries that I just named contains, in Canada, if you added up all the nurses in Canada, America, and Great Britain, it's millions of healthcare workers. I saw maybe a handful. If that isn't telling about humanity, I don't know what is. Because very few speak against the system, have the courage to stand up and say, I know what's going on in this hospital, they're lying to you, and speak out publicly on the media. Almost none did. Statistically, it would be 0, by the way. That low of a number out of that many millions. Statistically, it would be known as 0 speaking up, because 5 or 6 or 10 out of millions is statistically it's 0. That's how stats go. It's such a low number, it doesn't even register. And that's all I saw during that whole time. So when people talk about how they have a moral imperative and in healthcare, they're moral beings and the Hippocratic Oath and do no harm, it's all bullshit. And I knew it before 2020. But even all these years post 2020, people are still defending these healthcare scammers, hellcare, as I like to call it. HELL -care, hell-care. They're cowards, Wendy. They were complicit in a massive, not just psyop, but a massive operation to harm people/patients. And they take oaths to do no harm. So it's not just like, well, they're just doing their job. They took oaths to do no harm. That is part of their job.
Yes.
And people just excuse it away. What if garbage men took, well, we call them garbage men here, but garbage pickup, trash, rubbish pickup, whatever you want to call it, the men that pick up the bins. What if they had to take an oath to do no harm and they were planting explosive devices, massive numbers of them, in people's bins that were exploding when they went to pick up their empty bins and they just blew up in their faces? Everybody be in an uproar. They'd say, holy shit, this is evil what they're doing. These garbage men, these bin workers are bombing the customers.
Yeah.
They're harming people. They're blowing their hands off, or let's say small devices. But when nurses do it, it's excused.
Yeah. It's
They got away
completely
with it.
hypocritical and double standards. I think they've taken the hypocrite oath rather than, the original intention.
Yeah, it is a hypocrite oath instead of Hippocratic. Exactly. Exactly. I think that came from Hippocratic. Hippocrates, I think he was a Greek philosopher or
Yeah.
Greek in medicine, something like that. But it's ancient, just like the caduceus with the serpents. Well, what's that about? Why is their symbol either involving one needle with a serpent or multiple serpents entwining? What's that? Almost no one questions that in this realm, whether they live in Canada, United States, Great Britain, Australia, Germany. It's all over. It's that same symbol. How many patients say, why is that used with medicine, with hospitals, doctors, big pharma? Serpents around a needle. That looks evil. It looks sinister, because it is. And pharmakia, as you know, is magic. Magical potions and magic. Big pharma comes from pharmakia, it's spell casting. I mean, that's where they got it from. Do you know where media comes from? Like mainstream media?
Was that the media in Greek? There was the Medea or something. I'm
Yeah,
not pronouncing
Medea.
it correctly.
It's a place, but it's also a goddess. It's
Was it
both.
a dark magician or something?
Yeah, it was a place of dark magicians. Exactly. They would put the hex on people. They were hired, in a sense, hired guns to hex people, to curse and hex. That's media. That's where they got media from. Medea. They just changed it slightly to media, but Medea, an ancient place of dark witches, sorcerers, dark occultists, ones that would put the hex on people for money. Close to ancient Persia, in that region of the world. And I wouldn't be surprised if there were many, let's say, tiny hats, matzo ball supers in that area as well, if they were there in ancient times, which it's hard to determine, really. It's hard to determine where those people actually are from. That's interesting in itself. Some people say all different places, but it's difficult. Even the Ashkenazi, it's very difficult to determine where they originally were from. They've covered up history so much, but those beings behave like they're alien to this realm. They treat us like cattle. So I wouldn't be surprised if they were involved in dark magic for shekels, and that they'll do anything for shekels to this day.
It's definitely a different species of spirit, and everything that you've been talking about recently, it just adds so much more to explaining how things work and why things work, and it gives a lot of food for thought. So thank you for everything that you've done, and I found your music has been helpful as well, because it reaches a different level, and adding your voice to the lyrics, or for doing the lyrics, and it's exceptionally powerful.
Thank you very much, Wendy. I appreciate that. I'm glad that you are getting a lot out of it. I was kind of shy at first to use my voice, and then
Oh, your
once
voice
I
is
got used
wonderful.
to it,
You just keep going.
I,
Oh, oh,
I'm enjoying it a lot more, making music with my voice than just the way I started off. That Nolan creature keeps trying to hop on and hop off, so I'm
maybe
getting
change the link.
notifications.
Yeah,
Yeah, good idea. Thank
take it
you.
away. I don't think anyone else will be coming today, so you could just
Yes,
take
he's
it
done now.
away. Yeah.
I took the link away. I took his ability.
Oh,
Good suggestion, Wendy. I'll remove that creature. You notice, no matter how much information or what topics or what a great conversation, it's not just him, but him especially. They just come here to ruin things and disrupt and interfere. They and it's a perfect example of demonic behavior.
it is.
That's all they do in this realm.
He's
It's
like a
what Nolan
mosquito.
does.
He just doesn't add anything. He's just an annoyance, and he's not wanted and not appreciated, and he's missing an opportunity to learn and contribute. So yeah,
I can't imagine being that way. I honestly can't imagine doing what he does day after day, or any of the others that have this opportunity. They have this at their fingertips, my channels, my live streams, the ability to come on, have a conversation. He's not once wanted to discuss anything that my channels are about. Never. This whole time. It's remarkable. Just go to the shit channels, Nolan. Just stay away. You're worthless. You belong with them.
because
And
anyone coming on to chat with you could cover such a variety of topics and ask questions that you've done decades of research about and get an answer straight away without having to be a subscriber, paying $60 a month for 10 months to get an answer to a simple question. It's remarkable, really, that he's wasting his time, but it just indicates
yeah,
his level of what his spirit is, really.
it's almost 1 a.m. where he is. He'll stay up all night just to do nothing instead of learning. I just can't imagine being that way. He doesn't want to learn about ancient Medea. He's not interested in any topic that I could talk here. He'd rather go to the shit channels, because that's spiritually what he is. He relates with Joshua S. John, London McDouchebag, all these creatures. That's where you're going to stay, Nolan, with them. You don't belong in the same realm as I'm in, or I'm going to create. You can stay here with them. But ancient Medea, they were known for that. And it's interesting because the tiny hats still control the media and get shekels from running big mainstream media, TV, magazines, as you know, newspapers, radio, all of it is under their control, essentially. And their controllers, whoever's above them, whatever entities, call them entities, because I don't believe that they're quote unquote human at the very top of this pyramid, above the Rothschilds, above the Rockefellers, above the Morgans, above any of the families that have owned media in our lifetimes, and tech companies, the old money, above the old money, above the old bankers, above the royals, I think are entities. They behave in ways that are not human. They're very different. Their behavior is different. Their planning is different. Their maliciousness, coldness is different. Their evil is a kind of evil that is not human. They plan for centuries ahead. They have long-term plans. They do things that human beings don't do. It's not normal, we'll say, for a human being to start a project, unless maybe they're a mad genius or something, a total exception. But most beings don't start a project on Earth saying, it's going to take centuries before this is going to be completed. I'll be dead, and people will be working on this project 300 years from now, completing this cathedral, completing this plan to take over this hell realm, to do this, to do it isn't something that the vast majority of beings ever consider doing, working their ass off in a lifetime for something they'll never see the results. Almost no one does that. It's not normal human behavior, but these entities do that all the time.
It's a kind of forward planning that would only happen if they were out of the matrix time, in a way, because for them it mightn't be 300 centuries or 300 years. It might only be a few seconds. So they might have some way of not having to be stuck into the time that we're currently having to go through, that that they can be moving between like the two spaces, like the black cube of that we're in, that there's another layer around it that they're operating in that, and that's also cloaked, like another level of secrecy and control.
Yes, absolutely. I suspect that they can travel in and out of this level of the matrix, go from the timeless space, we'll call it, into here, and then back again. Whereas for us to do that, we have to end this body, we have to unalive ourselves. But also, there are little minions here, like the royal families and the bloodline families and the banksters, the ones that have been made into royalty as evil scumbags, essentially rewarded for it. I think they make deals where they know they're going to be recycled, they're going to be reincarnated, but they're coming back again as a royal. Like a Rothschild before they die. They're not worried. They're saying, well, I'm coming back and I'm going to have another privileged life of wealth, fame, power, luxury. They're not thinking I'm going to die and I might be recycled as a peasant orphan child with missing their legs in India, in Mumbai. I think they know, they have a certain knowledge, these minions, that, oh, I'm coming back. The stuff I work on in my lifetime is going not only to my children, but to me in the future. So they see, okay, what I'm building with this empire, this evil empire of banking and usury and screwing people and investing in things and just doing all the shady things they do. They know that it's going to be around for them when they come back. They're coming back into the same bloodline, is what I'm getting at. So those are just the minions, but you made a great point about the entities, because for them it's not even the blink of an eye. 300 years, it's nothing to these entities. They, most of the time, these creatures are in a timeless space. So they in a way have control over matrix time, as you were saying, Wendy, and that is not human. A regular human being that's not linked with these entities, not a minion, just a regular person, doesn't plan out 300 years ahead because they don't assume that they're going to be there, or even that your children will see it, or grandchildren, or great grandchildren. A lot of wealth in regular families doesn't last that long. There are some cases in England where castles have been passed down or things like that. But out of the millions, the tens of millions that live in Great Britain, that's pretty rare. It's pretty rare for anything to last 300-500 years in the same family. But with these creatures, it's not rare at all. They plan this way all the time. They behave differently than we do, than let's say regular humans do. I'm talking about humans that don't even think of this stuff, don't even look at the topics we're talking about, just the average British person, the average American, the average Canadian. They don't have any plans for 300-500 years from now. They don't even think about it. Most of them are just thinking about today, tomorrow, what they're having for supper, what they're having for breakfast, what they're going to do, how they're going to pay their bills, how they're going to afford shoes and clothes for their children, or this or that, or those sorts of things. That's about all they really think about.
Exactly, and the longest planning would be for like retirement or pension or that thing, or maybe like helping out your grandchildren with their lives. But that would be very few that would have the ability to be able to plan towards that sort of level, because things are geared to sort of much shorter thought. And you made me think of how people with chateaus and Monets and all the beautiful Picasso, well, like the older artworks and things, that they can die knowing that in a number of years they'll be back in their favorite paintings and music boxes and all the lovely antiques and things. They'll be seeing it again. Like if they learn to play the piano or the harpsichord, they just go able to touch it, and that it's just like it's like having a bit of having a long snooze, and they'd wake up and they'd be able to experience everything again. It must be such a different concept of time and life to, well, not that it's life in inverted commas, but it's the whole concept that it's like like we go to like we wake up after a snooze and you think, well, how many hours sleep did you have? Well, for them, it's maybe a year or a decade or however it works.
Yes, I see what you're saying. So these things could mean more to them in that way because they're with them for lifetime after lifetime after lifetime after lifetime.
Yes, that's what I was trying to
Some
say.
some of these items might have been with the same being for 1,000 years.
Yeah,
We don't have that. So for us, we're always taught everything's temporary. You can only pass it down to your children, your grandchildren, maybe your friends, or heirlooms or hairlooms, as Lolita likes to say. She said quite a few times, hairlooms. I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh my goodness, this is crazy. I thought she fancies herself to be some highly intelligent, educated woman and so much higher than men. She was always putting her husband down as though he just has a mind. If he's digging with a shovel, that's all that's on her mind. And she said the whole universe is running through her mind one time, something like that. She has daddy issues because I think her father passed away when she was 3 or 4 years old, she said. And that's recently, I realized, well, there you go. That
yeah,
explains a lot. Not because I'm not using it as an excuse. She's done nothing to heal herself in all these years. It's unfortunate and sad that her father passed away, but her hatred for men, she chose that direction rather than to miss him and appreciate men. She went to the other extreme of hating, resenting men, and it just oozes out of her. But yeah, what you were saying about these creatures, they have a different view of life. And I think that might be part of the duper's delight and the smirk on their faces when they speak to the masses about death and reincarnation and things, because they have knowledge, we'll call it secret knowledge, that the average person doesn't. And also, the average person would laugh at me for saying that they have secret knowledge. They'd just laugh and say, you're crazy, you're a conspiracy theorist, you're this, you're that, you're this, you're that, you're this, you're that. But some of their quotes even hint at having that knowledge, talking about reincarnation. A lot of royals and billionaires speak about reincarnation, which is interesting. Why would they? If it's just a laughable concept.
that's true. And why would they have John Dee and all the other people doing magical things if magic wasn't real? They wouldn't waste their time on stuff that didn't have any power or meaning or possibility.
Oh, exactly. And I think it was Prince Philip, Queen Elizabeth II's husband, that said he wishes to be reincarnated here as a virus to wipe out a big percentage of humanity, was one of the famous quotes that I recall him being quoted on saying in mainstream media. So for the people that say you're a conspiracy theorist, a lot of this is right put out in the media in front of you. They don't even hide it really.
You'd have to be so evil to wish that upon beings, to want to come back as a virus and hurt and kill and everything. And to even say that to even consider doing that makes you think that possibly they have done that. Because if you've got things that can mutate and act like as if they've got their own sort of plan, or like they're thinking and morphing and evolving, maybe that is going on with some of them.
That's a good point. Yes, they might have done it, and even if that wasn't the case, they would if they could. They're telling you they would. They're saying, I'll put up the quote. I found it, and I was right. It was him that said it. My memory was right, is what I'm saying, for the little demons that tune in going, oh, he's so narcissistic. He's saying he's right again. That's what they love to do.
Huh.
As though someone's narcissistic if they just try to recall something and they're right about recalling who said it. But that's what they do. Here's, hold on, El Diablo, I have to move you off the screen. The quote is noted. It's from an article in the Guardian newspaper in 2009, where some of Prince Philip's most controversial quotes are listed. But I've seen it elsewhere over the years. The full quote reads, "In the event that I am reincarnated, I would like to return as a deadly virus to contribute something to solving overpopulation." That's hatred for humanity, to be a deadly virus. That's his wish. And these are these are creatures, sorry, that people bow down to and praise and worship.
Very evil.
Very evil and worshipped by people that worship evil. Whether they are asleep to it or not, they're worshiping evil when they worship that.
Yes. And not to be able to see the evil in the eyes, you know, because with modern phones, you can zoom in and see the snake eyes of the old bat that passed whenever she did. I mean, the face on that and the energy coming off it, the hatred, you could just see the evilness in that. So, but yeah.
They have seething demonic hatred for us. I agree. And you can see it. Zooming in is a great idea. I encourage people to do that. But as you mentioned, the energy is evil. You can just feel it. Before you even zoom in, you could feel it with these creatures, how evil they are. As I've said, they look evil because they are evil. Instead of doing mental gymnastics like the masses often do, they look evil because they are evil.
It's true.
It really is that simple. It's that simple. You don't have to do all kinds of mathematical equations and mental gymnastics. It's right there. And I just wish people would look and say, yeah, that makes sense. Because it does. It isn't because they're old. Look how evil this is. This is coming up on the screen.
Oh, it's evil. It's more evil than like a Count Dracula movie, you know, where they try and act as if they're bad. I mean, those, they don't even have to act. You can just see it on them.
I've shown these things to people for years. And a lot of people have said, well, that's how he's old. They'll make up laughable, stupid excuses. I've known lots of old people that lived into their 90s, and including one of my grandmothers. And they were very old, but they didn't look evil. There's a difference between elderly and evil. It's not the same thing.
Yes.
And people will be like, oh, he's old.
You get sweet old people, and then you get, they've always been evil, and they just, yeah, you can just see it. It's the eyes and the mouth and the whole, quite terrifying.
He's old, but he couldn't look more evil. If somebody said, we're going to try to make him look evil for a movie, a horror movie. I mean, this is horrible. This is the stuff of nightmares. And people will look at this and say, oh, what's wrong with that, Stephen?
I know. Yeah.
This right here. What's wrong with that? Where do I begin? Where do I begin?
Yeah.
I couldn't do that. If I hired the most, I would have to, well, I couldn't do it myself. I'd have to hire somebody that does horror makeup for movies or something to come up with a creature that looks that evil. I'd have to go out of my way to get a professional to try to make someone look that evil. He's just naturally coming across as totally evil. And people accept it. They're just like, what's wrong with that? He's just old. It's remarkable. It really is. And that's why I say you can't reach these people. And what other channels push is for you to waste your life, like Jeremiah Finkelstein in the video that I recorded recently, calling him or comparing him with, oh, you're going for breakfast. Thank you very much, Wendy, for coming on. I just saw your comments.
Thank you, and I'll pop in the chat later. Thank you so much, Stephen, and I always enjoy our chats. And I don't want to interrupt your flow. Bye now.
Thank you very much for being on, Wendy. It was a pleasure. It was a joy to have you on. Have a delicious breakfast. Goodbye for now, Wendy. I couldn't make this creature on the screen Prince Philip, as they called him, if I tried. He looks evil because he is evil. And of course, he's not the only one. Queen Elizabeth. It's remarkable what people in this realm will defend. The average person defends evil. They're defenders of evil. The average person in this realm. It's interesting because she looked fairly pretty. I'll even go that far. When she was young. I wonder if it's a gradual process or if it just becomes more difficult as they age to hide what they are. Maybe that's part of it. Maybe as they age, they just can't control it fully and the evil just comes out. Maybe they're able to be chameleons when they're younger, when they're 19, 20, 25, whatever. And when they get older, the evil just oozes out of them, these creatures. The coldness, the darkness, and the evil in the eyes. Look at the eyes of that thing. Look at the eyes. And I am doing that on purpose. What do I mean doing that? I mean giving it that kind of emphasis and adding a bit of comedy to it. Because this is a dark topic. You're looking at evil on the screen if you're looking at what I'm sharing with you. This is evil. And I think they're able to hide it maybe when they're younger, when they're children, and maybe when they're teenagers. It's like, I don't know, it's very very strange. It's very strange, but it's noticeable. When they're younger, they always seem less evil looking. The energy doesn't have the same darkness and evil when they're, even with her grandchildren, the boys, William and Harry, the ginger. Comparing them when they were young kids to now, it's like the evil just is tenfold compared to what it was. There's a change in a lifetime. I don't think they're fully born as an evil baby. I just don't think so. I don't buy it. I think they get more evil, just like people get degraded in this realm. That's what I'm leaning towards based on my observations, my intuition, my instincts, the pattern that I've seen, not just with her, but with her grandchildren and with others as well. They seem so much more evil the longer they're here. Anyway, that was a wonderful chat with Wendy. I love those chats with Wendy. I cherish having these chats with Wendy. I really do. There were some envious little creatures trying to disrupt me in the background. In the private chat, there were some envious losers. They show what they are. They show that they're evil cockroaches. And they don't just demonstrate it in private. It's as easy to see them in public, in real life, or on YouTube, or it becomes like second nature, and that's what I hope for people. I hope that every good spirit that watches my channels is able to develop their discernment, their ability to spot evil easily. Oh, I've still got the link pinned. Okay, that link shouldn't work, but I will remove it. Thank you, Wendy. Good reminder. I'm going to remove that link right now. I'll get rid of it. All right, it should be gone. I did change the link, but that link is gone. Anyway, thank you, Wendy. And thank you for coming on. It really is my pleasure. I really do. I truly cherish these chats that we have. And I do think these creatures get more evil and more overt about it, more obvious. As they age, it comes out of them more. Either it's coming out and they're not able to contain it and hide it, or the realm itself and entities are making them more evil over the course of 70, 80, 90 years, because they just seem so much more evil when they're 80, 90 years old, these royal creatures, or 100, compared with the way they seem when they're 19, 21, 23, 30. The difference is palpable. There's just a tremendous difference. Tremendous difference. And I remember those children of Diana's, Princess Diana's. My mom was kind of a fan of, like, not the biggest fan in the world, but she did like Princess Diana, my mom, when she was alive. And I remember I was the one that told my mom the reports of Princess Diana's death. And I can't remember the date, but we watched the funeral together. And in Canada, it was at probably 4 a.m. or 3 a.m. It was at some weird time where we had to stay up to watch it. And we watched that together. And I remember her children, Princess Diana's boys, didn't seem like evil creatures back then. And I'm going by memory. This was many years ago. When was Princess Diana's death? I'm going to have to look it up because I can't recall the year. (1997) August 31st. Yes, I was the one that told my mom. It was summertime in Canada, near the end of summer, and I told her to turn on the news. She was 36. Once you reach my age, everyone, 36 years seems so young. 36. Anyway, all the Tiggas especially loved her. I didn't realize all the Tiggas loved her, but her children seemed like children. That's my recollection. I remember back in the late 90s, back then, 97, I didn't think they were evil. If you would have said, do you think Prince William and Prince Harry are evil little demons, I would have said, no, I don't think that. I didn't get that sense. I think they were sweet. So when I look back at that, something is going on in this realm, not just with ones in royal families, but something's going on in this realm where it can turn innocent, sweet babies into evil creatures in one lifetime. Now think, and I'm not saying this to scare anybody, keep in mind, but think of what it could do in 10,000 lifetimes being reincarnated, recycled, or 10 lifetimes. If it can turn someone evil in the course of from being a newborn baby and then they're evil by 30, 40 years old. How old is Prince Harry? He seems evil to me. Prince Harry age. They're saying he's 35. He seemed evil to me for years. So in 35 years, they could take a being and make it evil that didn't seem evil as a child when he was 8 or 10. So we're saying 25 years or less, they can do that, this realm. This realm, the entities, combination, okay? I'm not just saying the realm or just the entities. I think it's a combination of factors. Because I don't think he was born evil as a baby. I agree with Wendy. I think they were sweet children. No, I didn't know them personally. I'm just going by what I saw in magazines and on television and their behavior and how they behaved when their mom passed away and things like that. I didn't get any sense that they were evil back then. Now, today, it's a different story. Today, I would say they're on the path of Prince Philip and Queen Elizabeth and Prince Charles, that talks about how he has a stake in Transylvania because he's related to Vlad the Impaler. All right. Anyway, he's a vampire. Anyway, I just find this stuff interesting. I know it's not the biggest piece of the puzzle, but it is interesting to spend just a little bit of time. I'm not going to spend the rest of my life on the royals or figuring out how they become evil and why they flash the hand signs, like the devil horns and the hidden hand combined right there. That's double hand signs right there. And the media tries to cover it up and spin it for people. That's the devil horns sideways, is devil horns, plus the hidden hand inside the jacket. It's known as the hidden hand that rules the world. The club, part of the club. Here he's not using the devil horns, but he's using the hidden hand. So some dummies, I remember this years ago, Prince Harry, Freemasonic regalia, Masonry. Is that real? I'm not going to fact check it right now. I'm not going to spend the whole live stream. But was Queen Elizabeth a Freemason, high level, and Club of Rome, and what's the other? Sorry, what's the other one? Of the Garter, Knight of the Garter, Knight of Malta. It's just a combination. It's not just one thing. Yes. So is Prince Harry most likely in the same clubs, just like Prince William. It could be. I'm sure they would love to inhabit pure, innocent newborns. The other thing I want to say is I wonder if they can. I wonder if let's say somebody had a baby, if these entities can get into some being that's that pure. I wonder if they can. Or I wonder if it takes a certain age and a certain amount of this realm corrupting a being where they get to come into them at some point, where they can get their way in, foot in the door. I wonder if they can possess a truly innocent newborn baby. Because when I look at those royal children, they seem sweet like regular children. They didn't seem evil. They didn't seem demonic. Fascinating. And disturbing and scary as well. Oh, you've seen babies with dark energy. That's interesting. I have not seen that in person, but I do believe you. So that is interesting. And tragic as well. And disturbing. Dark energy babies. Well, with those two, I think I can't remember what age they were when their mother passed away, or when she was murdered. Basically, I think it's probably what happened. There's other possibilities, but they just seemed just like regular sweet children. So the wickedness wasn't in them yet, which is something to just to think about. I think a lot of so-called truth channels would say they were wicked always, but I don't think they were. Harry and William, I don't believe, were born wicked. And I also have to wonder too, now that I say that, I wonder if it could be reversed. I don't know. I don't know. And I'm saying that to myself. I'm thinking out loud, but I don't know. I can't rule it out. If they could become, excuse me, corrupted by this realm in a matter of 15, 20, 25 years, whatever it took. Because Harry didn't just become evil yesterday. He was showing signs of it. But I wonder if they could go back, if it could be undone. Yes, I totally agree with that, Wendy. I think that might be their foot in the door, a way of existing here through spirits and bodies, a form of possession, we'll say. Could call it entity possession, demonic possession, whatever people want to call it, but way of inhabiting. And maybe at a certain point they got inhabited by entities. Like black goo in the eyes. So they aren't truly who they were. They've been occupied, infected by entities. It's definitely one of the top possibilities that makes sense. Is that. Because you look at the before and after. Those boys just didn't come across as being evil. So maybe they are possessed by entities. Prince William, Harry as kids. That's the thing. I don't blame people whatsoever, whether they're Canadian, American, Australian, or British, for saying they were sweet kids. I agree. So what happened? That's the question. And when? When did the change happen? It's another proof that this is a hell realm, that could even happen to two children, much less to many, many more beings that start off as good beings, good spirits, sweet, and then they get occupied or possessed, whatever way you want to look at it, at a certain point in this realm. It's another proof that we're in a hell realm, because that shouldn't even be possible. If this were a good realm, that wouldn't be possible. Look at them smiling. That's not wickedness pretending to be good. That's genuine. That's how I look at it. There's William there. They were sweet kids. I agree with Wendy. Were they taught Freemasonic handshakes or at a young age? Yes, they were. Because right there, she's giving him a Freemasonic handshake with her thumb. The way that she's doing that. That's a Freemasonic handshake right there. I spotted it right away. I'm sorry. I could analyze this stuff forever. I hope it isn't boring to people that get bored, that want me to talk about Crater Earth or something. Pretend that we're living either on the moon in a moon crater or on a freaking eyeball, because they're retards like Nolan and London McDouchebag. That's good energy coming off the children. I don't get darkness, wickedness, evil coming from them at all. Not at all. If Diana were still alive, William and Harry would definitely have become very good brothers. But I think something happened to them. Something was done to them where they've been changed. It's essentially they're no longer the beings that they were as these young boys. It's sickening and it's tragic. I hate this realm for what it does to children. That's what really bothers me in a deep way, in a way that's painful and angers me and makes me sick and makes me want vengeance on this realm. What this place does to children should never happen. It shouldn't have happened to them, and it should not happen to any children in this place to be possessed, corrupted, inhabited by entities that have entity attachments, all the sick, dark, evil magic, all the all the dark occult evil in this realm. Sickening. I don't know what was done to those boys for certain. Neither do I think does anyone else that isn't in the inner circle with them. But I suspect a lot of evil went on because they've been changed completely. It's like they're no longer the same beings as they were as children today. It's night and day. I'll say that again for people. It's like they're not even the same beings that they once were. They've been changed completely. And that is very sad. It's not just sad, though. It's disturbing. It's kind of scary in a way. I'm not saying I'm sitting here living in fear, but I'm just saying that could happen shows me what kind of place we're in. We're in a very dark, evil place. That should never happen to a single child, ever. Whatever they went through that transformed them. It shows what this realm is. That should never happen. Not one child. Even if the numbers they gave us are accurate, even if there's more people, if there were 20 billion population of this earth, not one child should go through that. Whatever was done to them to turn them evil should be impossible. For all, rich, royals, poor, peasants, home, whatever, wherever you live on earth, not one child should have to go through something that can transform them into evil, or something that can inhabit them, occupy them like they're a vessel or a vehicle for evil. That should never happen. Ever. To me, that's conclusive proof in itself that this is a hell realm and this place doesn't deserve to exist. It's too evil to exist. This place can't be fixed. There's way too much wrong with it. Way too much designed to be evil that can't be changed. Can't be fixed. That is very empowering and very freeing if you really are a good spirit and look at it the proper way. Instead of doing what demons do, they attack me. And I'm strong enough to take millions of attacks day after day for years and years and years and years and decades. Demons have been attacking me my whole lifetime in this place. I can look back and remember demonic attacks when I was 2 years old, 3 years old, 4 years old. They've been trying to get to me. They watch me when I'm asleep. And when I pop out of body, I can see these entities. These evil creatures watching, observing. They don't observe evil. They observe good spirits. They're not going to sit around at the foot of someone's bed, standing there observing evil. They don't need to observe ones on their team. They try to harass good beings. That's what evil tries to do. That's why they're drawn to me. And I'm not saying I'm perfect. but I try to do good. I fight evil. I stand against evil. I openly stand against evil. I speak out against evil every day. Every day. I make it publicly known. And in one way, that puts a target on my back with these creatures. They hate me for speaking out against evil. They hate that. They hate that. They hate the truth. When they hear the truth, it's like it hurts them. It angers them. It triggers them. These creepy creatures. These sickening things. Filthy creatures. Anyway, it pains me to think about how many children have been harmed in this place. And that's one of the reasons why I know I have to do something about this. I'm not just planning to live, get out of the matrix and live in paradise realms. I'm planning to stop evil, to seal in the demons and stop this from going on, stop them from ensnaring good spirits here and torturing them and infecting them and corrupting them. I've said many times, ending this matrix and sealing in the demons has to be done. It is the only moral thing to do. To run away, fly away, forget this place is not moral. It's cowardly. And it's beyond cowardly. It's careless. It's showing no care for the ones here that are being preyed upon. And that's how I view it. That's how I view this realm. It's preying upon innocent animals, pure, innocent babies, animals, baby animals, whether it's baby deer, baby little rabbits, baby crows, baby ravens, baby chipmunks, and human babies. Little wolf pups, fox. This is a predatory realm. It preys upon life. And it preys upon goodness. It preys upon goodness, innocence, truth, purity, beauty. Beauty. Do you notice this realm's getting uglier? Not just the architecture, but just everything. It's getting uglier. And I think it's by design again. I don't think it's any coincidence that it's getting uglier in Germany. It's getting uglier in France. It's getting uglier in Great Britain and Canada, United States. Part of it is the Tiggas and the third worlders coming in, of course. That's a big part of it, but that's not all of it. They're trying to make things uglier by design. It's purposefully done so that our lives are not as happy, as joyful. We don't have as much beauty in cities. Cities are uglier than they were. Okay? Even some normies are noticing everything's bland, beige, gray, drab. It's the dulling down and the uglification, you might say, and feminization. They're feminizing everything as well. Feminizing not just schools, but everything in society. It's being feminized. And they say masculinity is toxic. There's a war against spirits going on here. Not just a war against minds, it's a war against spirits. Is there psychological warfare going on? Yes, there is. Is there bio warfare going on against us? Yes. But it's also a spiritual war against us. Yes, it is so wrong. So wrong. So wrong, ching chong. Imagine the evil thought that goes into, we're going to make things uglier for these humans. We're going to try to make it uglier for them. They have too much beauty. I can almost imagine these entities, these creatures having these discussions, maybe telepathically saying, we're going to make it uglier. They've got it too nice. It's too pretty down there for them. We're going to uglify this place for them. We're going to make it uglier, more drab. We're going to, with the architecture, we're going to start in the I think it was in the 60s and 70s, maybe the late 60s, brutalism. We're going to make it the Soviet style apartment blocks that look terrible. They look awful. We're going to start there with that agenda. We're going to make everything ugly. We're going to make movies just ugly and degenerate and raunchy, and we're going to make them unbelievable, where the bitchiest women that are not feminine, that are not likable characters, they're going to have all the men chasing them. These women that are just insufferable in movies, they're going to be chased by all the male characters in the movie. They're going to want these bitches that are just, nobody could stand them in real life, but that's what we're going to promote in movies. The songs, we're going to make music that's just garbage. We're going to fill it up with hip hop, auto-tune garbage, these tiggas. We're just going to destroy everything. We're going to rot it away and decay it and degrade it to the point where it just is garbage. It's rubbish. It's just terrible. It's not that it's just not good. It's designed to be putting like maggots in our brains and filth in front of us, where everything's just dirty. Like the streets are dirty now. There's trash everywhere. It used to be, you look at the old film footage, it used to look like a fairy tale. It was so clean and beautiful, and the colors and the gardens and the flowers, and my goodness, you look at London, England, what it used to look like. It seems like another world. And I know it. How can I put this? It doesn't even seem real. It seems way more beautiful. It's so much better that it doesn't even seem like it's the same world. It seems like, oh, that's movie magic. But no, it's real footage. It's documentary footage, so in some cases of people that were just individuals going around with early cameras, filming with little personal cameras. And it just looks beautiful and vibrant and happy. And there's no garbage. And there's no graffiti. There's no garbage. There's not stuff everywhere thrown on trash on the streets. And yes, people were elegant. It was so much better. Was so much better. Unbelievably better. Not just a little bit better or twice as good. No, way better. Way better. Even just a little bit before when I was born, looks so much better, it's almost hard to believe that it was that good. It does. I was almost in tears. And I'm not someone that cries easily. When I saw what was done, this was about 12 years ago or more. Yeah, at least that long ago. When I really started seeing a lot of the footage and the differences and the waves of these migrants coming on huge boats, and 2014, 2015. So yeah, it was about 12 plus years ago. And also seeing the footage of what was and what was taken and stolen from us and corrupted and destroyed and graffitied over and trashed and pissed on and tickets taken over whole neighborhoods and whole sections of London. I'm not sure if they call them sections or boroughs, but all these parts of a once great city. It hit me. Not just in my feelings. It hit me in my guts. Hit me in my guts. To see that. To see the huge, not just the small boats, the little dinghies, but these huge boats going to ports in Europe, unloading back then. I think it was either 2014 or 2015. Just huge numbers flooding into Europe. And then a lot of them went to France and they crossed into England as well. They didn't just stay on the mainland of Europe. They went where they could get the most money or where they thought they could get. They're just leeches. And then just to see the beautiful, glorious images of what once existed. It made me misty-eyed. It made me sad, sick, pissed off, irate that this was going on. Again, this was around 11, 12 years ago when I really started looking into this topic. It's beyond a topic, though. It's something that affects every European person that has European, of any type, European heritage. There were channels back then that are long gone, removed from YouTube. One of them had an Englishman from London, a man that was working class that worked in London. His name was George. Again, I'm remembering a video from 11 to 12 years ago, somewhere around then. He spoke about his father being named George and his grandfather. He said he's not racist. He kept saying it in the video. I'm not racist. I don't hate anyone. My country's being taken over. The city of London's being taken over. One of the only white businesses left in his area that he was running a business that had been in their family for generations. Generations of Englishmen named George. He even mentioned how popular certain names used to be in England. The video was very touching. I shared it many times back then on Facebook and other social media with whoever I could. I was sharing videos like that with friends or online friends, trying to quote unquote wake them up 11 or 12 years ago. Do you think it was getting through to them? I don't think they know any more today than they knew 11, 12 years ago. It's like it makes no impact. But I still remember that video because it was very touching. I didn't see his face. I don't remember recalling seeing his face. Just his voice narrating and showing. It was very well put together, the video showing images of London, the River Thames, various areas of London. He even mentioned the eels, how that used to be popular, jellied eels and things like that. And he called it London Town. And just the expressions used, and just, it was beautifully done. And it was emotionally stirring. And he came across as an honest man. That didn't want to be hated and vilified in his own country. He didn't want his own city to be taken from him, where his family had been for generations. Not only been there, but generations of men named George. And now what's one of the most popular names in England? Muhammad. That's a crime. I've never lived in England, but that was making me emotional 10, 11, 12 years ago when I saw that. And when it was still up on YouTube, I bet I watched that a handful of times, and I shared it more than a handful of times with people. I probably shared that video 12, 15, maybe 20 times. I was trying to get people to watch that because it was very powerful and truthful, very honest and sincere. George is a fantastic name. That video was a video that hit me so hard back then that I remember it all these years later. It makes me emotional to see what's being taken away from good beings that haven't harmed anyone. Thank you, Wendy. That's perfect. I want England to be a place, all of the UK and all of Europe, to be a place where men like that, men, women, children, can live without being terrorized by foreigners, by invaders, without being blamed, shamed, attacked, demonized, overrun in their neighborhoods, in their cities, London is supposed to be an English city. England is for the English. Germany is for the Germans. France is for the French. And it's terrible to see what has gone on. It really is. It's beyond words. There was a channel on YouTube back then. I'm trying to think of the name of it. I think it was called Iconoclast. I think it was one word and it was just, or maybe The Iconoclast. The Iconoclast. I wonder if that was it. I'm not good with remembering titles sometimes and names. I'm not perfect. My memory's not perfect. It was 10 to 12 years ago. But it was taken down off YouTube. He had a video that I shared on social media back then many times, talking about slavery and the British legally abolishing. Some people don't know what that means. They'll say, there's still slavery today. I know, but the British legally abolished slavery. Some people get confused. What I'm saying is true. William Wilberforce, what a great name, was part of that push to end, to legally abolish slavery, and to fight it with money, with blood and fortune of British men and people. By men, I mean the British Navy went around fighting pirate ships. The Navy ships were fighting the slave ships, the pirate and slave ships, the slave trader ships, fighting them for years. Britain went into debt fighting to end slavery. And I learned a lot of history in a video. I don't know if the video was 30 minutes or an hour, but it wasn't just a few minutes. It was an excellent video talking about who was the first to legally abolish slavery and why we should be proud as white people, as European people, and him as a British man. He was from somewhere in England, the guy that ran that channel. That was one of my favorite videos that year, back then. I shared that video with as many friends that I could reach, as many people as I could, to inform them. Of the truth that everyone should know. You should understand how proud we should be. That would be wonderful. If people understood and said, yeah, we should be proud. We've done the most for other people. We legally abolished slavery. We've treated darkies and immigrants and foreigners better than they're treated in their own countries. White people treat others the best overall in the world. I'm going to say that again. I hope this sinks in. There's lurkers here watching going, oh, he's evil, and these liberal little demons. White people treat others the best out of the entire world. There's no comparison. There's no contest. Nobody treats others as good as white people treat others in this realm. No one. In fact, it's not even close. It's not even close. Okay? It's not even close. What other people allow others to come in their country illegally? I'm not saying that's a good thing. I'm against that. But think about it. White people are so altruistic. We feed them. We house them. We give them welfare. We give and give and give, and then we're hated. And they call us white devils, and they hate white people. No one in this realm is even comparable at all. It's not even close to how much white people help non-whites from India, from Africa, from shithole third world countries. Japanese don't do that with foreigners. Chinese don't do that. Africans don't do that. Who helps the most in this realm? It's obvious. It's so goddamn obvious that there's something really wrong with most people if they can't see that. There's white people that open up their homes and get murdered by these third worlders. White people are too generous, too open to helping everyone. They're suicidally empathetic and altruistic. We're too good to others. Too kind, too open, too generous, too trusting, too giving. I'm not kidding about that. It's unfortunate. I'm speaking about white people as a people overall. Not one or two or, oh, this one. I know this one doesn't give. No, I mean overall white people in general. European people, too trusting, too giving to the foreigners that hate us, to non-whites. That's what I mean. They hate us. And look at the way we treat beings that hate us. Fuck. It's mind-bending, actually. It's almost unbelievable. The way that in general white people treat non-whites so well compared to the rest of the world. It's no comparison. There's nowhere on earth that would treat the Tiggas the way we do. Nowhere. Nowhere. How do they get treated if they try to move to Russia? How do they get treated if they try to move to Japan? You know, the Japanese put up signs with darkies and put up no breakdancing for their subways and trains, and they make them look like darkies with afros. They're openly showing, we know who it is. We know who the troublemakers are. They don't want them there. They don't want darkies from Africa moving to Japan. They don't want them in Russia. They don't want them in South Korea or North Korea. They don't want them in China. They openly point at them in India and Pakistan. There's darkies that do travel videos, vlogs, whatever you want to call it, where they travel to Pakistan or shithole India. Both are shitholes. Lahore, Pakistan, or what would be called New Delhi, Smelly Delhi, India, Smelly Delhi, India, or Mumbai, cow pie, Mumbai slums, where they don't like Africans. They don't like darkies. They don't like black Americans going there. They'll look at you like, they'll openly treat them differently. It never happens here. We welcome these third world losers with open arms. That's a flaw of ours. In some sense, it can be a strength to be caring, compassionate, empathetic, but not to the point that Europeans have gone. We've gone way too far with it, to the point it's destroying us. It's destroying our countries, and it's destroying us as European people. It's destroying us. It's killing us. And it's allowing innocent women, children, and even men. I know that's usually forgotten, but men get murdered too. Quite often, men are assaulted more in public, at least. But women are more likely usually to get kidnapped or raped. But in terms of getting molested, boys and girls are getting molested by these creatures. Regardless of the stats, it's harming all of us. No matter what your age, gender, or as it used to be known, sex. But people hear the word sex and they go, oh, they get the wrong idea. It used to be two sexes, male and female. We never even used to say gender. We'd have to fill out a form for going to the getting a new doctor or a government form. It'd be check off the M or the F, male or female, two sexes. That's what it was. Anyway, we're too kind. We're too trusting. We're too generous. We're too caring, empathetic, compassionate, altruistic. We give and give and give to these creatures that hate us. Creatures. We care too much. By we, I mean as a people. That's what I'm speaking about. We care too much. To the point that it's harming us already, and it threatens us, our existence. This life sucks. I don't. This Joshua S. John creature. Well, let's see what he has in his video.
Woo! I always get so emotionally, physically, mentally drained from doing live streams. And it's nothing to do with necessarily the people on there. It's just it takes a toll on me and I have to recover for the rest of the day. But I do enjoy doing them. And
this is his attempt at the beginning with his woo to try to have a personality and not be so goddamn dull and humorless and boring. He's trying to show personality here. He's really trying. And he is a loser. He's a real loser. He's a real creepy creature. He's a real creepy boy. He's a creepy creature. Creepy creature. And he's a thief. I'm going to show you on the screen, and then I'm going to take a break for a moment. This is a screenshot from his thumbnail image that he uses for the whole video. Why is he using the recycling symbol on t-shirts? Did he come up with that to relate it to these topics? Is his the channel that's famous for using the recycling symbol in memes? And is he the one that's... Where do you think he got that from? Is he a thief? Is he a copycat? Why would he put that? This is what they do. A damn firecracker. That's the most personality this creature could even muster. He's just terrible. This weird gingy Joshi. What a freak. The last time he did a live, or the live that I saw him doing a while ago when I was around when he was live, I said, hey, psycho. I call these creatures what they are. I'll either say, hey, bitch, or hey, psycho, or something like that when I get on their shit streams.
hearing what everyone has to say, you know, even if I disagree or agree somewhat or agree fully. It's mostly to give people who don't really have a platform to talk about things to come on and tell us what they think, how they feel, what they believe. And of course, you're going to get people who disagree. That's fine. I don't really like debating people, but if they come on and seems appropriate, then, I guess we can do that. But in my everyday life, I don't like arguing with people or debating what they think, because it is really a fruitless endeavor, because people believe and think exactly what they're going to believe and think, and nothing that you really are going to do, nothing that you are doing or saying is going to change someone's beliefs unless they came to those beliefs themselves, unless they wanted to know for themselves and explore other ideas of what could be possible or what is actually going on. Then maybe, they would come to your way of thinking on their own. So all in all, it is a fruitless endeavor, but it did make for some good conversation. And, I don't have any ill will or hard feelings about all of that. For me personally, though, I do get personally passionate about the things that I have come to know and what I see this world, how it operates and what it does to every sentient feeling being that is forced into it. That gets me really passionate, because I know it's wrong to put us and other things like animals, plants, everything into that vicious, rigged cycle of the fight for survival.
Oh yeah, this guy gets so passionate. Can't you tell by the way he speaks that he's so passionate? By the way this guy drones on for hours in his videos, he's so passionate. I'm gonna have to speed him up. I always forget to speed up this guy. I'll try 1.25. If that isn't fast enough, I'll go to 1.5 speed. He just drones on. He has no passion. To call himself passionate, it's just, what are you talking about?
And all the different ways that comes into play here. I find that utterly disgusting, sick, and vile. And I used to not think that growing up. I knew something wasn't right, something was wrong here, but I didn't grasp the full picture of all of that until I allowed myself to expand and see, honestly, without any justifications or defenses, for all the abuses of life that happen constantly daily. And that doesn't mean that me personally or you personally can't enjoy parts of it, can't try to find some kind of peace or love through it. You don't have to be constantly miserable or constantly thinking on these things. If you need some relief and you don't need to think about these things, go get your relief. Go cope with this or that. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't think of myself as better than someone else who has a different opinion or who has a different outlook on life. I just see them as, okay, that's your outlook, that's your journey. We just disagree on the objective reality of it all. But I don't wish you any ill will. I don't wish you to suffer. I don't wish you to get gang.
1.3 thousand, 1,300 views, 89 likes on this garbage. This shows me so much about this realm. People are gobbling up shit, 65 comments. And I know the simpletons will say you're just jealous. That's all they can do. They can't recognize that people love this low-level shit that's mostly about your feelings. He'll talk about what people feel, what people believe. He doesn't care about the truth. He doesn't give a shit about the truth. And that's obvious.
up on and beaten down and all that stuff that religious people love to do to people who disagree with them. I don't want you to suffer an eternal hellfire because you believe something differently than me. And Michael made a great point that I also make. It's like, okay, well, you can stay here. You can do what you think is right for you. You can continue.
See how the creepy creatures, they think they're sly. They'll say people want them to suffer here in hell forever just because they have different beliefs. No, it's because of your evil demonic behavior, not because of your beliefs. I don't care what your beliefs are. I don't care. Believe whatever you want. Beliefs are easy. I've said it a million times in my life. Beliefs are easy. You don't require any evidence to hold a belief. You can believe in unicorns and the tooth fairy. You can believe that Bart Simpson on the screen is not just a cartoon character, but he's a real person. You can believe in dinosaurs. You can believe in whatever you want. Beliefs are easy. I don't give a shit about your beliefs. I'm not going to seal anyone in here for their beliefs. It's because of your evil that you like to dodge. You won't mention that. You belong in hell because of your evil, not because of your beliefs.
Continue looping and cycling through the life and death of going nowhere fast. And me, I'm going to see what else is out there. If I can get out of here, if it's possible, then that's what I'm going to do. Because I see this place exactly for how I see it. I feel about this place exactly how I feel about it. And I want nothing to do with it. It's just that simple. And it's hard to come to any real truth of 100% understanding what exactly is going on here. I mean, for me personally, I can see what's going on here in the physical. I can feel what's going on here in my body, in my spirit, and it disgusts me. But how it all works, what's controlling it all, how it came to be, I have my own theories and ideas about that I didn't just make out of thin air. But I've come to those conclusions myself through research. Well, great. I was recording that video and I was talking for probably another 10 minutes and I realized.
Good. You come to those conclusions yourself, you said. Really? You didn't steal them from anyone, right? It looks like a horn is erupting above his eye. Look at that. That's not normal. And that's just a screenshot of him speaking. So how does that happen? I'd love for somebody to take a look at that and try to say, well, it happens because of this, it happens because of that. I'm not kidding about this. I'd love for someone to try to explain it away, and that's what most humans do. They don't try to figure things out. Most of them try to explain or excuse things away. It's a pattern I notice in Hell Realm of what most people do. Most people in Hell Realm try to explain away things like that, or they try to make excuses and excuse it away. And I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be condescending, but I want to be very clear here. Make it crystal clear that that is not normal. But most people in Hell Realm would try to excuse it or explain it away. And I'm repeating that on purpose. I want that to really get through to people. Because I notice weird shit in this realm, and I often share it with people. Okay? But I also know how most beings are. Now, what do I mean by that? Most people are not willing to look at these things in reality and acknowledge that's not normal. Okay? Tongue flicking isn't normal. Snake eyes isn't normal. And horns erupting or looking like they're ready to erupt from a forehead is not normal. Now, I know a lot of humans. I've been around humans long enough in this realm to understand their first instinct is usually denial. Deny, make excuses, try to defend, do mental gymnastics. But take a look. Take a look. Yeah, he won't show his face anymore. He even said in a video, I'm not going to show my face anymore because certain people, he said something like that. I don't know if he called it people, but he meant me. Let's put it that way. He meant me. He meant me. So he even has the snake eyes in the same horns erupting from the forehead. That's not just a weird shadow on there. That's very bizarre what is on his forehead. And all I did was take a screenshot for you. None of this is normal. I agree, Wendy. And my Mirage agrees as well. But you know, there's very few that do agree. Weird skin creases. I agree with you there as well. That's another part. And look at the shape. It almost looks like Baphomet. Okay? Baphomet. It's like a Baphomet shaped above the nose. It's very weird. Very evil. This is not normal, okay? If I were walking down the street or in the forest and walked upon someone like this, I'd recognize it in person. This isn't normal. This is not normal at all. This looks like a horror movie. And the lurkers will never admit that because they're more like this creature. They defend evil. They'll say, oh, you're mean. You're a bully. You're mean. You're bullying him. They'll make up all kinds of shit. That's what people do. Unfortunately, we're in a realm of liars and demons and defenders of demons. That's what this realm is. This is a realm of liars and demons and defenders of demons. This is a realm of creepy creatures. Okay? Now, am I saying that, oh, well, if you don't like it, or it doesn't matter if you like hearing it or not, it's true. That's the thing. Whether you like it or not, it's true. And it's observably true. So what do I mean by that? You don't have to trust me saying it. You should be able to see it for yourself. And that's the best part of my channel, or one of the best parts. I show you. Okay? Once again, I show you. I don't just say he's demonic, he's creepy. I show you, and I explain why. He's got the snake eyes. Looks like, as Wendy said, it looks like a sigil, the creases, those deep grooves. Very weird. It looks like Baphomet with horns. That's the shape it looks like. Above the nose. And I'll show you in this one. This one shows more of his forehead. Just give me a second. I took another screenshot. This here. Above the nose, it looks like a Baphomet with two horns going out. The creases, like curved horns. Creepy eyes, of course. And then it looks like a horn's erupting on the forehead. It's so weird. The whole thing is creepy and disturbing. It's just weird. It's beyond weird. It's beyond weird. And that wasn't taken during a live stream. It was just a screenshot of him walking in the woods, where he should be relaxed. You would think he'd be a relaxed, creepy creature, Gingy, taking a stroll in the woods. But this is I'm almost laughing because I don't even know what to say. How much more obvious does it have to get than this? These demonic freaks walk among us. I mean, look at this thing. It's as obvious as it gets. if he looks this evil at 30 something years old or whatever his age is, what is he going to look like when he's not, if he reaches 90? Can you imagine how demonic this thing would look at 95? This thing, I think this thing would give Prince Philip a run for its money, if not look more evil, if it lived that long. It's so creepy. So creepy. Creepy creases. Creepy creases.
Realized my phone stopped recording. And I was like, ah, shit. Well, I guess I'm done. But no, I'm going to keep going. Even though I have somewhere to be soon, I'm going to keep going because I find what I was saying important to at least me. And what I was saying was, it's being in this world and being in this body and being deluded, confused, mind controlled, mind fucked, and traumatized. It's hard to really come to any real truth because it's not allowed here. It's not allowed here. And any truth you may come to about this world and what's going on could only be the limitations that they want you to know. Things could be entirely, vastly different once we're out of here. Kind of like philosopher Newport when he said that, this is just a dream. When you're in the dream, it's scripted. You only come to know what's scripted to come to know. Which, I take that further and say, okay, what that really means is anything you come to know is what this place provided for you. Is you're hitting the limitations of what this place allows. And any further than that is really impossible because of your computer programmed mind and its limitations. Any information you get in here could be only what is allowed for you to know. And you can't know anything other than that. You can keep searching, keep trying to seek and find, but you'll always hit that wall of the artificially imposed limitations of what your consciousness can actually come to know and think and feel, and boom, truth 100%, I got it. You know what I'm saying? But this is where I come in, and I am not going to devalue this character, this human, so to say, this body that I'm not. But its experiences, what it's come to know, is important.
Oh, damn. Phone's ringing. Hello? 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 Speak up. I can barely hear you. Turn up your volume. Yeah, I have you on speaker. Oh, you're a creepy creature on speaker. You're a creepy tweaker on speaker. Oh my goodness. Turn up your volume so everyone can hear you. I'm not evil. I'm not evil. It's your problem. You're judging by my looks. Don't ever judge by looks. I just look this way. I might look creepy and demonic, but I'm a nice guy. Oh, fuck off. Get out of here. Get out of here, you creep. Get out of here. You're not evil? Oh, that's Joshua. What? That's his horns. And here's... I don't know. I think Joshua's going to have this creature beat when he gets older. I think he's going to look more evil than this thing. God damn.
Because this thing is the only thing in this realm that is experiencing, that is going through this. And once I'm out of here, if things change and things are, oh, wow, I understand. It all makes sense. Whew, man. Yep. I totally justify it all now. No, because the one that's actually experiencing it hates it. It's disgusting. It's vile. It's come to find out for itself that it wants nothing to do with it. So why would I, as a higher spiritual intelligence, gaslight and blame
A higher spiritual intelligence? Wow.
it? Oh, you're just, once you're out of here, you'll know and it'll be fine. No, it's a completely different being now. Maybe not spiritually, but...
Hey, Joshua, I know you don't want anyone seeing what you look like, but why don't you try to explain this screenshot? Do you have any explanation for your obvious snake eyes here? I mean, it doesn't get more obvious than this. This is one of the best examples of snake eyes of a screenshot that I've taken in years of anyone on YouTube. This is a classic Snake Eyes. Do you care to explain this, Joshua? How about you explain this away in a video, Joshua? How come you have snake eyes like this? Why? What's going on? How about you try to explain that away? Make up some excuses for that, creep. Creepy creature.
It doesn't have the experience and the limitations and the sufferings of being in here. And I cannot overwrite that. I cannot deny that. I cannot take that away from the one that's actually experiencing it. So for me, I know that I'm going to do whatever I can to not come back here. I'm not going to justify any of it. I'm not going to defend any of it. I'm not going to say, oh, maybe I just don't see the bigger picture here. No. Whatever the bigger picture is, whatever your theory is, whatever you have come to think and know, just know that that's on you. Do whatever you want to do whatever you need to do. But for me, no one is going to change my conscious observable reality. And I'm not going to force that on anyone else either, because it's fruitless. All it does is bring strife and arguments and more suffering and personal insults and attacks, and no one really wants that, unless they get fuel from it, because you have people who love doing that. But really, I don't like doing that. Do I do that? Of course I do. But I don't want to, and I try not to. But in the heat of the moment, when things are going on, it's easy to fall into those programs. It's easy to be run and controlled by the human scripts of emotional and traumatic responses in the face of, hey, I have to defend myself, so I have to attack. You know what I'm saying? I don't really like doing that. And that brings in self-reflection of, after it happens, I'm like, oh man, why did I get so triggered? I don't want to be like that. But it also comes into play, well, I'm really passionate about things. So of course it's gonna burst out, and I'm gonna, may do and say things that later on I'm like, oh man, I got too emotionally involved with that. It's hard to have, a pleasant, rational, hey, let's, we're easy going, we're just talking about things we're passionate about, but let's keep it easy. That's hard to do when you're passionate about things. Well, I gotta go now, but I'm gonna try to keep recording when I get back, because I find it important too, for me at least. All right, I'm back from my daily quest missions of this life. I had to help my mom take her car in again because she got hit by someone else. That's part of her life script. If you remember the last story I told, well, she got hit yet again in her own patient's driveway. So it's a funny little life script keeps happening to her. But during that, it made me grateful in a way that I do have somebody to relate to in my own personal life. And having someone that cares about me, cares about how I think and how I feel, and wants to understand those things, actually does mean a lot. And because I've had that through all her own shortcomings, through all her own bad decisions, through it all, she's been there for me to love and support me the best way she can. And that's one of the main reasons why I don't have this hatred or this disdain.
Hold on, everyone. I'll replay that if the audio cuts out. Just a minute. All right, sorry about that. I wonder if he lives with his mom. I don't know. He might live with his mommy. Joshua S. John, that creepy Gingy, might be living with his mommy. That's a good point. I took Wendy's suggestion. I fixed the color a little bit on this. I made it a little bit easier to see. The skin tone is what I mean, because it was really red. But Joshua S. John, snake eyes, and I put a snake there with the slit to demonstrate. Take a look. Snake eyes.
Means through all her own bad decisions, through it all, and having someone that cares about me, cares about how I think and how I feel, by someone else. That's part of her life script. All right, I'm back. I'm back for my daily quest missions of this life. I had to help my mom take her car in again because she got hit by someone else. That's part of her life script. If you remember the last story I told, well, she got hit yet again in her own patient's driveway. So it's a funny little life script that keeps happening to her. But, during that, it made me grateful in a way that I do have somebody to relate to in my own personal life. And having someone that cares about me, cares about how I think and how I feel, and wants to understand those things actually does mean a lot. And because I've had that through all her own shortcomings, through all her own bad decisions, through it all, she's been there for me to love and support me the best way she can. And that's one of the main reasons why I don't have this hatred or this disdain for the opposite sex. Because I've had a good role model to show me that women are also part of this fucking Matrix game, and they want us all at each other's throats. And we each have our own level of understanding. And yeah, lots of people are under indoctrination and programming of their biological meat suit. But underneath it all, there is something that is beyond this place.
Oh, he's so good for not having hatred or disdain for women. Oh, you're such a good fake heterosexual man. He claims that he's heterosexual. Come on, give me a break.
We can connect to and understand through the heart, which isn't the organ of your body, but through what's actually good, so-called good, that is a pale reflection here.
Why did he say which isn't the organ of your body? Because he's copying from my channel. That's why. Because I say your heart's staying with you. Your heart's not going with you. Your heart's an organ. It's not part of your spirit. So this creep tries to call it something else, as they always do.
People are under indoctrination and programming of their biological meat suit. But underneath it all, there is something that is beyond this place that we can connect to and understand through the heart, which isn't the organ of your body, but through what's actually good, so-called good, that is a pale reflection here. And I'm grateful, not that she's here, but I'm grateful that she has shown me love and compassion and understanding. And that's been very valuable to me. So I also find that valuable to give other people. Even if we disagree, even if you have a different opinion or this or that, even though we look different, even though our biological meat suits are programmed in different ways, underneath it all, I see that is actually helpful and valuable while in this place. I don't hate my...
Oh, you've really shown other people love and understanding, not towards me or anyone on my channel. Isn't that interesting? In fact, you falsely accused me, your very first comment on my channel, years ago, almost 4 years ago. Your very first comment, Joshua, on my channel, before I knew you at all or knew you had a channel, your comment was falsely accusing me of harassing people, and I think you said I attack people, quote unquote attack. You falsely accused me of crimes, you piece of shit.
My parents. I can see the scam, the rigged game that they were forced under in the delusion of the human experience. Do I hate the fact that I'm here? Yeah. Do I hate the fact that they brought me here? Yeah. Do I hate them? No, because I know it wasn't maliciously.
He's so dumb, he thinks his parents brought him here. Maybe he thinks the stork brought him here. What an infantile view. He thinks that his parents brought him here just because they had sex. He thinks that they had sex and magically it pulled him out of the universe. He's a retard. He's an absolute moron. You're stupid, Joshua. You're stupid. He thinks his parents brought him here. He thinks that's how it works.
Do I hate the fact that I'm here? Yeah. Do I hate the fact that they brought me here? Yeah. Do I hate them? No, because I know it wasn't maliciously. It wasn't done. Yeah. Yeah. In the delusion of the human experience. Do I hate the fact that I'm here? Yeah. Do I hate the fact that they brought me here? Yeah. Do I hate them? No, because I know it wasn't maliciously. It wasn't done under malicious intent. It wasn't, oh, we know this is some kind of hell suffering pit. We know that for certain. We're not full of these delusions of life. And I want to bring something else here so that I can make it suffer and go through all the suffering I did. I know that's not what was going on when they brought me here. So I can see that having kids is wrong. I'm at a level of understanding and awareness why it's wrong. But I also am at the level of awareness that most people don't see things that way because they are blinded by this world. They are blinded by this world to do and behave and act just as this world wants them to. That's why when I see other people in my everyday life who don't believe what I believe, have different ways of thinking and understanding, who may be totally lost in the matrix, so to say, I don't hate them. If you're an evil, malicious, vile, disgusting creature who loves suffering.
In my view, this Joshua creature was already in a waiting area, a level of this matrix, inside the matrix, before he was put into his mother's womb. I hope that makes sense to people. His parents having sex didn't take him from a universe of freedom light years outside of this matrix and pull him in here instantly. They didn't bring him into this place. In other words, I hope people realize that. I want people to realize that. And that should also help people that have children to say, oh, I understand now. It's not my fault. It's the fault of the evil matrix how this place is, not the fault that you have children. Don't blame or guilt yourself. They were coming here anyway. They were already halfway here, in a sense. They were in a waiting area inside of this matrix on a different level than what we're at here. But they were here, in here. They'd already been caught, trapped, tricked, whatever way you want to put it. They were in here. They were coming in here anyhow. If you didn't give birth to them, they were going to be born here somewhere else. And maybe to parents that were abusive. There's a lot of those in this realm. So I think, yet again, Joshua is wrong. And I want to point that out. For people that insist that we're all saying the same things, we're not. There's huge differences between what I say and what Joshua says and the other creepy creatures on YouTube that I disagree with. It isn't beef. It's disagreement. And it's valid disagreement. Because he's a simpleton. He thinks his parents had sex and he was magically brought here by his parents, which takes the matrix off the hook. It's a ridiculous view of looking at this place. It takes evil off the hook and blames his parents, saying they brought him here, but I don't blame them. I don't hate them for bringing me here. Did they really bring you here, though? I don't think they did. I think you were already in the matrix and you were coming into a body. If your parents had you or didn't have you, someone else. Yes, incoming anyway. He was in a staging area, a waiting area, just like people that have pre-birth memories discuss. You're already in the matrix, Joshua. You just weren't in a baby body yet. But he's too dumb to understand that. He'll never understand. He and his type. Let's go over to really, really graceful, really disgraceful. Hi, Internet friends. Hi, Internet friends. I've got a great big channel, y'all. I've made a lot of money off my channel over the years, y'all. I studied marketing in college, y'all. I wanted to know how to market to you, y'all. You can trust me. Look at my eyes.
Hey, Internet friends.
Hey, Internet friends.
Hey, Internet friends. Grace here. Hey, Internet friends. Grace here. I wanted to talk about Hey, internet friends, Grace here.
Yeah, that's perfectly normal. In the first 2 or 3 seconds. Wow, that's great.
I wanted to talk about how my hometown of Cartersville, Georgia has not one, not two, but 5 to 6 proposed data centers for the area. They've already broken ground on 2 of these data centers, and they're saying that Georgia is leading the nation in data centers. And for what? We're told that we're getting all these data centers because, you know, they need to be competitive. The US needs to be competitive with China, but they're all bought under these ghost companies, these LLCs. So we can't even tell who is building these things. It could be other countries. Did you ever think of that? They're trying to, you know, establish.
I never thought of that. Can you put your face closer into the camera, please? Can you fill the screen with your face more, please? Please.
Themselves in our small rural town.
Isn't she lovely? Don't you just love it? I love people that get duped. 400,000 subscribers on her channel, and almost none of them have even taken a look at her eyes. Look at the eyes. Look at the eyes on this one. Look at the eyes. I'm convinced most people in this realm want to follow demons. They love it. You'll pay them. Most people will pay them until they have no money left and they have no chance of getting out of the recycling system because all they did was pay demons to dupe them. How'd you get so many hundreds of thousands of subs, Grace? I exposed her long ago, years ago. But people love to follow. I'm going to show you her eyes close up. It's very interesting. So the pupil to our left, the left side of the screen for me, is a triangle. And the pupil on the right started to look like a cube, and then it morphed into that, whatever shape that is. It's a very odd shape. It's like partway towards becoming snake eyes. It's fascinating. It just is. And there's a deadness to her eyes as well, as there are with most in this realm at this point. And I'm one of the only ones pointing out these things. You'll almost never see her top teeth, just the bottom. Very strange mouth. Strange voice as well. She's something.
And the appeal of Cartersville and Bartow County in particular is its proximity to Plant Bowen and the abundance of farmland, and also its availability of fresh water from the Etowah. Cartersville was originally home to the Cherokee Nation, and it became this little town along the railway before the Civil War, and Sherman came through and burned the surrounding areas, but Cartersville built back up. Cartersville is home to the mysterious Etowah Indian mounds, which everyone on YouTube thinks were built by the Nephilim. And it's just one of those quintessential southern towns where it's football on Friday nights, it's small town gossip, it's, you know, it's not data centers and battery plants. I've not heard not one resident of Bartow County just be like, you know what I want next door to me is actually another data center.
You have to convince your community how great these things. You can't fight it. You have to go with it. And you're going to have all that protection, and we're giving you automatic protection, but you're going to make a tremendous amount of money. You're going to reduce taxes, and you're going to have something that if you don't have it, everybody else wants it.
The buy-up of farmland must have occurred during our post-COVID haze, because I can't imagine this taking place now and nobody raising a stink about it. And I keep seeing where other towns are voting to put a hold on building these data centers, and I think that's so good, because here in Cartersville, they're basically hitting the ground running. So, you know, all these regulations and all these studies and all the stuff that's going to come out about data centers.
So I call them data centers. She calls them data centers. But she's only talking about them now because they're right in her town. They're right there. Just like Matt McKinley. Never mention them until it's close to you. When it hits home, then it's a problem, right? Just like everything else. She would deny up and down. I'd bet money on this, large sums of money, that she would deny that this is a hell realm. She'd say God is good because it hasn't hit her. She doesn't care if millions suffer every day in this realm. It hasn't hit her. She's well dressed. She has money. She has food. She's well fed. Look how chubby her cheeks are. She's a chubby chick. She's not going hungry. She would deny up and down to my face and on YouTube, if I could coax her to come on live with me, that this is a hell realm. Because her life's okay. And this is the shit people want to follow. She's talking about quote unquote data centers, because there's building one after another in her little town where she lives. She doesn't like that. If they built 10,000 across America that weren't within miles of her, she wouldn't even mention it. Doesn't give a shit.
And how harmful they are to the environment, to the people around it, to, you know, the fresh water use.
It's going to affect you. That's why you care. The fresh water use. Look at the eyes. God damn. This is a real creepy creature. I pointed out this one years ago. She came over to my channel and said, "Do you want to know how I got so many subs?" And I said, "Yes, I do." I responded. She posted a comment, on a video that I made exposing her. And I said, "Yes, I do want to know. Talk to me." She never responded. It's a big secret how she gets hundreds of thousands of subs for talking about low-level shit. Shit that even normies notice, like data centers. Even normies in her little small town in Georgia notice. Fuck's sakes. People put her on a pedestal. She's so great. She's helping us. Is she really helping you? Does she tell you what this realm is and explain this place? She's a God believer. She's going to help all of her fans get recycled. And I can't tell you how bad this place is going to get. Your next lifetime, the one after that, the one after that. If you get recycled, it's going to be a spiral of getting recycled here.
The strain on the power grid, they're just trying to get these things put up before.
They're just trying to get these things. She's trying to put on a southern accent. It's just, what a grifter. I don't think she has a job. I think this is her whole living. YouTube, monetized, money through YouTube.
We can ever really see the negative effects of them. It's going to be too late. It's going to be too late by the time we're affected by it. It's too late. And I just wanted to come on here and say that you need to be a hater in real life.
Thanks, Grace, for telling us about these things. Really disgraceful. I nicknamed her 3 or 4 years ago. She's not new to me, but no one can see through it. Hundreds of thousands still follow her. I make videos exposing creatures and people just follow them more. You humans, show me what you want. Most of you want demons.
Life, not just online, in order for your small town, your farmland around you, not to get gobbled up by the New World Order.
Yeah, you don't want that. You don't want it to get gobbled up. Really disgraceful. Her views are down, though. Only 14,000 views, and she has over 400,000 subs. What's going on? She's lovely, though. She cares about herself and her family. That's about it. Now she'll say, "Oh, I care about yours," and she's trying to warn people about the New World Order.
Hey internet friends, come with me today to just spend a summer day out here slow living on our hobby homestead where I'm a stay-at-home mom and I homeschool my child. So
She's a stay-at-home mom. She's got a hobby homestead. The only thing that really bothers her life is these data centers that are close to her. Now all of a sudden she's talking about these data centers. They're encroaching on her little bubble of freedom, or what she believes is freedom. You're in a hell realm, lady. Praise God more.
she doesn't have to go to government public school. We just cook every meal over here because, well, most of them, because every restaurant, nearly every restaurant, is just reheated Cisco food. So yeah, come with me for a slow living day out here in North Georgia. And holy yapsesh, we got to get this done before the low home of encroaching data centers just, and holy yapsesh, and holy yapsesh, and holy yapsesh, we got to get this done before the low home of encroaching data centers just, deafens.
So she had the idea years ago. They have a hobby farm homestead where they have chickens, they have land, they grow food, all the things that people that believe themselves to be truthers, preppers, homesteaders, to defeat the new world order. You have to buy land and grow your food. This was a big push 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago, for the past 20 years or so, at least, if not longer. And they thought, as I've said, I laughed and said, there's nowhere to run in Hell Realm. You can't run away from where you are. You can buy land. They're going to build a data center near you. They can spray you from above. They can take your land. They can move in with tanks like at Waco. They can do whatever the fuck they want. There's nowhere to run and hide. You're in a hell realm. These creatures laughed at me. Lots of preppers and homesteaders laughed at me and said that they're fine. There's nowhere to run and hide. You could be a billionaire and buy an island. You can't run and hide. You're in a hell realm, no matter what land you have. Get used to it. They don't want to face it. They want to think that they've escaped by living this way. You can live off the grid, homestead, or grow your own food. You're not getting away. You're still in hell realm. They don't get it. And they've misled millions this way, saying this is what you got to do. They could build a data center across the fucking street from her or beside her. They could buy the neighbor's land. And it could be within a distance of, you could throw a tennis ball and hit the wall and hear it all day and all night. There's nowhere to run and hide here. And this is what most people want to do. They don't want to face the truth of what the realm is. And I'm one of the only channels, if not the only channel, that says it like it is and tells you where the fuck you are. And most of you want to do this. Well, you just get recycled. You'll have temporary little bubble where thinking, I got these chickens and I'm not affected. She's trying to live in a bubble. You're going to get recycled with her.
Two little girls. Mom, are these supposed to be
They're red grapes.
little girls?
By the way, I don't mind people having homesteads, growing their food. I just don't see it as a solution, which is what they pushed for years. They thought they were way too clever, and they mocked and laughed at people like me, beings like me. And now the data centers are moving in. I knew it'd be something. There's nowhere to go here. You have to face what this place is. A lot of you want to run from the truth rather than ending this hell realm. She doesn't have a solution. She thought she did. She thinks she's smart. Oh, my child's not in government schools. Well, what are you going to do when you can't sell your land because the noise is so bad from data centers that your land becomes worthless? You can't stand the sound, but no one wants to buy it that lives outside of that area to move in and go, I don't want to live here. What's that sound? your land could become worthless overnight. There's lots they can do to you because you're in a hell realm, lady. You don't control this place.
A bee's helping us. It said I can get him pollen.
They'll find another reason to go to church, to pray, to praise God, to give money to church. That's what stupid people do in small towns and in cities. Go ahead. So look at, I know what she's pushing. Garden, harvest, homeschool. She'll just say, I'm doing all the right things. Well, you can't change where you are. You can't change where you are. And a lot of them won't face where they are. They'll be so-called truthers for 8, 10, 12 years. You're a beautiful woman and mother. Don't ever change, Gracie. Somebody wrote her comments. A lot of it's just praise and gassing her up. You are so lucky to have your own house and land to grow your own food. That in itself is a blessing. This person said, I've been homesteading for 25 years plus now. I have hundreds of fruit and nut trees, vegetables, herbs, a bunch of beautiful hens, and other ranch animals. Working on my live fish farming project now. That's wonderful. And you're headed right for the recycling bin. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Okay, let's see.
Come over here. There's 2 pumpkins out of 1.
Oh my goodness. That one.
Okay.
And where's the other one?
Here.
Oh, I see it.
Here.
I see it. Wow. You have to wait for the stem to harden up before we can pick it.
Aren't you glad I found it?
I'm so glad. Look, I found another red fig up there. We can't reach it though. Are we getting in this later? Yeah, I'm thinking so. I'm thinking absolutely. Okay. Hey, little sweetie. It's before 8 a.m. and we're beginning our private schooling. Today we're studying U.S. history, and Pennsylvania is the state of the month. My daughter's starting on the craft portion of the lesson. She has these boxes of learning materials and crafts sent to her in the mail once a month, and every time the theme is a different state. And no, not sponsored, paid for it myself, but it's nice because my daughter is about to start kindergarten, and we do the reading and writing and math and everything, but she gets extra excited when she gets a special package in the mail for her. We've done Colorado, New York, and Washington so far.
I'm going to stop sharing that, but I just want to say I'm suspicious of everyone that follows a god when they're in an evil hell realm and won't look at the design of the realm. If this place is full of evil, whether it's data centers, New World Order, whatever, then how good is your creator, this place? Yes, they teach the same stuff. Different room surroundings. Are they really better off? Are people even so much better off that grow their own food? Maybe a little bit better. But are they really, really, really super better off? If they grow all their own food, fruit, vegetables, everything they eat, They have their own hens. They have this. They have whatever. It's nice. It tastes better. It's kind of convenient. I'm saying there are bonuses to it, pluses. But in the end, spiritually is what I mean. Are they really better off? Or if they kind of fooled themselves into a false sense of security, thinking, I've got the Matrix beat. I've got the New World Order beat. Hello, known writer. You must be new. I don't recall seeing you here before. Hello. Does it racially matter what kind of race you're going to be if you're reborn into this realm based on your previous race you were born in? Or is it random by chance? I don't know. I don't know for certain, but I suspect that it isn't just random. I don't think I was ever a darky, for example, and I can't see myself being a darky. First comment is a question. It's interesting, but I don't think I think I will always be spiritually what I am. So racially, I think it does, in a sense, matter. I do think it matters. I think all truth matters, and that would encompass spirit and race. I'll put it this way in the chat. All truth matters, and that truth would encompass spirit and race. So hopefully that answers your question. I gave it a shot. Do I think that I could possibly be wrong, and that somebody that is maybe Chinese could be born as a white person? I'm open to that possibility, but I just don't see it that way. I think race matters. I think spirit matters. I think there are differences, and I think these racial differences are spiritual differences. I think it's tied in with spirit. I don't think that race is just the body or just skin color, as a lot of humans love to say, especially liberals. They view race as just skin color. Well, race is beyond just skin color. It's hundreds and hundreds of differences, biological differences, behavioral differences, IQ differences, differences in criminality, tons of differences. So why would that be? If race was just skin color, why are there so many observable differences? Anyway, the point of my channel is to help people not get recycled. And that doesn't seem to be a big thing, though, with most humans in this realm. I don't think they mind if reincarnation's real, coming back here endlessly. I think most humans feel at home with this place. They seem to like it. And if they were offered a chance to be reincarnated and take another spin, I think most of them would do it. I don't think there's many in this realm that see this place the way that I do. And this realm getting worse won't teach them to see it either. They'll just complain and not see what they're in. That's the key. Seeing where you are and what you're in is key to being able to leave. And most don't want to do that in this place. Glorious, just glorious. This is the level most people are at.
Laughing is true medicine here. You know, they say it's the healthiest thing, it's the best medicine there is. I agree. I love to laugh. I like to joke around. See, I'm the type of guy that likes to have a good sense of humor. I'm the type of guy that likes to try to make people laugh, feel good about themselves, you know, just
He's the type of guy. He's saying, this big nose, he's the type of guy.
have a good time. Somebody's going through something, you know, tough. I like to try and cheer them up somehow. You know, whatever it is I can try and do, I like to try and do. Like when people say, you just made my day, you just made my day less awful. I love when people say that, because it makes me feel good knowing that I'm actually changing people's, you know, moods. You know, it sucks because life sucks so bad. You know, we're always going through something. You know, something's always bothering us, whatever it is, health-wise, job-wise, money-wise, you name it. And then to just do something that makes
So he's saying life sucks so bad.
somebody laugh, that truly brings warmth to my heart. It does. Because just knowing how bad everything is, you know, the shit we go through, and then just to actually make somebody laugh and feel just a little better is, you know, I love to hear that. I really do. One thing that sucks though is when you're in a good mood, like, you know, let's say your day's starting out good, like you're having a good time, you know, you're in a positive spirits, you know, you're feeling good today, let's say, and then something just turns that all upside down. That's the part that sucks. Then there's parts where you're already having a bad day to begin with, and then sometimes something good happens later on, like, you know, somebody will cheer you up or whatever. Well, that's what I'm glad to do, is cheer people up as best as possible. I mean, I don't have a magic wand that I can just make people's problems go away. I'd love to. I love to do that, but I unfortunately can't. But if I did, I'd love to wave it. I really would. We all deserve to be happy. We all deserve to enjoy. And that's the thing. Not everyone.
No, not everyone deserves to be happy. There's a lot of evil demons. Your whole we all is a bunch of shit. It's more shit. You're spewing shit. And that's all you do.
Here can do that because we're all going through problems. Life is full of problems. Health-wise, money-wise, I mean, you know, a lot of reasons. And it breaks my heart that there's so many people in the world suffering. There's so many people in the world going through misery. And, you know, I wish there was something I can do. But unfortunately, I can't. You know, people say, do you have any solutions? I wish I did. You know? All we can really do is just the honest truth.
We, you know, we, you know, we, you know, you know.
Truth is, all we can really do is just try to keep fighting. That's all you really get out of life, is you got to keep fighting. You know, the thing that gets me is, though, people make it sound like it's so easy, or you just got to keep pushing through, man. It's the way life is, which is true. It is the way life is. You beeping that motherfucker. But, you know, I forgot what I was just talking about. That idiot just my train of thought just went down the drain. Yeah, back to what I was saying. Now I remember. You know, people make it sound like it's so easy. That's the part that gets to me. When it's not. It's true when they say it's the way life is. Unfortunately, yes, we were aware of that. I mean, I know I'm aware of that. But it's just, there's so many things that go on in life that it drags somebody's spirit down. You know, and it sucks. That's why it makes me happy when I cheer people up. I love to make people laugh.
I was going to say, don't take a shot for every time he says, you know. But even better, donate to charity. Add up the you knows into dollars. For every time he says, you know, in this video, you'd be giving hundreds and hundreds of dollars away. You know.
Because I want people to feel good. You know, I want people to be happy. I'm not trying to make people miserable. I'm trying to do the opposite. But life itself, unfortunately, you know, I want people to be happy. I'm not trying to make people miserable. I'm trying to do the opposite. But life itself, unfortunately, is...
I told him that he makes people miserable. His content makes people miserable.
But life itself, unfortunately...
His content makes people miserable. His content makes people miserable. That big schnoz makes people miserable. It blocks out the sun.
Is the big culprit of the problem of why we go through such stress and misery and you name it. It's just, there's always something that goes on in our lives. Always something bad's got to happen. Like, for example, your air conditioner could break down, you know, your car could break down, you know, these are all expenses. And, you know, you're already having a bad day, let's say, and then now that's all you needed now was to have your car break down or your air conditioner break down or whatever. You're already going through a bad day in general, and now that just adds more stress to it. You know? There's always something just gotta drag us down. And then there's times when you, like I always love to say, when you're in a manhole, I always like to use this, you know, metaphor. When you're in a manhole and you're climbing up, you know, you're seeing light, you know, you're feeling a little happier, you know, you're feeling cheered up, and all of a sudden something's just got to drag you back down right when you're about to pop up the manhole lid and, you know, climb out and get some actual fresh air. Whoops, back down to the darkness. That's what life does, man. That's literally what life does. And it sucks. But when they say you got to keep pushing through, sadly, it's all we could do. We're here. The only thing we can do is just keep trying to take it day to day. That's our only option. Of course, a lot of people want to self-delete. I don't ever encourage that, you know, but I understand why people choose that route. Totally understand why people choose that route. Because, you know, all this shit is like, what is the sense in all this? Which is true. But it's just, there's really not a lot of options here, unfortunately, you know. The only thing we can do is just try and, how can I put it this? All we can really do is just try to stay, you know, all we can do is just keep fighting. That's it. I'm just gonna be straightly honest. That's all we can really do. That's why a lot of people like to distract themselves. Watching something funny, drinking. I'm not saying to do these things. Well, I'm all for comedy. Watch funny things. Yeah, that I will say. I'm not trying to tell people to do drugs, drink, you know, do what you want to do in that perspective. But, you know, but what I'm trying to say is this is why people do what they do. They try to distract their pain. Because reality's a bitch, man. That's the honest truth. Don't let nobody tell you differently. Reality's a bitch. This whole life is a bitch. That's why we try to think of certain things like this is where it all goes to holidays. It's all just a distraction. We try to forget about reality for a little bit. And I get it. I do. I truly get it. I wish you could forget about it forever.
I almost said a blanket, a tissue the size of a blanket, but I don't think that would be enough for that schnoz. Look at the size of that. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That's a honker. Now, he claimed to be Italian and Greek. They always say Italian, these big honkers. Always. As though that's believable. Hack, 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 hack. That's a beak. That's a toucan. People will say, oh, why do you talk like that? I just want the... You're not going to get that. You're going to get a variety show here for the people that say, I don't like his humor. He's mean. He's a bully. You're going to get a variety show on my live streams. I'm going to do it the way I want, and I'm going to filter out the creatures that have no sense of humor. Here's another big beak. Look at this beak. The powdered douchebag. The powdered degenerate. Look at this. creature. He's got a big beak. And he has the little tiny, beady little eyes. Squirrely eyes with a big beak. You gotta get beyond the physical. What is he talking about their bodies for? That doesn't. Yeah, it does indicate something. It does. All your life, they've tried to get people not to notice anything, not to observe anything. They don't want beings to be observant here. They want you to just not say anything. But how weird these creatures are.
But unfortunately, you can't. Because it always bites you back in the ass. Ow! See what I mean? People like to take walks in the park. People like to be around nature. People like to do all type of things. And what I have to say...
People like to do all type of things. And he's looking all around. He's like a neurotic, paranoid, anxious weirdo that's looking all around. Watch his head. All the head movements of this thing.
About that is, good. If these are things that make you cope better in life, keep doing it. Keep doing it.
Listen to this. It's all about coping with them. They're functioning at such a low level. All these channels, not just him. They just keep saying it's about coping, coping, coping. They never tell you what this realm is. Does he look happy? Does anything about him seem happy? Doesn't to me. He's a miserable creature.
Whatever it is that you do, you feel makes your life easier. You know, it helps you get through life, get you through the days. My suggestion is to keep doing so. Whatever it is. Who cares?
Whatever it is, just keep doing it. Keep doing what you feel like. What a brilliant message. Wow. Just keep, whatever it is, he says. What if it's crack? What if it's smoking crack? Just keep doing it? Is that what you're encouraging? Wow, you're a real genius.
That's what people think about you. You know, don't let people easier. You know, it helps you get through life, get you through the days. My suggestion is to keep doing so. Whatever it is. Who cares what people think about you? You know, don't let people, bash you. And who even cares? Do what makes you happy, like I always like to say. I always say that so many effing times, people. Because it's true. Whatever's going to get you through life, man.
You're such a genius. Just do what makes you happy. Wow, what a profound thinker. Your videos are so valuable. Wow, no wonder you make money off this shit. 246 likes. I'm going to give it the first thumbs down. Most likely the first thumbs down. You got rocks in your head.
That's what, some people like video games, some people like taking walks, this, that, whatever it is, man. That's a solution. That's what I suggest.
He looks in all directions when he's out of his car too. It's just the way that he is. He's a very neurotic creature. Very restless. He's not at peace with himself. But he likes to go on YouTube making money, trying to pretend that he's this, I don't know what he'd call himself. Maybe he'd call himself a life coach. Miserable creature.
I don't know what everyone here likes or doesn't. That's a solution. That's what I suggest. People like video games. Some people like video games. Some people like video games. Some people like taking walks, this, that, whatever it is, man. People like video games. Some people.
I just can't get over the schnoz. I'm sorry, everyone. I just can't do it. I can't get past that schnoz. Look at that thing. My goodness. God damn. That's a beak. He says it doesn't bother him if I make jokes about his nose. Well, so be it. I'll keep going.
People like taking walks, this, that, whatever it is, man. That's a solution. That's what I suggest. I don't know what everyone here likes or doesn't like. We're all different. But whatever someone likes and it makes them feel good, you know, it makes them feel sane, keep doing it. Don't let nobody
Makes them feel sane. And then he says, don't let nobody. His grammar sucks. He's just everything about him is just low IQ. I suppose that's why he has so many viewers.
judge you for it. If it's making you feel good about yourself, that's all that matters. Not anyone else. My motto is, if somebody ever says to you, why do you like doing this certain activity, whatever it is, say, because it makes me happy. I'm not bothering nobody. I'm doing my own thing. And it gets me through life. Whatever they say from there, so be it. If they say, oh, all right, cool, fine. If not, well, fine anyway. You know, because whatever it is that, you know, makes you happy, that's what we should be doing. Well, you know, something that helps us cope.
What about the beings that it makes them happy to torture other people? Do you encourage that? Whatever makes them happy. You're such a simpleton. You just are. Look at this thing. Oh my goodness. Keep turning your head to the side. This is how amusing. How amusing. Honk, 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 honk.
You know, I wish there was more I could say. I really do. But it's a hard life out there. You know, it's a real hard, it's a real shit life. And when you don't have support, it's bad. It sucks. Because what do? It's all upon you. And that's how it almost is as it is. You know, it's always upon you. At the end of the day, it's your life. You make the decisions at the end of the day. I mean, people could tell you do this, people could tell you to do that. But at the end of the day, it's really up to you to do what you want to do. A lot of people tell you bullshit. Do this, do that. Meanwhile, it's not beneficial for you. What you want to do gets...
Why is he making videos in his car? Maybe he should just live in his car like some of these other YouTubers. Justin, you should live in your car like Creepy Keith. Let's see. Creepy Keith, a case study in demons, psychopathy, narcissism, obsessive behaviors. Creepy Keith. Hello. Watch this. Study this creature named Keith. Watch how violent he is, obsessed, delusional. He's a demon.
Went and got my hair did. Got my hair did. Cut about 5 inches off. It's just too much. What do I want to do to entertain myself while I'm waiting to see if anyone... There's 8 of you staring at me. Join. Have a conversation. Add to the stage.
What's up, bitch?
Why would you interfere on what I'm doing? I don't bother you. I don't fuck with you. I don't think about you. I don't engage with you. I'm like a fucking parasite. And if it was real life, you know how it would go, you fucking maggot. Jesus fucking Christ. Fake accounts. You wonder how many views the guy gets? I'll bet you he uses fake accounts. He's over on fucking BitChute using fake accounts to downvote my shit. It's crazy. I get like 40 fucking downvotes. This fucking guy has nothing to do. His life has no meaning. He doesn't even get out of the house much. It's fucking pathetic. Like I've never met this piece of shit in real life. I've never had a dialogue with him other than one time I tried to join one of his lives. I don't go out of my way to fuck with the guy. I do me. I stay in my own fucking lane. And if I fucking mention something in one of my fucking videos or monologues, that's me. And this fucking parasite. And
how many times is he going to curse and say fucking this, fucking that? How triggered is he? I just said a couple words. I said 3 words, actually. I said, what's up, bitch? That's it. This guy goes rambling for hours. He's triggered. All I said was, what's up, bitch? And laughed. And he's triggered. He'll just go on for hours, this miserable, angry demon. I can get under their skin so easily. It's no challenge. I barely have to say anything to them. And they'll just be angry for hours. It took his whole live stream. He said nothing other than about me. He just rambled on. That's all he did. I don't even have to be on his stream to take over. I own your mind, Creepy Keith. I don't just live rent-free in your head. I own your mind. I own your mind. You're under mind control and my control. I control you. You're just a puppet. I can control your thoughts, your emotions, all of it. I can get you to do whatever I want. You can't control yourself.
I'm like openly saying, Steve Killeen, the sanity machine, that piece of fucking filth, has been trolling people like a madman on this platform. What the fuck is wrong with you assholes at YouTube that you allow this filthy maggot?
He's not for free speech. He's for censorship. He's for tyranny. He's such a creep. Look at this thing. Look how demonic it looks. It looks so demonic because it is demonic. Look at the eyes. They go like Talcott's. Look at the rage of that thing. Just for me saying a few words. He can't take it. He had to kick me. He couldn't have a conversation and say, why are you here? Or, hey, King Stephen, what's up? What are you doing here? He couldn't do it. He had to kick me and fly off into a rage. He can't control himself. Creepy Keith, you can't control yourself. You're such a creepy creature. Have some self-control, but you can't. You can't do it. Look how angry he is.
Parasite. And I'm like openly saying, Steve Killeen, the sanity machine, that piece of fucking filth, has been trolling people like a madman on this platform. What the fuck is wrong with you assholes at YouTube that you allow this filthy maggot to do what he does? What fucking world do I live in where this fucking psychotic, schizophrenic...
See, he's lying and slandering. Allow me. I rule YouTube. They love me, Keith. They keep getting rid of your accounts, but they love me. They love me. I pay them money. They love money at YouTube. They love money. They love shekels. I pay them, and I can say whatever I want. Look at this creature. Look at him. Look at him. I love it. I'm going to cause you so much rage. You're going to be seething one day. Your heart's going to explode. Or you're going to have an aneurysm. And when you do, you're going to get recycled. You belong here. You belong here. You angry, violent, psychotic demon. You should have never messed with me and threatened me. I don't forget. I told you. I don't forget. I don't forgive. I'll tease you for eternity. I don't care about you. I know what you are. You showed me what you are.
Fucking every aspect of the cluster V spectrum you could possibly fucking witness.
That's
in
you.
Chaos, doing cartwheels for you.
That's you.
And these fucking maggots let this filthy motherfucker do what he does. How fucking dare you, Stephen Killeen, you fucking Canadian piece of filthy shit trash? For years now, the obviousness of the meaninglessness of your fucking life has been on display as you live your pathetic, meaningless use.
I'm dual citizen. How dare you call me a Canadian? And what would that be relevant for anyway? It's irrelevant. What country someone is from or lives in or used to live in. Irrelevant. You're such an angry douchebag demon. Look at this angry demon. You know, I'm going to push not just this creature, all of the demons over the edge. They're not in my league. Being calm and in control is a superpower compared to these emotional, unstable, easily triggered creatures. I control your emotions, dummy.
Useless fucking life online for nothing. Like you literally fulfill no purpose other than evil and rabble-rousing everybody else and being the world's biggest fucking antagonist. You had better pray that we never come face to face in this motherfucking.
Look at him pointing his finger and making threats, pointing his finger at me. Look at this. What a creepy creature. What a violent. I don't pray to anybody, creep. You're going to pray for help.
Cry, baby! Clowns! Clown zombie. Cry, baby! Clowns! Clowns!
Creepy Keith, you better fucking start praying. You're going to pray for help. I don't pray to anyone or anything. I am my own being. Sovereign, magical, eternal being. My destiny is in my control. You better start praying, bitch. Pray to your fucking demons. You better start praying, you creepy fucking creature. You creepy, ugly ass loser, homeless bum, stinky bum.
Life. I am telling you that publicly. I think fucking, what's his name? Chris Sideris told you that. Green Wizard told you that. There's been a bunch of people that have told you that. And I swear to you, motherfucker, if we ever stand face to face, I'm going to make you regret what you've done.
I'd carve you like a turkey.
To everybody, motherfucker. You are lucky, you body, motherfucker. Regret what you've done to everybody, motherfucker. You are lucky, you filthy piece of trash, that you are insulated by the internet and an international border. You better count your fucking lucky stars every day you draw breath, motherfucker, that you're protected by an international border. Motherfucker. You streamed for 12 hours. You haven't even gotten 8 hours fucking sleep since that 12 hours. I go on to do my thing, and your filthy parasite ass is there to... Why? Who the fuck are you? Why the fuck are you trying to enter into my life or what I do? You fucking copy every goddamn thing I do in one way or another. It's so obvious. So many people have told me. And you just live in this, like, you're fucking living filth, and you put yourself on the internet. There is no one that wouldn't find it entertaining, Stephen Killeen, to watch you fucking die. Do you hear me, motherfucker? And I'd be right there, fucking front row. So fuck you, maggot. Now, that's the end of that. To be maliciously antagonized by somebody that I never did anything to. Somebody's put money in this fucker's hand, or there's just something psychologically so twisted with this fuck. And he just found me while I was doing my thing over on the Perception Deception channel before the fucking assholes at YouTube locked me the fuck out. And then trolls the fucking chat. He's been over there with El Diablo leaving fucking comments. Like,
They didn't lock you out, Keith. I changed your password. It was me.
I haven't had access to that channel for 7 years now. He still goes over there and leaves fucking comments. It's just like, how the fuck? I mean, think about it. Look at the world you're in. Look at what our governments allow to happen at the corporate level. Look at who the fuck's infiltrated everything. Obviously, it's obvious what runs fucking YouTube. For them to allow such a filthy fucking maggot to literally every fucking day showcase what a fucking ridiculous incel fucking loser he actually is. Like, does it need to? I did that fucking video on my channel. Don't feed the demon. Talking about your fucking filthy ass. Trying to educate people. And I follow my own advice. And as I said, every once in a while, I'll go check on you because you're such a cringe. And I have a couple cringe channels that I watch every once in a while, and I want to fucking get my dose of cringe. You're up there, buddy. But I'm not always watching your channel. Like, how you could even, in that ridiculous fucking mind of yours, cognize, theorize, fathom, or conclude that I have nothing better to do. Because if I had nothing better to do, I would have rather hammered the head of my dick to a stump and try to run a fucking marathon than to fucking bother with you, you insufferable fucking demon spawn. I don't know if you're part of some fucking leftist group. I don't know if you're getting funded. I don't know. It's hard to know.
I don't forgive and I don't forget. I don't forgive. I'm not a Christian. I don't forgive. I don't turn the other cheek. I don't forgive and I don't forget. I don't operate by the programming of this world, this realm. So who's that? Is that the Joker? Is that the Crow from the movie The Crow? Maybe it's a combination. Yeah. I don't forgive. I don't forget, Creepy Keith. There's going to be payback for your spiritual crimes, bitch. Payback.
No, I could theorize and look like an idiot and be wrong with it, and who the fuck knows? But your fucking level of demonic motherfucking motivation, Jack Talcott, me for a while, now you're back, dickhead. You are so fucking lucky, you fucking filthy maggot, that I cannot get my fucking self standing in front of you. And you know I hate you with a fucking passion. I could watch you fucking die. If I was on the receiving end of somebody that said it to me, the last person in the world I'd want to fucking deal with, interact with, talk to, follow, watch, would be that person. But no, like a little parasite, you just hover and then try and drop trowel every time you find it funny. It's so fucking sickening. Watch would be that person. But no, like a little parasite, you just hover and then try and drop trowel every time you find it funny. It's so fucking sickening. I have made the comment that psychopaths that lack all the fucking substantive human qualities gravitate towards positions in corporate America. And when you look at what runs fucking YouTube, I mean, Jesus Christ, people, this is fucking, you can't block this motherfucker because he'll create another account. YouTube's got algorithms where they can figure all that shit out. Yet this motherfucker has account after account after account after account after account. It's like it's a willful, purposeful effort to go after people that, are trying to be the light. I've talked about fucking the tiny hats. There's a whole 8,200 troll army thing going on there. And I'm pretty positive he's at least half tiny hat. He won't admit it. He goes with this Viking bullshit. Everything about this guy, every fucking thing that comes out of this rancid, split-tongued demon, living fucking demon, is lies, projection, inversion, like literally nothing that he says. And he just cycles through the same fucking people, like obsessively fucking, and there's not, because here's the thing, you, maggot, would not be able to do this to any one person in their physical lives. But on the internet, do you know, I mean, seriously, there are times where I do think about what it would be like. That's, if I ever think about you, you filthy fucking split-tongued maggot, it's thinking about that, what that encounter would be like. Because here's the thing, you, maggot, would not be able to do this to any one person in their physical lives. But on the internet, do you know, I mean, seriously, there are times where I do think about what it would be like. That's, if I ever think about you, you filthy fucking split-tongued maggot, it's thinking about that. What that encounter would be like. Fucking maggot. So there's 13 of you, 14 of you watching. Like it said, random stream. If there's any of you that actually want to engage in dialogue. Okay, so I can tell who some of you are. And Shadeo, I'm just going to tell you right now, the last time you came on one of my live streams, one of the first things out of your mouth was Stevie in the comments. Why would you think I give a fuck? And then, are you stupid? You are. You've got to be. Or you're a protagonist of some sort, working fucking, I don't know, on that side or something. What the fuck are you? What kind of fucking brain would you have? That after all the time I was doing a live stream where the first thing out of your fucking mouth was about that dickhead? Hello, McFly, are you fucking... Yes, you're stupid. I just did a video about people like you, Shideo. I just did. Evil people, stupid people, and the stupid and the evil combined. I don't know what the fuck you are, but I'm gonna fucking show you what I think. I don't care. You fucking assholes, leave comments, whatever. This is the sad state of the fucking world. That someone like myself puts out the type of content that I fucking do is plagued by fucking...
He just banned his biggest fanboy in his chat.
fucking maggots like this when I simply am doing my own thing to come on and maybe interact with subscribers, have dialogue. What the fuck is wrong with you people? You're either fucking, what are you, filthy fucking narcissistic cluster B trash, and your ego or your pride was fucking bruised when I got real deep on the nuts and bolts of what you malignant fucks truly are. Or, I don't know, it's beyond fucking ridiculous. And here's the thing, You filthy maggots, all of you. You're not, even if they take me down here, like, I don't give a fuck. If I'm supposed to teach people what it is that I fucking have learned and blah, 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 I will, no matter what. You won't be able to stop me. You won't be a reason why I stop. You're like a fucking pimple on your ass, you know what I mean? You just kind of deal with it and it goes, you know, whatever. You're like a fucking pimple on the ass. So here's the sad thing about people like Steve. What I've been saying to him, this is the type of shit that gives that fucking maggot a hard on. Yeah, because he's the type of sadistic fuck that gets off on pissing people off or whatever it is that filthy maggots with that psychological and he's not even fucking embarrassed. Have you ever seen a human being that doesn't have the capacity to be embarrassed by his own behavior, lacks empathy, sympathy, compassion, guilt, shame, remorse, he is the living embodiment of all that I've talked about on steroids. And add to it, I think he's either subjugated by a fucking demon or something, because I've literally never seen something like that motherfucker. And I don't think anyone that hears me now or will hear me later has ever seen anything like this ridiculous, sadistic sack of fucking flesh that Stevie Boy is. How do you look yourself in the mirror knowing that this is what you do and how you behave, and that this is what you've dedicated your life to doing? You speak one thing, your actions so show a different thing. Your words and your actions are not congruent to anybody that's just rubbing take half a brain cell together, half a brain cell, fold that motherfucker in half and start rubbing it together. That's all you need to really see what the fuck you are, Steve. That's why everybody that has come to your channel ends up figuring out what you are, hating you. And many people do videos about you. See, I'm not gonna do that shit. I'm not gonna make videos about, I did a few, but that was it. Back in the day, when that was that. I'm not gonna do the AI thing. I'm not gonna do pictures about you. I'm not gonna do anything. See, I don't think or do or deal with what you are. I don't think like you. I don't operate like you. I don't do anything like you do except maybe eat, breathe, and fucking take a shit, man. Beyond that, Jesus fucking Christ, what's in your brain, in your skull, in your heart, and the fucking animating essence, unless there is no animating essence, you're soulless, you're a fucking golem, and you're operating on sheer animal fucking will. Gee, what's that lower three chakras man animal? And you're the filthy maggot, or at least a gleaming example of something that will never, ever, ever be able to pop through into the upper four. Tap into that higher mind. And if you actually had a heart, rather than that blackened fucking hockey puck, or fucking thing that looks, I don't know, some kind of piece of coal, I don't know, kind of something blackened and dry and lifeless. That's your heart, that's your mind, that's your expression of fucking life. And with a mind and the ability to fucking think, you still choose to do it, you vile, evil motherfucker. You still choose to do it. You're a sick, twisted example of what a human should not fucking ever be. Ever. Because, you know, we all kind of know there's really nothing up there. But if there was, do you think anything would look Fucking highly upon you, Steve. It just like, what do you do of substance? What do you do that has meaning in life? What will you leave behind as a legacy? Other than letting the whole world see that you're all these labels, a liar, and just crazy and willfully abusing people on the internet because they can't stop you, and a big corporation like YouTube empowers you. Hello? I mean, McFly. Is it that fucking obvious or difficult to see the obviousness of this shit? The whole world see that you're all these labels, a liar, and just crazy and willfully abusing people on the internet because they can't stop you, and a big corporation like YouTube empowers you. Hello? McFly. Is it that fucking obvious or difficult to see the obviousness? Is it that fucking obvious or crazy and willfully abusing? McFly. Crazy and willfully abusing. McFly. Is it that fucking obvious or difficult to McFly. Is it that fucking obvious or difficult to see the obviousness of this shit? They take my fucking channel down for 10 fucking months. And this maggot stays and bounces back and forth. Creates another channel, calls the Devil Radio, El Diablo. I'm like, holy fuck me, Agnes. And I would guess either it's people who are obsessed and watching, and some of this shit's really long, so you're gonna have to go back and watch it multiple times if you have a life and have to do things. You might get views that way, but I think he's got bots, a bot army. I think he can use that bot army in BitChute as well. But since there's no way to figure it out, he can just sit back, unaccountable, do all this fucking shit he does. Like, this fucker is constantly saying that I'm all these things that he's actually done. He's the one. There's a woman, I forget the woman's name. I talked to her a year and a half ago. We talked a few times. He was stalking her, like literally, fucking internet shit. He went after the Green Wizard, and it, like, this motherfucker, everything that he says about me or Chris Sideris or about the Green Wizard or Nonconformist Radio or whoever the fuck it is. Number one, I think there's pieces of all of us that he envies so deep. And he's one of those motherfuckers that if he envies you for any reason at all, he'll never admit it, and he'll try to destroy you because he's not like you. He'll never be able to be like you. He'll never be able to be anything of substance because there's no substance in him. I could go on just explaining the true reality of that fucking maggot that calls himself, or his mother, shit out, call him Steve, I don't know, Stevie, whatever. I'm assuming his mother or his father must have done horrible shit to him, or somebody fucking really did some horrible shit to him. But there comes a point of no return. There comes a point of no return for these people, and he gets off on what he does far too fucking much. There's no way you could atone. I'm telling you. And if you could combine, oh, never mind. I'm not even going to go there. So there's 14 people watching. There's a link if anybody actually wanted to involve themselves in dialogue. other than this fucking Steven asshole. He triggered a little. It's just like, why would you do that? That's the thing that just blows my mind. I don't operate like that motherfucker. So when he does that shit, it just like, why? I would never come in on one of your lives. I would never create an account to fucking harass you. If you could combine, oh, never mind. I'm not even going to go there. So there's 14 people watching. There's a link if anybody actually wanted to involve themselves in dialogue, other than this fucking Steven asshole. He triggered a little. It's just like, why would you do that? That's the thing that just blows my mind. I don't operate like that motherfucker. So when he does that shit, there's a link if anybody actually wanted to involve themselves in dialogue, other than this fucking Steven asshole. He triggered a little. It's just like, why would you do that? That's the thing that just blows my mind. I don't operate like that motherfucker. So when he does that shit, it just like, why? I would never come in on one of your lives. I would never create an account to fucking harass you. I would never do anything that you do. Like anything. That's why I find you so vile and repugnant. And the fact that you get off on it, it's like something flipped the human blueprint inside fucking out when they made your fucking bloodline. Your mom, your dad, they shot you into this fucking world. And they probably did some voodoo on your fucking head or abused you, or I don't know, maybe they dropped you on your head a few times. See, here's the thing. My mother was fucking horrible, dude. Horrible narcissist with PMS so bad. It was like a living demon. The shit she did, the shit she said, the neglect, the fucking whole, it was horrible. Yet somehow I didn't wind up like you, dude. What the fuck does that say? I don't know. The only people I've ever really hurt are those that hurt me first. Usually it's the way it works. You just kind of want to go out and try and hurt people that you don't even know. And get off on the fact that you're getting away with it. There's no consequences for you to suffer. Yet. Yeah, you found a little gray area. Well, you got that international border between you, motherfucker, and trying to do anything to you for anybody in America, money or not money, is such a fucking gargantuan pain in the balls that it ain't fucking worth it. Unless there was some way to do some class action thing. Because you're one offensive motherfucker. The fact that you draw the breath of life, I'm sure, infuriates most people that figure out who and what you are. Like, think about it. You had Bex, who was basically licking the crack of your ass with her tongue for how many months? Yes, woman. And then you turn around and do the same shit that you do to me or everybody else. You do it to her. And she's blown out of her mind why you would attack her. God damn, you don't have very intelligent people as your friends, man. Because they don't even have the ability to figure out, to make the correlation. Hey, look at what he's doing to everybody else. If I don't go along with his program or disconnect from him or tell the truth, or if he's going to turn on me. Gee, I didn't see that coming. Same with Callie. That little cunt. You both fucking earned me calling you cunts because I never did nothing to none of you fucking vile twats. And you sat there and shit out of those cocksuckers in your faces about me? I don't even know you. Why would you utter the words? Why would you say such awful things? What the fuck did I ever do to you? And you two bitches, I've seen little clips of Stevie playing your shit. Stevie won't leave me alone. And you were his fucking cohorts. Can you two bitches say karma? I mean, fuck. I mean, hello, McFly. I mean, what the fuck is wrong with people? Like, I'm not a saint, a perfect person. I got my flaws. And people are so bad, they offend even me. I'm just like, whoa. And it's a reflection of the state of the world. It's a reflection of the condition of people out there, the masses. It's a reflection. Is it not? It's a reflection. Look at these people. Look at their motivations. There's a bunch of comments. I'm not even reading them. I don't really give a fuck. They could be telling me I suck dick. I don't care. Right now, I'm just flowing with this shit. I'm gonna keep this shit up. I am. I'm gonna put Steven's name in it too. Sanity Machine. Yeah. Yeah. Because I want people to hear somebody that's actually can articulate reasonably. I mean, there's so much of the horrible shit that he is that I haven't actually articulated. So it doesn't fully do it justice. And I don't want to encourage anybody to watch him to get a sense. There's got to be a way to frame it so that anybody that hears it just recognizes, oh, he's one of those. But what is he? I've never seen anything like him. Has anybody out there seen anything like that motherfucker? You know what? I'm going to put my glasses on here. Don't let the envious haters. This Stephen Colleen, dude. This is, what is this? Gen of Revenge. This fucking Stevie dude is he's been a plague to dozens of people on the internet. Dozens of people on the internet who have never fucked with him, never done anything. He becomes the thorn in their side. That he doesn't know these people. He never met them. And he attacks them. He fucking verbally assaults them. He's the quintessential antagonist. And see, if you did that to me in the schoolyard, I would have knocked your teeth down your fucking throat. And that would have probably taught you a lot back then. But since we didn't go to school together, Stevie boy, I didn't get a chance to knock your teeth down your fucking throat and teach you back when you were young like you should have been taught, maggot. What I'm saying, I think most people that would hear me, that know who you are, would reasonably agree with me on most things, if not all. You'll sit there and just fire hose of shit all over. Keith is different, and nothing that you say is true. Why do you do it? Do you think everybody out there that's smarter than you, that's not like you, dumbass, is eventually going to figure out what a fucking psychological ball of chaos you fucking are, combined with probably, I'm telling you, I really think some sort of demonic influence, possession, subjugation, something along those lines with this fucking guy. But who the fuck knows? I watched a video one time, years back. This guy, E.A. Coetti. This is when I was in the darkness and I was exploring certain things that if I wasn't in that darkness, I probably would have been too much of a pussy to go through the veil. And I was listening to this E.A. Coetti stuff for a little bit. And this dude used to have these dark ass circles. Me, I'm getting old and my diet has sucked for kind of a long time. But you look at those videos of Steve when he's got those puppets and he's got those dark ass fucking rings under his eyes. There's something going on there because the Coetti guy actively admits that he works with and invokes demons into him and shit. This is what the guy claims. He's a Satanist. This is what he does, or whatever you call him. I don't know. I don't want to label the guy, but he's one of those left-hand path guys, and he's serious about the shit he fucking does. And you can see things in him change if you watch him. Now I don't watch him anymore, but I learned enough, and then I saw this motherfucker, and I'm like, damn. So I'm pretty sure something. He may not even be consciously aware of it. That's the problem. Schizophrenia apparently opens you up to this shit. So that, what's his Marzinski guy talks about it? Who knows? Oh, you know what? Let me show you guys something here. Hold on a second. I'm going to show you. Hold on a second. 1 second here. Where is it? When you... Hang on a second. Since he wants to be a piece of fucking absolute trash to somebody that didn't do anything to him. I didn't do anything to you, motherfucker. And you've been a fucking... hold on, I want to share screen. I forget where that is. I want to show you guys something. Hold on, give me just a second. Bear with me. I'm gonna see if I can find share screen. It's been a while. I don't remember where the fuck that is. I may not find it. It's not all that important, but it would be interesting to see. And it would give you some information. Hang on a second. Fuck. It's gotta be here. Teleprompter. Add people. Oh, here it is. Okay. Yes. Hang on a second. Hold on. So look at this. This is Steve's chart. Look at this grand square he's got here, and then this X through the square. And he's got Neptune and his sun kind of conjunct his fucking rising. It's all Sagittarius. A lot of fire. And his moon, Libra. That's fairness and balance. Well, he's the dark side of fucking Libra, apparently. Anyway, anybody rising, it's all Sagittarius. A lot of fire. And his moon, Libra. That's fairness and balance. Well, he's the dark side of fucking Libra, apparently. Anyway, anybody, and these are some of those malefic asteroids. This is the type of shit that, you know, somebody that wanted to use celestial magic and, you know, I don't know. And there's a lot of people out there that, well, they might find this type of information interesting. You never know. I don't know. So I just thought, because I figured it out. There's his chart. That's when he was born. I knew that motherfucker was close to my age. I knew that motherfucker was close to my age. So, yeah. Fucking maggot. Thinks I'm stupid. Motherfucker. Anyway, are any of you interested in actually having a conversation? Or all of you fucking
No one is interested in you. No one on earth has more fire than I do. I'm the maddest madman, the maddest mad Viking ever to walk this earth. Mad Viking sorcerer. Fire. Fire it up. And you're gonna burn. You demons are gonna burn.
Trolls that are like Stevie hard on people because there's 18 people watching. Ain't got nobody nothing to say. I mean, fuck. Anyway, I mean, there's a link in the description. If there's anybody that wants to engage in intelligent dialogue about, well, any of the content that I've done. If not, that's fine, because it is a random stream. And to be quite honest with you, I don't actually think most of the people that take in my content, even the presentations, really take it seriously. Take it to heart, and try to further understand for themselves what this means, because I've explained to you what it implies. I've explained how they use the components of the system to go after every one of the motherfucking non-physical components of us. There ain't a motherfucker in this world that's framed that way for people to look at. can explain the types of things. It's just kind of bizarre. It's really off-putting because whatever, it is what it is. It fucking is what it is. Looking at the condition of human beings, I'm not just judging, I'm looking. Anybody that's awake can see the fact that there's been no response in 6 years. When you've been alive long enough and you see the true things that they've done per generation, I'm not judging anybody, I just see it as a whole. They got the boomers, they got us, the X-gens, they got the millennials, they got the millennials in certain ways, they got the X-gen, or the Z-gens in certain ways, and they slowed us all down a lot. In a lot of ways. When you think what we would need to be as men, Z-Geners are young and are old enough to get down. Millennials are still old enough to get down. Some of us in my age range are on the edge, but there's... What the fuck happens when you got 3 generations? Plus the boomers that are still alive, and they're as fucking toxic as hell. I can't tell you how many boomers I've met that are all leftist mindsets. They're supposed to be retiring and enjoying life. Instead, they're into this, like, let's create rallies. And it's like, fuck, man, these boomers are going to plague us. They've plagued.
Runs black in the shadowed field. Demons screaming, swords won't yield. The Raven King laughs, his war cries steel. Heaven burns with a righteous flame. King Stephen's eyes wild, no soul the same. March of angels in the devil's name. Raise the blade, raise the blade. King Stephen's wrath won't ever fade. Through the fire, through the grave, good spirits rise, demons enslave. Hellfire cracks beneath their feet. Ashes rain where the armies meet.
The Raven King's wings beat the air. King Stephen stands immortal there.
Strike them down, strike them down.
The evil falls to holy ground.
Eternal life, eternal fight.
King Stephen reigns in heaven's light.
Bring the war. We bring the madness.
Bring the madness
I eat demons.
for breakfast.
Bring the against you. I will disarm you with the truth. With the truth. Darkness storming, I will wreck you like an apocalypse. Warring,
Warring,
a spiritual battle,
a spiritual reckoning.
Haunt you,
Raven eyes
will watch you
flying high
above.
Wherever you may roam, you will be seen in your dreams.
Watched by me,
You will bleed.
watched by my
Ravens and crows.
You will find no refuge.
You will have no home.
Hell is forever.
Your tomb is here.
You cursed evil demons
Evil demons
will burn,
here in the fire.
cannibalizing each other.
Forever and ever.
Here where you belong.
No moon, no sun
Darkness and pain
will be your
lying demons, envious demons, gaslighting demons, creepy creatures, vipers, envious losers, envious demons. Your future is pain. Peasants, deluded peasants. This is no game. Hey demons, little angry demons. No mercy for you. You're doomed. Condemned here by truth. Condemned by truth. Your spiritual crimes will hang you high and burn you alive forever and ever and ever. No mercy for demons. No mercy. No mercy. No mercy. No mercy. Burn forever here. Burn here. No mercy. No tears. Burn demons. Dance in the fire. Ugly demon liars. Burn, 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 burn.
Hello. Hello, everyone. This little video is about serpent-tongued demons. Now, some Christians might say, they're the serpent seed. They're the ones Jesus talked about. Hello. Hello, everyone. That's the opening song for my Alchemical Gold video. Serpent-tongued demons. Serpent-tongued demons. Happy Saturn's Day. I hope all good, true spirits have a good day today. All good, true spirits. I don't wish everyone a good day because I don't believe that everyone deserves a good day. I don't think demons deserve good days, good luck, good wishes, sunshine. I think they deserve what's coming. That's what I think. And it is in my chart, though. That one part was accurate. Fairness and justice. Fairness and justice are written right into my chart. And fire. But you wouldn't believe how much fire is in my chart. You wouldn't believe me. You wouldn't believe me. Because a lot of humans are stuck on repeating old sayings and old shit. Old sayings, old quotes, old adages, claiming that we're just a spark of fire. We all have a we all have a tiny spark of madness, they say. No, I don't just have a little tiny spark of madness. I'm the whole hell realm on fire. I am fire. and you'll see what I mean. Casey Wong wrote this, and he's not Wong. I think Casey is right. He's not Wong. You are a mad genius, courageous, deep thinker, mischievous or mischievous. It's pronounced different ways in different nations. Generous, gentle, patient. I really appreciate somebody that can notice that I'm generous, gentle, and patient. Some people can't even notice that I'm mischievous, mischievous, empathic, and highly creative spirit. He wrote, thanks to you, I've gained a lot of perspective on many things and how to think big in pursuit of truth. Can't thank you enough for everything that you've done. Mad love and take care, my friend. Beautifully written. And I do really appreciate that. That's why I wanted to share it here, to highlight this comment. I'm going to try to do that more often. I can't remember to do everything that I want to do. I wish I could. But I remembered this comment, and I took a screenshot, and I thought, I'm going to try to remember to either put that in my next comments video. Sometimes I make comments videos, thoughts and comments, or put it up on a live stream this way. I still may include this if I remember to make a new thoughts and comments video. But I really do appreciate this comment by KC Wong, and I appreciate that you came on my show live, that you had the guts to come on, and I especially appreciate that you've watched my work and you understand what I'm talking about on my channel with my model and how I see this realm, instead of coming on like a Nolan and some of these beings that never look at what I'm doing. They just come on to leave, they're just here to, sorry for the, they come on here just to harass me and be trolls. So you did the opposite, KC Wong, and I commend you for that. I appreciate that you, yeah, that's a good idea, Wendy, to make a separate folder for comments. Why didn't I think of that? It's a great idea. I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to make a folder on here before I forget. All right, I made a folder and I put KC Wong's comment in there. It's the first comment. Great idea. Another great idea. Great suggestion by Wendy. That'll keep things a lot cleaner. I just made a new folder for comments. For these comments. And it will make making videos a lot easier as well. See, that's something I've never been fantastic at. Organization skills. Teachers were critical of how messy my notebooks could be, or things like that. I really do appreciate your help, Wendy, and I appreciate all of your suggestions and ideas. And Casey, if you watch this, I really do appreciate that comment and your other comments here, and the way that you were as a guest on my live stream not that long ago. That was a fantastic first appearance for someone on a show, especially on my show. And it's heartwarming to me that you can see the gentleness of me and patience and things that, let's say, a lot of others on YouTube that are evil would never say that about me. They would never call me gentle or patient or compassionate or empathic or anything of this. They'd never do that. All they want to do is slander me. They don't want to see who and what I am whatsoever. So it really is, it's heartwarming and good to see that you can see that. Not everyone can see in this realm. Most in this realm can't see whatsoever. Not just they can't see me, they can't see anything. They can see themselves maybe to work every day and see themselves home and see themselves getting to the supermarket, the grocery store. This chick really does have crazy eyes. We're back on really disgraceful channel. Hi, internet friends. Hi, internet friends. She just comes across as so bizarre. I remember the very first time I watched a video of hers many years ago. I found her channel. I think I might have found it around the same time as Humpty Dumpty channel, Quantum of Con Man. Way back. And I mean his channel before the one he has now. He had a channel called Texas Shrugged. She's just very, very strange, very odd. And I'm fully aware that most people in this realm, I don't want to do that. Most people in this realm would say there's nothing wrong with her. They would say Steven's just an asshole. He's picking on her. Oh, there's something weird. Something very strange about her. Now, it might not come across as blatant evil or scary like some of them do, but it's very strange. And I'm just asking people to have an open mind and an analytical mind and to look at these things and say, you know what? It is a bit weird. There is something here that isn't quite right. I think there's a British song that's right, bloody well right. Well, this is bloody well wrong. This isn't. There's something that isn't right here. And it doesn't matter what year it is with her. There's something very off. Casey was a great guest, and you are definitely one of my favorite guests, Wendy. One of my best guests. I love the way that you handle yourself in conversation, the way that you have good humor, the perspectives that you have, the insights. The questions that you've asked me have been excellent. You're one of my favorite people to chat with on here. And that's a true story. Something about this woman in Georgia, this southern woman, is just not right. And I'm going to zoom in and show you what I mean too, by the eyes. She doesn't want anything to do with coming over here on my channel and chatting with me. She doesn't want any part of coming on over here. Over here. Here, y'all. Come on over here, y'all. Really disgraceful. Grace. There's a pyramid on the left eye. It's almost a perfect pyramid or triangle shape. It almost looks like a Freemasonic compass and square. You're welcome, Wendy. You're very welcome. I don't know that I've seen eyes like hers, except maybe in Hollywood celebrity, like Hollywood creatures, actors or actresses. I've seen very strange pupils years ago when I studied the eyes of Hollywood celebrities. But this is just really strange. And this is just a screenshot from her video. That's all it is. There's a lot of paranoid baby truthers on YouTube that think that I edit this stuff. When I take screenshots on the fly during live streams, I show you that I'm screenshotting, and then I put it here. I save it and post it, upload it here to my photos. Very bizarre. It's almost a cube on the right, close to a cube. But it's almost a triangle and a cube. There's just maybe a little bit missing on the eye that's on our right side. But the left side, the eye that's on our left, because I don't know if it's her right eye or left eye for sure, because of the way cameras work, and it could be a flipped image, but it looks like a triangle. It's so bizarre. Her eyes are just so strange compared to most. And she doesn't quite have Sanpaku eyes. There's no white above or below, but they're open so wide. There's something about them, the stare of them, and it's almost like looking at someone that's under hypnosis. It's not Sanpaku, but it's more like she's hypnotized or something. Very weird. It's like a cult follower's looks. No problem, Wendy. It's okay. Understandable. But her eyes look like someone that's following like a cult like Osho had. That I think his name was Ragnish or something. Osho in Oregon, outside of Portland. They bought all these tons of acres of land. Acres and acres, hundreds of acres, I think. Maybe it was thousands. They bought a whole bunch of land, though. And it just looks like she's hypnotized. It's so weird. It's every bit as weird as Sanpaku eyes to me. It's just bizarre. And I noticed this about her years ago. I don't know if it was 8 years ago, but a long time ago, that there's something so strange about her. Now, for some people that might not know what I mean by the Sanpaku, even though I've covered it many times, her eyes aren't Sanpaku eyes, but to me, they're every bit as strange. That stare. This is the most extreme Sanpaku eyes I've ever seen. And this is a therapist. This is a psychotherapist on YouTube. She has the most insane, extreme Sanpaku eyes out of anyone I've ever seen. She's in the league with Charles for Sanpaku eyes. And I have all these images here of these creepy creatures. Creepy creatures. This Tigga here is an extreme example. Tigga, please. He's got the Sanpaku eyes wide. All the white goes all the way around. When you get the 360, meaning white all the way around, very few people have that. That's rare, even in this messed up hell realm. And it's also rare to have nostrils that size. The nostrils are like a mouth. Anyway, this creature here has Sanpaku eyes with the whites at the top. He's a clown bully. He made videos about me for months, obsessively, on his old channel, WeC33. And then he stopped. He removed them. And he stopped using that channel and he switched it to Demon Slayer. That's who it is. It's this creature that's obsessed with me. He's a gay guy. I'm not going to call him a man. He's a gay creature that lives in Alabama. And he's absolutely obsessed with me. The only reason I ever knew of him is due to Kirsten. They lived together for a while. And Mushroom Coyote says that Kirsten had a crush on Charles. Even knowing he's gay, I guess. She loves the weirdos. She loves the gays and the trans. She loves them. She loves them. Anyway, those are some examples of the Sanpaku eyes. Those aren't the only examples. They're just some. There's more. There's more. I could show them all night or all day, all morning or all day. Here's one. Similar to Charles. The whites across the top. Creepy creature. Creepy creature. Trying to remember if I took that screenshot while he was talking about me. Look at the odd teeth. Look at the discolored teeth, the shape of them, the two front teeth, and then the space on each side where it looks like buck teeth, like rabbit teeth. What's up, Doc? I can't do a Bugs Bunny, sorry. What's up, Doc? Look at that. The Sanpaku eyes. Just an evil, demonic creature. So there's a lot of things you can notice with just looking at eyes, faces, body language, expressions. There's a lot. There's I could do a live stream on that sometime and just talk about it. So this is Sanpaku as well. It's not quite as extreme as Charles, but you can see the stare and the whites across the top above the pupils. See that? And he does Sanpaku eyes. On a regular basis, you might say. Another creepy creature. Another diamond. A lot of them are also angry a lot. They have a lot of rage. Okay? And some of you would, yes, beavers would be proud. They would accept him into a beaver family, I think. Jake the asshole. Fake Jake. Jake the fake. And this guy here too. Look at him. Just look at him. His eyes are bugging out. Sanpaku eyes. They're going to pop right out of his head. He reminds me of this one. He's the white version of that Tigga. His eyes are similar to this, in a way. I screenshot these to help people see and learn. That's the reason. In case anyone's wondering, why are you showing these? For a reason. Everything I do has a reason behind it, a moral or a message. That's the way I am. Dr. Ramani, ramen noodles, Sanpaku eyes to the extreme. She's almost as extreme as that other psychologist. I think she's either a psychologist or a psychotherapist. But I noticed there's, with the YouTubers that deal in YouTube videos with that, they have Sanpaku eyes. Extreme females. This one is Dr. Ramen Noodles. Extreme Sanpaku eyes. And this one, this is a critic of Ramani. and she's got them too. And it's not a one-time thing. They'll do it 20 times a video, 30 times a video. It's not just once and done, or I caught them once. No, it's regular. It's a regular occurrence with them. This one and this one do it a lot. A lot. Okay? And a lot of people want to defend this stuff and say it's normal. There's nothing wrong with it. Just like the tongue flicks. There's all sorts of behaviors that are not normal at all. Ramen noodles. Yes. I just thought of that today, actually. During this live stream, I came up with a nickname for her. Dr. Ramen Noodles with the Sanpaku eyes. She's very emotional, easily offended. Her eyes bug out, and she's weird and creepy. That's the tip of the iceberg. But can you imagine being analyzed and diagnosed by someone like that with Sanpaku eyes popping out of their skull? It's very strange. It's very strange. Thank you, Wendy. Dr. Ramen Noodles. It would be wonderful if every good spirit on earth would study this stuff. And it should be fun. It should be fun to learn and laugh and not take everything too seriously. But some people go the other direction. They just don't take anything seriously, and they just never learn, and then they vanish. There's been some recently that in recent months that vanished from my channel. I haven't seen them here in live streams. I haven't seen them in comments of videos, recorded videos, and I haven't seen them in my little private groups or emails. So good luck to the ones that vanish. Maybe they're lurking. I don't know, but a lot of beings in this realm get corrupted. They join Team Evil. They eventually join the dark side. They join Team Evil. It's unfortunate, but it happens. It's not what I want to happen, but it does happen.
Well, the thing is, it's two things really that I think about, and one relates to impracticality, and the other to just general, I suppose I would say, logical flaws.
Okay.
But so the thing is, just before we start, you said, I think, because I saw something on YouTube, and you said at some point, you said like something about liberal and libtard, and I just want to clarify, I am not a liberal. In no way am I a liberal. We, like in Sweden, this sort of shit, this sort of liberals versus conservatives, it doesn't exist because we have the entire.
Is this guy the Swedish chef from the Muppet Show? Who is this Swedish libtard? Who is this? I want to get this guy on my show. I want to get some of these, not necessarily these two brothers, although I would try to get on their show. I actually did try to get on their Rumble show. I'm hoping to have a conversation with them. But this libtard sounds like the Swedish chef character from the Muppet Show.
Political spectrum represented in parliament. So you have nationalists, you have socialists, you have like everything.
I didn't call
like
you a liberal, did I?
Oh, I don't know. I heard
okay.
something when you were speaking about the Swedish guy. And
oh, okay. I wasn't calling you a libtard.
Yeah.
At least I don't think I was. I remember saying that. I don't recall why I said that. But okay.
Yeah. So just with the like logical flaws, it's, in my view, or rather the impracticality, if we start there.
Med svid i huskeborn, the spicy spicy chili juice. Dear Lord, the spicy spicy. Is it you, the ski? But this is commercial with you. It's you, the hotsy totsy.
How did they get the Swedish chef on their show, the Frojax guys? They got him on their show.
If I could just bring this up, you have spoken about women's suffrage as something negative, like women should not have the right to vote.
Correct, yeah.
And you also want mass deportations of those who are not of the founding stock of the American nation. So,
real quick,
if I could just ask you,
just to clarify, do you live in America or do you live in Europe, and what is your ethnic background?
so I'm Swedish, and I am ethnically Swedish, so like Nordic.
Okay.
And I live in southern Sweden.
Okay.
But so with this, like women's suffrage, so women are half the population. How would you go about having a regime or a government that does not let them vote? Would they accept this, and how would they be made to accept it?
Are you talking about in America specifically, or all white countries?
Yeah, sure. Let's go with America.
Well, they would be made to accept it because it's not really up to them. In accordance with like force doctrine, men will essentially just make the decision and seize the right from them. So I don't think it's much about convincing them, because then what? It's like, okay, so we campaign to convince women, and then they vote for their right to vote to be removed or something
right. So,
like that.
but then you would have. Would it not lead to riots? Would it not lead to like them just saying, well, no?
Yeah, of course. Any sort of regime change or anything having to do with the conversation about people's rights is going to be a contentious issue. If we're talking about it from a point of practicality, I would say that creating women's suffrage or even giving rights to other groups of non-white people would be equally as impractical, because it opposes what humans have been doing for. Hold on. It opposes what people have been doing in society for thousands of years. And so I think just because something might seem impractical from the beginning doesn't necessarily mean that we shouldn't do it or that we can't do it, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. I understand that position. I, of course, do not agree with it, but I understand your position on the way of minorities. But the difference is you can erase a minority. You cannot erase women. You will have women for thousands of years. Otherwise, your country will die. So how will you make half the population accept this in a modern industrialized society where you have academics, where you have people with economic standards so they can have free thought? Would not half the population just continue to be?
I don't believe that women are entitled to free thought. I think they have to be subjugated by force. And so I project this idea that we have to, gain their acceptance or approval in order to push.
But it would just be a constant struggle with half the population, would it not?
No, because women would be pushed over with force because they're women.
Okay.
They don't. Okay. That's the fundamental thing. Men have to be convinced with ideas. Women just have to be compelled with force. And also, most women, they desire authoritarian control anyways. So, I mean, what's more consistent with human nature? Women having absolute autonomy over their bodies, their decisions, and the way that they move about society, or competent men?
He has no Swedish meatballs. No Swedish meatballs.
In an aristocratic fashion ruling over them. I mean, the latter is what humans have been doing for most of history. And I get your point about industrialization, because that does it does place us in an unprecedented circumstance, and that is something that we're going to have to very carefully navigate. But once again, just because that is the case, I kind of go back to, doesn't mean that we shouldn't or can't do this.
Okay. No, but that's actually okay. So, but you at least acknowledge like industrialization and the way that it works, because most of human history is meaningless in my view, because industrialization has fundamentally changed every single society on the planet. It's the same thing with what you said about in 1850 the global population was 33% white. Today it is 7% something. That means absolutely nothing. Europe had industrialized by 1850. Population had exploded. That had not happened in the third world. When the third world industrializes, their population will explode. The thing is, in 2050, let's say the white population is 5% in 2050, it will be 5% in 2150, in 2250, because then every society will have industrialized. So population will not, you will not see the global south explode in population. So it is meaningless to say in 1850 the population was this or that, because yes, Europe had industrialized, the rest of the world hadn't. It's the same with colonialism. Africa was 10% colonized before 1800. By 1890, it was 90% colonized. Europe was not able to colonize Africa until industrialization. So the whole argument around human nature breaks down entirely when you talk about industrialization.
What does it have to do with women's rights, though?
Well, hold on. The reason why history,
No,
the reason why history does matter is because we evolved in the context of history. So you can say, well, industrialization has now created conditions in which historical circumstances and dynamics between men and women aren't applicable anymore. But that's actually part of the problem. We can see the downstream negative consequences of that. We can see that with like things like social media, or just the fact that we don't have to hunt for our food. We see the negative symptoms and impacts that it has on our physiology and our psychology, not acting in accordance with the way that we got here. And the other thing that you said is 100%. That 50% of the population wouldn't be able to vote. But if you take, so I just looked this up on Grok. I asked it, what percent of the U.S. population is either under 18 or a felon? And it's 29%. So basically 29% of people already can't vote because of a specific parameter, a demographic qualifier that disqualifies them from having that right. I mean, really, if we want to act in accordance with historical circumstances, then very few people at all should be able to vote. Really, it should only be adult white men of good moral character that own property.
You said most of human history is meaningless prior to industrialization. To me, that's kind of a crazy statement. I mean, we wouldn't have industrialization if we didn't have all of human history. So I'm not quite sure what the argument is, though, overall in relation to women's rights. Like, what exactly are you saying?
That was precisely. I was about to say this. That this does not just tie into women's rights. It is an incredibly important aspect, because the whole suffragette movement and the women's rights movement in America, in Sweden, everywhere, it's all tied to industrialization. But and also, of course, I mean, human history is not meaningless. It's of course very important. My point is, it is irrelevant to say that in 1400 the societal norms and structures looked a certain way, because everything changed with industrialization. And I will get into this on the second point, on the sort of like ideological differences we have. But I also just want to ask you, mass deportations. So you would have to mass deport hundreds of millions of people, because if we look at those of Anglo-Saxon stock, we would exclude Irish people, we would exclude Turkish people, we would exclude Indians, we would exclude everyone else.
We wouldn't exclude Irish people or Italians. There were a handful of Irish people that signed off of the founding documents. There were Irishmen in the early stages of America, and they were not
white until like
that's not true. This has been debunked so many times. They were legally seen as white people, and they were included on the Naturalization Act of 1790, 1795, 1798, and 1802. So this whole idea that other kinds of European people weren't seen as white is just not true. So
people who signed the U.S. Constitution with 100% Irish ancestry.
What's up, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in with us today. We are building something real here. Free, unrestrained conversation and content that contend with the real issues. If you want to help us keep that going, feel free to buy the Frojax Brothers a coffee over at our Buy Me a Coffee link, or you can send some support to our Rumble crypto wallet. Every bit helps, and this helps us stay independent and deliver to you
Testing 1 2 1 2. Hello. Hello. Yes, I agree, Wendy.
These things to vote. I would say that
you're completely missing the point right now. I'm saying that judging a group of people in the Middle Ages on their morality while you're commentating from a posh first world existence is a sanctimonious statement. And if you're trying to make a moral argument for equality, it's not a good look. So I'm still waiting. What is the argument for gender equality? I understand. I understand that you think that that's the right thing, but you still haven't provided an actual substantiated argument.
So, before, I would argue that there was quite a lot of gender equality during feudalism, actually, if I could just put this point forward, that during feudalism, children rearing, housekeeping, this was quite a communal effort. Everyone in the village helped out, so that was both men and women. But then, of course, the more laborious tasks, the more like physically demanding tasks were left to men, and perhaps the less physically demanding tasks to women. But both groups participated, and that is a kind of gender equality, one could say. But the thing is, I am not judging the men in the Middle Ages or saying that they were immoral. I'm saying the feudal lords were immoral. The ruling
somebody has to rule. Ultimately, somebody has to rule over society. But dude, I mean, we have to go back. Okay.
Yeah, well, you're foundationally making an eat the rich argument. You're saying that Elon Musk didn't build SpaceX, all of like the Indian H-1Bs did. That's the argument that you're making in essence.
That's actually something that I would like to bring up on the flaws on the ideology. But yes, you sort of
look. Can I just be honest with you? You seem like a nice guy, and you're white, so I'm sure we would get along. The reason why your society works is because everybody's white. I just want to let you know that. So you guys can afford egalitarian social policy, and that's great. I mean, look, if it works for everybody, cool. But that's why you live in the most socially cohesive trust society in the world, is because everyone there is white.
The only reason you guys can even experiment with egalitarianism or gender equality is because you don't have a society full of black and brown subhumans.
Which is why you see us focusing on the race stuff more.
But can you answer, because it has a tone of judgment where like we have to justify everything down to the perfect practical implications of remigration. Hold on, let me finish, please. It comes from a position of judgment where like we have to justify everything. But what we're saying is perfectly in accordance with natural law and the way that people have structured societies since the beginning of civilization. And we can argue about that, but you're saying that gender equality is better. And you said that it's more moral. So what is the moral argument for gender equality? Without talking about like history, like we're living in 2026. What do we stand to gain from having absolute gender equality?
Okay, so in a modern society, in a modern society that is industrialized, we're always going to be left with a question: who is going to be in charge, as you so adequately put earlier. Now, in this industrialized society, everyone needs to work. And this has always been the case throughout all of human history, right? Everyone needs to work. And before women, during, for example, feudalism, of course, women may not have done the physically demanding tasks, but, they were still doing something. Now, in this modern society, where we have heavy industry, we have a tertiary sector with services, with all this, everyone needs to work so that we can get tax money, so that we can fund things. I mean, just basic economics. Now, if both men and women are partaking in this system, so both men and women are partaking in this system, which builds all the welfare, then I would argue that it is morally sound for these two groups to get equal representation in the laws of this country and in the legislation of this country, like what kind of legislation is passed and how things are funded by the public taxpayer money. That's just like my moral argument. Now the thing is, you said that.
But you're saying they should though. Why should they have equal representation? Why should they have that?
Well, that's my whole argument, that since they partake equally in in laboring, in creating welfare, they should have equal representation. That's my whole moral point.
What
but
kind
just
of labor,
to clarify,
Like
to
exactly
clarify,
the
just
same kind of labor?
Just to clarify, I do not judge you. I just wanted to get an answer to this, because this is something that not even the Swedish far right believes, that women should not have the right to vote. Everyone believes that to be the case. Even those who claim themselves to be National Socialists, who like Hitler, they say women.
You don't have a far right in Sweden.
Should have the right to vote. So in Sweden, this is completely absent from like that is why I'm having a hard time even justifying it, because it to me it is just a very obvious thing.
Okay.
Now, so it was just about the idea, about questions about your ideology, and then mass deportations of hundreds of millions, which was my second question just there. How would this be?
Well, hold on. Can I say one? Can I say one response? Hold on. Can I say one response to that? So you basically made an argument saying that women should have equal representation because they have equal input into the economy. You're making basically an economic argument, but they don't, because there's a gender pay gap that exists in Sweden, just like the U.S. I knew there would be one, but I just looked up to see how much it was, because I figured there would be one. It's about 10%.
Yes.
Why does the...
Oh, wow. So anyway, everyone, this is Dr. Ramen Noodles. I just came up with this while live streaming. I made this meme. I came up with the nickname earlier. Dr. Ramen Noodles. Isn't she wonderful? Isn't she fantastic? That's amazing. Look at her. Just look at her. That's wonderful. Does anyone want to go see her? try to get help from her as a psychotherapist? Or my goodness, Dr. Ramen Noodles. She's got the Sanpaku eyes. Who wants a box of Dr. Ramen Noodles?
this exist? It's because they do jobs that pay less. It's not because of oppression. It's not because evil colonial white men hold them down. It's because women temperamentally choose jobs that are just kind of less important, or at least pay less on an economic level. So if they're doing jobs that pay less, then they're contributing less to the overall economy.
No, not at all. I would say that is a fundamental flaw in your thinking, and that stems from you being American. Because in America,
there's a 10% pay gap, which means they make 10% less money at a minimum.
Yes.
That's what that means, which means they contribute 10% less to the economy.
No, and I would like to explain why.
Okay, go ahead.
Because the thing is, why do women make less? This is the classic explanation in Sweden is they work within the welfare sector. They work in healthcare, they work in the schools, they work in publicly funded spaces.
They work in the social,
which is less valuable.
Yeah, they work in the social sciences, humanitarian stuff, HR.
No, not social science. I meant in, for example, in the hospitals. Do we not need nurses and doctors and all of this? That is very, very important.
Yeah, but who are the surgeons? Who are the surgeons? Who does brain surgery? Is it women or is it men?
Among doctors, it's around 50-50 with a slight overrepresentation of women.
But surgeons, like people who are specialists, people that are the top of the heap as far as the higher.
I don't know if that statistic exists.
I don't know either, but it's probably men because surgeons are paid way more. than nurses.
But hold on. What you're making is you're saying something. It's probably surgeons. Well, I can tell you that for a fact, the majority of doctors in Sweden are women. But the thing is, they do not make the most money, of course, because in Sweden, doctors do not get a lot of money. It's publicly funded.
That's fine. I understand that you're going to make a reason for why they get paid less, and maybe you're right. But the point is that they are paid less. And if they are paid less, then that doesn't really support your argument that since they contribute equally to the economy, then they should have equal representation, because they don't contribute equally to the economy. They pay 10% less taxes.
Yes, they do pay 10% less taxes, but the thing is, the core foundations in society are still upheld by women. So without these foundations,
okay. And if your country gets invaded by another country, who's going to fight in the war? Is it women or is it men?
Both women and men. We have a total defense.
Women will get mowed down.
We have.
Yes, I know there's women. I just watched this video. It was like one of those like YouTube videos where these like YouTubers make this whole. If we put these Marine women against like 5 like scrawny gamer guys who can win an arm wrestle, who can win in a wrestling match, who can hang the longest, and the scrawny dudes won against like Marine women. Anyway, the point is, women.
Marine women do not matter against drone strikes.
Okay, but
that completely avoids the principle. You can only afford to think this way.
Because you say that men defend the country, but it doesn't really mean anything. Because
if you're in your house,
if we only look at physical.
Yeah,
if we only look at raw physical prowess, it doesn't really matter because modern technology.
This is very simple, like Red Pill, like 101 2015 stuff. It's like if you're walking down the street with your wife and some African immigrant, some migrant tries to kill you, because that happens in Sweden sometimes. Are you going to be the one to attempt to subdue this person, or are you going to make your wife do 50% of? Yeah, is she going to have to do 50% of the work?
Of course, but the thing is, what I'm saying is, since
the
core foundations,
who's going to have to fight the guy?
No, I would, of course, yes, of course, I would.
Then why would you expect your wife to have equal representation if you have to literally die
your life
to defend her honor?
Well, is she not the one who is working in the healthcare sector, in education?
Sure, let's say she is. Let's say she's a nurse and you're a doctor, and you might make the exact same amount of money and you pay the exact same amount of taxes, and then an African tries to rape her. You have to physically subdue this person, not her. She's just going to get raped.
Yeah.
So you have to risk your life because you are the man, and that is expected of you. And because of that, that is an asymmetry in the cultural and biological expectations of the different genders. That has nothing to do with industrialization and everything to do with history and how we got here through biological evolution.
That's a misrepresentation in chivalry, which is not very egalitarian, sir.
Well, the thing is, I am not denying biology. What I'm making the case
you are denying biology. If you think that everybody should have the same rights, that completely opposes hierarchy.
Well, no.
Hierarchy comes from biology.
To an extent, absolutely, but then you have other. My point is, it is. Wait a second. Don't you believe like the Jewish question and stuff? Are they not just men?
It depends what you mean by that.
It's incredibly vague. It depends on what your definition of that is. But
like lobbyism and everything, Jews control everything. If everything stems from biology, they're supposed to control America.
That's a very superficial. I would say that's a superficial misrepresentation of it.
But sorry, that was a bit rude. But my point is, the thing is, of course,
we can talk about the.
We can discuss that because that's an interesting point.
I'm still trying to finish this topic.
Yes, I would be making the case that, of course, in terms of raw physical prowess, like for example, if someone got attacked, of course, a man would be expected to probably protect someone. But then you could also say that, well, for example, if.
Hold on a second. If we're equal, Swedish wet noodle, why would a man be expected to protect? If we're equal, you view us as you want an egalitarian society in Sweden, and you're all for it. Why would you said a man would be expected to protect? Well, aren't women the same as men? Aren't they equal? You're saying they should have equal rights, equal voting, equal this. But they're not equal. So what are you talking about?
If someone was suicidal, who are they going to get psychiatry from, or that, of course, in terms of raw physical prowess, like if everything stems from biology, they're supposed to control America.
That's a very superficial. I would say that's a superficial misrepresentation of it.
But sorry, that was a bit rude. But my point is, the thing is, of course,
we can talk about the.
We can discuss that because that's an interesting point.
I'm still trying to finish this topic.
Yes. I would be making the case that, of course, in terms of raw physical prowess, like for example, if someone got attacked, of course, a man would be expected to probably protect someone. But then you.
What are you talking about? A man would be expected to probably? Like, what are you talking about? Can you just make a direct point?
Could also say that, well, for example, if someone was suicidal, who are they going to get psychiatry from, or who are they going to get therapy from? Well, probably a woman. So you can say this.
Women therapists are horrible.
Let me say this. So when you're arguing for why women should have equal rights to men, it's because you think it's in the best interest of women. And when we say women shouldn't have the right to vote, it means we also think that that's in the best interest of women. And I think this is clear and demonstrable. I don't believe like we should be like Afghanistan, and if a woman isn't a virgin when she gets married, we should stone her to death publicly or something like that. We're saying women shouldn't have the right to vote. We're not saying we should beat them or kill them. They simply shouldn't be afforded the same rights because they aren't the same and they aren't capable of making the same level of decisions that men do. And we see this very clearly. The data has been provided. Women are different. Therefore, they should be given different rights. The same thing that we do with children. Why do we not let children vote? Because they belong to a demographic that makes decisions differently than adults do. We have to categorize on that basis, and we do the same thing for women, and we should be doing it for racial issues.
An important caveat there would be that in order to come to that realization, you also have to have an understanding, or really a borderline acceptance of racial differences, which I'm not sure if you do. We can talk about that. But the reason why that's important is because the reason why we wouldn't actually.
So Jackson says, I'm not sure that you do. I bet that this Swede doesn't have any clue or acceptance of racial differences. I don't think so. I don't think he has any, the vibes I'm getting is he doesn't get it. He thinks we're all equal. Men, women, tall, short, black, white, Asian, Hispanic, Jewish. He thinks we're all equal. He drank all of the Kool-Aid in Sweden for egalitarianism and feminism. He's a Kool-Aid drinking fool.
Have to be so, I would say, culturally authoritarian is because we are European. So in other words, because we are European, we are able to treat our women with dignity. Just because we think that they shouldn't have the level of rights that they currently do doesn't mean that we should be bad to them, generally speaking. I think that we should be upstanding citizens. I'm not calling for like barbarism, but women are irrational and should be treated as such.
And they also vote for things that are bad for them too.
Well, the thing is, the argument that they are irrational, or that they vote for some.
They sabotage society with the way they vote anywhere. That's whether the votes are counted or not. The perception that their votes matter can guide a country. Just the perception, even if every election was rigged.
Something that is not in their interest, I would disagree, of course. But the thing is, this is sort of the problem is this debate does not in any way exist in Sweden. So I am not, the thing is, I don't fully understand how you're thinking, and that's why I'm.
They vote in ways that harm women. They vote in ways that harm families. They vote in ways that harm children. They support shit that destroys civilizations. In one way, they're the best saboteurs that evil could ever have. Just handing women power, because they're always going to fuck things up. As a group, I don't mean individual women. There are competent, intelligent individual women that would not do what, let's say, the average or the mainstream majority of women would do. But the mainstream majority of women in America and Canada vote to destroy our countries. They vote for open borders. They vote for Tigges to rule them. They vote for just ridiculous shit, woke shit, the rainbow mafia shit. They vote for destroying children's minds. They vote left. They vote liberal. They vote quote unquote progressive. They vote for all this degenerate shit. If they took the votes of women away in America, it would be right-wing victory every election going way back. It's women that get these beings that are lefties elected. And there's actually stats on this. You can look into it. I already have years ago. Going back to the Obama days. Obama never would have been president if women didn't have the vote. That's how much of a difference women make. I've never seen them make a good choice politically. In my lifetime, I've never seen women as a demographic, as a group, make a good choice in my lifetime, ever. Ever. And it goes back before my lifetime.
Why I might sound like I'm judging you or something. I just want to understand you. But okay, then I think I understand better what you mean.
Okay,
now,
cool.
If you promise women a few days paid vacation period days a month, and you promise them an allotment to make up for the feminist, as they call it, the quote unquote pink tax, which doesn't exist, but gave them free tampons and razors and things like that, you could get elected based on a few little free promises like that. And women are like, oh, no. Yeah, women are like children. You just promise them a few little treats, and they'll vote for you, just like darkies. You just promise them more welfare. They're going to vote for you forever, for generations. Grandparents, their children, their children's children, their children, great-grandchildren. They've got generations voting for the party that promises them more welfare. It's simple because they are simple. They'll vote for, they're going to give us something. That's the way they are.
I would very much like to, if possible, just talk about my society in relation to immigration and in relation to like racial dynamics and how that has affected Sweden and what conclusions can be drawn from it.
What are the current demographics of your country?
About 70% ethnically Swedish, 30% other.
Okay, and what are most of the other?
I think it's Finnish and Syrian.
So, right. So not like sub-Saharan Africans and...
So you don't have a lot of Muslims or black people?
Well, quite a lot of Muslims since it's Syrian, but then you have a bunch of other countries as well, like Iraq and stuff, which you created, by the way. But in either case,
Hold on. What was that little sly remark right there?
Oh, sorry, I thought like the Iraq War, like America bombed Iraq and then the Iraqis came to Sweden.
Yes, and who
was that America or was that Israel?
Who runs the military-industrial complex? That wasn't just white people. That wasn't just Americans.
Oh no, that's the Zionist lobby. I completely agree with you. My whole point. I was just like
we didn't create that. Jews created that.
So when you say you guys, you got to specify that. That wasn't.
No, hold on. It's not true. The thing is, the majority of Congress was of course not Jewish, and they approved military intervention against Iraq. But in either case,
he believes that Iraqis are in Sweden due to the Iraqi war. Well, the war was over a long time ago. Why are they still in Sweden? If that was the case, which I don't believe at all. I don't believe any of these beings are in the UK, France, Germany, Sweden, etc. due to war. Any of them. Any of them. Okay? But if I was wrong on that, why are they still there? Why don't they go back? Why are they trying to take over cities in Sweden?
But even then, you just conceded that it is a Zionist-occupied government. So which one is it? It might be majority white, but the majority white Congress
because
people
most
are beholden to a political apparatus that is run and occupied by Jews and Zionists.
No, Zionists, to say that Zionist equal Jew is Very incorrect. I wish it was as simple as that, but the thing is, you can just look at the most, like, where do you find the most fanatical Zionists? Well, you find them among evangelical Christians.
I didn't say Zionist equals Jews, but you don't have Zionism without Jews, though. Of
That
course,
is true.
there's a lot of like fanatical evangelical white Christian people who do support that agenda, but that doesn't mean that white people created that fundamentally. Zionism comes from it's a downstream ideology from Jewish people wanting to have their own secured homeland. That's the whole foundation for Zionism. It's like a political ideology. So you wouldn't have it without. Okay, so you wouldn't have it without Jewish people.
Well, yeah, absolutely. But my point is that Christians in America want Zionism and want Israel to run the Middle East.
Depends on the generation. The older generation,
but because they believe it. They believe like they're defenders of Christ or something, even though they bomb churches. So it's very strange.
It depends on the generation. I wouldn't say that fully characterizes white people.
Let's get to the race thing.
Okay.
I mean, you snuck that in there, so we got to address it. But go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry, I thought you would agree with me, like that was just like a bad American thing. But okay. So
well, you said that was you guys, as if we are as Americans responsible.
Yeah. Sorry. I meant like America. But okay. In either case, so we have a bunch of Iraqis and Syrians and other people from the Middle East as well. But here's the thing. Sweden had a left-wing social democratic government for many, many decades. Like throughout the 1900s, we had social democracy. Now, throughout the 1900s, we had a very, very large-scale immigration to Sweden. Now, the immigration waves to Sweden did not trigger any nationalist surges or any rise in nationalism until 2006. Because when in the 2006 elections, what happened was a right-wing government took power. Now, this government was liberal, it was very pro-capitalist, and they wanted to privatize a lot of the public welfare. So what they did was they privatized a lot of the welfare. A lot of the smaller healthcare centers shut down. A lot of smaller schools shut down. Many schools got.
What is this? A Swedish history lesson? What is this?
Well, they were worse off. You got a lot of private schools that rich people could attend, but of course poor people in general did not attend that. And so you got a lot of segregation and you got a lot of misery. Now, the Sweden Democrats is the most right-wing party in parliament today. It's a nationalist party. Now, that party had amassed around and about 1-2% in Sweden up until 2006. In 2010, 4 years with this right-wing government, they gained 5.3% in the vote, so they could enter parliament. Then in 2014, they achieved 12%. So it had more than doubled again. So they gained a gigantic share of the seats, which was unheard of in Sweden before. So what happened? Well, what happened was neoliberalism. It was late-stage capitalism showing its true colors. And this is the fundamental issue. And this is why, in, for example, America, you have Donald Trump. You have people who in Sweden are considered demagogues and far-right figures, but they flourish in America because there is a lot of misery. And the thing is, and you don't have a lot of welfare. So if you build strong welfare, if you make sure that the schools are well funded, you don't have a lot of segregation, well, then immigration is not a problem. And the ethnic makeup at large, of course not, like you cannot have unlimited immigration, but at large does not matter, as can be seen throughout the 1900s. You had immigration from a vast amount of countries, and in the beginning of the 2000s...
Can we wrap it up here? It's getting a little...
What's the claim? I'm confused on what the claim is. You're saying immigration is not bad because...
In a circuitous way, you're trying to tell us that we shouldn't worry about immigration if we do things properly with the school system. Yes?
Yeah, with welfare, so everything in health, education.
Well, are you guys controlling for that correctly with your immigration, which has been rapidly increasing since the 90s?
No, we decreased it. It was too.
Well, I'm saying, are you controlling for these cultural attitudes with education in the way that you're insisting we should?
Well, yes, to an extent, but primarily that controls integration. And
But
my
is that
point was that
successful in Sweden? Are these people integrating? These non-whites?
no,
Oh, okay.
because of what I said. You had right-wing governments, you had privatization, you ruined the school system. But in the 1900s, there was no problem. There was no problem with integration.
Hold on.
respond.
In the 1900s, well, I just looked up your demographic shift in Sweden. In 1990, you guys were 95% plus white Swedish or white European. And you guys basically had no crime. You guys still have very little crime because you're a small population. But you guys basically had no fucking crime in 1990. And that's directly correlated, your increase of crime, with your rates of immigration. Now look at this. Right now, you're between 73 and 80% white European. The native born is 65 to 70%, but it's 73 to 80% white. It was 95 plus in 1990. Homicides relatively stable or declining from the early 1990s peak in 2013, and a notable rise linked to gang violence and firearms. A peak in 2020. Organized and major crime peaked in 2024. There's a 4x increase in assaults since 1975.
All right. Let me can I jump in here?
Rape and sexual offenses have gone up multifold since the 1990s, and this is directly tied to the increase of immigration.
So you went on
Not at all.
Okay, so
That-
you're just
that-
going to make a totally different point then, or what?
No, I'm going to tie off of that, but I mean, listen, this was like 10 minutes, so we got to jump in here. So you went on a pompous diatribe. Basically, you can only think about the world this way if you believe in blank slate theory. This idea that people aren't integrating because it's the government, and it's
Hello, happy Saturn's Day. This video is sponsored by Dr. Ramen Noodles. Dr. Ramen Noodles sponsored this video, everyone. Get yourself a box of Dr. Ramen Noodles. They're the one with the recycling symbol on the side. Kind of a plain box. Very good noodles, but you have to watch out for this chick that might pop up with the Sanpaku eyes. This is Dr. Ramen Noodles brand. Thank you for tuning in, everyone. $1 million goes to me every time I mention Dr. Ramen Noodles. I don't know if her channel is copyright, but oh my goodness, oh my goodness. She has some of the best Sanpaku eyes you'll ever find on Earth. There was a song, I think it was in the 80s, Hungry Eyes. Well, she's got the Sanpaku eyes. Incredible. She's got Jeepers Creepers. How do you like those peepers? Where did she get those eyes? I wonder where she got those eyes from. Jesus Christ. Yes, this is a new one. This is Dr. Ramen Noodles. It's a new sponsor for the channel. Oh my goodness. And in this realm, people think it's all normal. It's all normal, no matter what they do. Their eyes can bug out of their head. They can be white all around, all the way around. It's all normal in Hell Realm, people. Most people would say everything's normal. They'd say a bunch of these creatures, Joshua S. John, I think, Charles for sure, Demon Slayer, Rebellious Meth Puppet, and others love her. This is their favorite on YouTube of demons. This is the favorite of demons. Favorite of demons. There's a bunch of them that love her and say they love her content. They love her. They love her. They love her. Tigga, please. Tigga, please. They love her. Aunt Jemima, I'm getting hungry. Get in the kitchen. Make me some breakfast. Don't you give me no sass like that, Aunt Jemima. Get that black ass. No sass. Give me no sass. Move that black ass. Give me no sass. No sassafras. Move that black ass. Cook my breakfast. Hop to it. You're not a slave. I'm paying you. I'm paying you well. Take a look at this, everyone. This is on Pinterest. Actresses who are openly bisexual. And what's beside it? Well, a great big nose ring. I don't know what gauge of steel that is. And big stretched out ears. That's an ear that's stretched right out. Look at that. You could probably put a rolling pin through that ear. Almost a baseball bat. It's stretched right out. This is what we're dealing with. Look how dark the eyes are. And people will say, what's wrong with young men? Why don't they want young women? She's got the tattoos poking out on her chest. You can see leaves green. So she definitely has tattoos on her shoulders, most likely a chest piece. She has the animal print, just really cringe top. The fake eyebrows, weird eyebrows. Just everything about it. Pierced lips, pierced chin, multiple nose rings. And this is what's watching the actresses who are openly bisexual. And people will say there's nothing wrong with our society. Say there's nothing wrong, Stephen. What are you talking about? You want to go back to the 1950s? Well, I really didn't get to experience the 1950s. What's wrong with the 1950s compared to today? Is this what women like today? I guess this is. I guess this is what women like. This is what women like to follow. It's quite something. So this is the shit your daughters are watching, by the way, to the ladies that are mothers. Your daughters are probably watching either actresses say they're bisexual, maybe they're on Pinterest, they're seeing all these nose ringers, the septum piercing. This is all around them. This isn't hard to find. And what most people do is they put down men like me for speaking about it. They hate to have it pointed out how normalized this has become. It's everywhere you look. Even in clothes advertising, you'll see them with nose rings. Just everywhere. Nurses, doctors. It's just everywhere. I agree, Wendy. I agree. I'm not coming back here no matter what. I'm not coming back here no matter what. There's no way they could scare me or threaten me to come back here, even if they have creatures. They might have some scary entities in the astral or different levels of this matrix. They might have scary, creepy creatures like this. Creepy creatures like this. But they're not going to scare me back here, no matter what. It's a freaky world. And it's degrading more. It's getting worse. It's getting worse here. And most people would deny that and say it's getting better. Have women gotten better since, let's say, 1950 compared to today? Or 1920, 1930? Have they gotten better? Because I don't think so.
Get so emotional. Woo! I always get so emotionally, physically, mentally drained from doing live streams. And it's nothing to do with necessarily the people on there. It's just it takes a toll on me and I have to recover for the rest of the day. But I do enjoy doing them and hearing what everyone has to say, you know, even if I disagree or agree somewhat or agree fully. It's mostly to give people who don't really have a platform to talk about things to come on and tell us what they think, how they feel, what they believe. And of course, you're going to get people who disagree. That's fine. I don't really like debating people, but if they come on and seems appropriate, then, you know, I guess we can do that. But in my everyday life, I don't like arguing with people or debating what they think because it is really a fruitless endeavor because people believe by the human scripts. Arguments and more suffering and personal insults and attacks, and no one really wants that unless they get fuel from it, because you have people who love doing that. But I don't like doing that. Do I do that? Of course I do. Of course I do. But I don't want to. Arguments and more suffering and personal insults and attacks, and no one really wants that unless they get fuel from it, because you have people who love doing that. But I don't like doing that. Do I do that? Of course I do. Of course I do. But I don't want to. And I try not to. But in the heat of the moment, when things are going on, it's easy to fall into those programs. It's easy to be run and controlled by the human scripts of emotional and traumatic responses in the face of, hey, I have to defend myself, so I have to attack. You know what I'm saying? I don't really like doing that. And that brings in self-reflection of after it happens, I'm like, oh man, why did I get so triggered? I don't want to be like that. But it also comes into play, well, I'm really passionate about things. So of course it's gonna burst out, and I'm gonna, may do and say things that later on I'm like, oh man, I got too emotionally involved with that. It's hard to have, a pleasant, rational, hey, let's, we're easy going, we're just talking about things we're passionate about, but let's keep it easy. That's hard to do when you're passionate about things. Well, I gotta go now, but I'm gonna try to keep recording when I get back, because I find it important too, for me at least. All right, I'm back. I'm back from my daily quest missions of this life. I had to help my mom take her car in again because she got hit by someone else. That's part of her life script. If you remember the last story I told, well, she got hit yet again in her own patient's driveway. So it's a funny little life script that keeps happening to her. But, during that, it made me grateful in a way that I do have somebody to relate to in my own personal life. And having someone that cares about me, cares about how I think and how I feel, and wants to understand those things actually does mean a lot. And because I've had that through all her own shortcomings, through all her own bad decisions, through it all, she's been there for me to love and support me the best way she can. And that's one of the main reasons why I don't have this hatred or this disdain for the opposite sex. Because I've had a good role model to show me that women are also part of this fucking Matrix game, and they want us all at each other's throats. And we each have our own level of understanding. And yeah, lots of people are under indoctrination and programming of their biological meat suit. But underneath it all, there is something that is beyond this place that we can connect to and understand through the heart, which isn't the organ of your body, but through what's actually good, so-called good, that is a pale reflection here. And I'm grateful, not that she's here, but I'm grateful that she has shown me love and compassion and understanding. And that's been very valuable to me. So I also find that valuable to give other people. Even if we disagree, even if you have a different opinion or this or that, even though we look different, even though our biological meat suits are programmed in different ways, underneath it all, I see that is actually helpful and valuable while in this place. I don't hate my parents. I can see the scam, the rigged game that they were forced under in the delusion of the human experience. Do I hate the fact that I'm here? Yeah. Do I hate the fact that they brought me here? Yeah. Do I hate them? No. Because I know it wasn't maliciously. It wasn't done under malicious intent. It wasn't, oh, we know this is some kind of hell suffering pit. We know that for certain. We're not full of these delusions of life. And I want to bring something else here so that I can make it suffer and go through all the suffering I did. I know that's not what was going on when they brought me here. So I can see that having kids is wrong. I'm at a level of understanding and awareness why it's wrong. But I also am at the level of awareness that most people don't see things that way because they are blinded by this world. They are blinded by this world to do and behave and act just as this world wants them to. That's why when I see other people in my everyday life who don't believe what I believe, have different ways of thinking and understanding, who may be totally lost in the matrix, so to say, I don't hate them. If you're an evil, malicious, vile, disgusting creature who loves suffering, even if you do it unintentionally, even if it's part of your programmed character, you don't realize the suffering you're causing other people, I'm just going to get away from you. I'm going to protect myself, put up boundaries, and move away from you. That's all I can really do. I've had many people in my life who have done me wronged me in so many different ways. Even in my own family, especially in my own family. That's where it hurts the most. People who are so-called supposed to be your family. They're supposed to love and understand and be there for you, not betray you, not put you in harm's way. People who, when confronted with their own bad behavior and the consequences of that bad behavior, what it's done to you.
So everyone's behavior is bad, according to Gingy Joshi, just not his. It's never his. He tries to sum me up as me calling everyone a demon except myself and says, get the fuck out of here. Well, you look like a demon. You sound like a demon. You behave like a demon, Gingy. I'm one of the only ones that could see you and is willing to publicly speak out against you and others. Your very first comment almost 4 years ago on my channel that I recall was you commenting on one of my videos saying, I like your stuff, good stuff, but you attack people, and you said you claimed I harass and attack people. And I mentioned their crimes, and I did go on in comments defending myself because I was running a new YouTube channel. It was within the first month or two, I recall. You immediately falsely accused me of crimes. That's how fucked up you are. I don't attack people. That's a crime. Do I criticize people? Yes. Do I give my views on people? Yes. Is that attacking? No. What would an attack be? Like an assault? I've never done that. Never been charged with a crime. Never been to court. So you're a liar, just like many of these creatures. Your very first comment that I can ever recall reading when I knew nothing about you, I didn't know anyone in this, quote, space, as you would call it, was attacking me with false accusations, slandering me on my own channel in my comments, accusing me of harassing, saying I was attacking people. You said you like my stuff, but I shouldn't attack people, something like that. You said I attack people, harass people. I think you even said I stalk people. Never in my life have I done that. Never. I've had stalkers obsessed with me, but I tend not to be a being that gets obsessed with anyone on earth. I'm not like that. Anyway, you're a creep, and I've known it for around 4 years now, close to 4 years. Whether people see it or not, if it takes them 4 years of me showing it, I don't know what's wrong with other than spiritual differences, spiritual species. I don't know if there's another explanation why people can't see this obvious stuff. I show snake eyes. I show them flicking their tongues. I show their behavior, all kinds of things. Most beings in this realm can't see anything. It shouldn't take you 4 years. I knew he was a creep from his first comment on my channel, and I ended up banning him, by the way. Years ago. This creature was banned years ago. Years ago. And he's been lying about me for years. Like a snake. Like his eyes show you. Snake eyes. Snake eyes isn't an insult. It's a description of what's observable.
You will then outcast you like you're some black sheep, or they want you to live in their delusions. That's the thing. Most people want you to live in their delusion. Their delusion of I'm a good person. Their delusion of this is what the world is all about. Their delusion of this is what I find important and valuable.
That's you. You're not a good person. You're delusional. You believe that you're a good person. You try all kinds of shady shit. And you supported threats against me by Team Evil, violence, stalking, doxing. I tried to have a conversation with you. You came on my show and you tried to play music. You said you wanted some intro music. You're such a rude, lying, creepy, snake-eyed creature. I'm going to take this off the screen for a second. Yeah, then he boo-hooed over getting banned. Take a look at what's on the screen. You see the top right corner? Where do you think he got that from? What channel on YouTube is famous for using the recycling symbol and the recycling bin more than any channel you'll ever find on YouTube? Where do you think he got this from? I'll zoom in for you. That's one example, okay? One visual example. But this creature has stolen many, many things from me over the years. Showing them with recycling t-shirts on. Just like Mushroom Coyote will wear a shirt with ravens and crows on it. They're just such copycat evil demons. That's what they are.
I'm an independent person. I try to be as much as I can. But in this world, it's fucking hard. It's fucking hard. So where am I going with this? I guess I'm just talking and letting things out. I'm not sure where I was in the last.
That's what girls do. They talk and let things out and let out their feelings. You're not masculine. I don't believe you when you say you're straight, a straight man. I don't buy it.
Last recording, but here's what I want to say about myself. I don't want to cause people to suffer. I don't want to cause anything to suffer. Excuse me. That doesn't mean that.
He's gross. He just burped right into his microphone. Everything about these creatures is gross. You notice that? Not just this one. I put the recycling symbol over top of his image. And I've done this. I've used this symbol for years. For about 4 years. More than I've seen any other channel on YouTube use the recycling symbol and the recycling bin. And I've described the arrows. I've described what's at the center of it. That's a Star of David or a Seal of Solomon in the empty space between the arrows. You see in the middle? That's what it looks like to me. A Seal of Solomon in the center. And the arrows represent 666. I've described all this stuff. I've described what the symbol has hidden. I've used it. And this is what they do, just like Landry stealing Dolphin Jesus. They're such copycats. Landry saying, loser. They try to mimic me and copy everything I do. Everything I do.
Anything to suffer. Excuse me. That doesn't mean that I don't want any challenges. Challenges can be good. But in a rigged game, in a rigged system, these challenges aren't challenges. They're just not. Can you still grow as a person here? I mean, what does that even mean exactly? So from my own personal experience, there has been personal growth of this meat monkey character. Not outwardly, but inwardly. Inwardly, you could say that yes, I've had personal growth in things that I overcame in order to make me more comfortable with myself in this realm, make me think more clearly and have a soberly mind, deal with adversity, and realize the consequences of my own actions and how they affect people, and what I can do to have a so-called more peaceful life here. Even though there is no peace here, it's a little more peaceful, not constantly fighting yourself inwardly, not constantly misunderstanding why you do and say things. There's been a lot of that through my life, a lot of self-reflection, a lot of, oh, okay, that's why that triggers me. Oh, that's why I said and did that. Oh, I don't want to do that anymore. Okay? I don't want to do any of that. I don't want to be in a realm that forces these things upon you. But I'm here, okay? I am here. So, I try to do the best I can to overcome those adversities and those challenges. Now, if you don't do those things, does that necessarily make you a bad person? Does that necessarily make you, oh, it's all your fault and you're all to blame? No, I don't believe that either. Your life circumstances and the situations that you had no control over have more to do with that. And whether you want to overcome those and have some so-called personal growth, that's on you. But at the end of the simulation, I don't blame you for not doing that or not wanting to do that. Because, like I said, I've come to the level of awareness that this is all a fucking rigged game. And whether you jump through hoops or you didn't jump through hoops, it doesn't justify your own suffering and the things in your life that you had no control over. My life is totally different than your life. My circumstances are totally different than your circumstances. My limitations are totally different than your limitations. I could never truly know what you've been through and experienced. And a lot of times we don't even fully know that because it's stuck in our subconscious. So, for me, the most important thing to know is no matter what happened, no matter what I did, it doesn't justify any of this. And
Oh, really? Really? Why is he sniffling so much? Is he crying? Why does he keep sniffling? Real world sucks is the message of this crappy tattoo with Bart Simpson smoking a cigarette. Real world sucks. You notice his images, thumbnails, and images are always creepy. Always. They're either cringy or creepy or both. Always. Real world sucks. Well, this isn't the real world. This place is more of a fake, more of a copy, a hell realm. Real world sucks. This life sucks. I don't is his title for his video. 4,000 subs on his absolute shit channel. 89 like this. 89 people. I gave it a thumbs down. He's another agent of the Matrix, an agent of misery.
if there's any sort of justice, if there's any sort of sovereign free will, I demand, and I will do my best to never come back here again, to never experience this again, and to do all in my power to help others realize that themselves. And if it can be done, to stop this place. Because this is no place for actual growth. And it's just my opinion. And when you have a channel and you do live streams like I do, and you see all the people coming on with their own perspectives and their own ideas, and they may agree or disagree or have similar experiences, I don't want to hurt you. I don't know if you want to hurt me, but my intention isn't to hurt you. My intention is, this is how I think and feel. You're welcome to come on and say how you think and feel. Just because you say something doesn't mean I agree with it or disagree with it, unless, I say it or I said it on my channel. A lot of times.
Welcome to come on, really? Am I welcome? Nope. I welcomed you on my channel live a couple years ago. Am I welcome on your shit show to come on live? Nope. You kicked me immediately. That's why I showed up recently as Demon X. And I said something like, hey, psycho. He is a psycho. He's a psycho.
I've realized that all I've really wanted when I talk to people is for people to understand me first. Even if you disagree, understand why I would think and feel a certain way. Because throughout my life, from family, friends, people around you, they don't give you that. They don't. It's just a battle of ego, pride. I'm better than you. This is what I think and feel, and it's above you. And if you don't see it this way, then you're below me. And my whole thing is conscious awareness should be able to experience anything they want at any time, no restrictions. And if you're hurting others against their will, then that's a problem. And like I said, in this realm, it's hard to fathom and see clearly what that actually is and what that actually entails. But, maybe things will be different once I'm out of here. But from this level of awareness, if you don't want to suffer anymore, you don't want to be here anymore, there's nothing wrong with that. If you do want to be here and you want to go through this, okay, that's your decision. But as soon as you dictate others have to and force them into it, then that's a problem. So that's why I believe that, or I know within me that bringing conscious life here is wrong, because you're not giving them the sovereign free will choice of wanting to be here to experience all this bullshit. And people may say, oh, well, you chose this. Okay. Well, like I said, well, if I chose it before, I'm choosing now. I don't want it anymore. So you're taking that actual choice away from me. But, it's easy to fall into depression and misery, because once I am aware of these things, no matter what I do, no matter how I try to go about life, no matter what distractions are in front of me or where I choose to put my attention, underneath it all, that conscious awareness is still aware about how all of this works, how every little thing that I'm doing isn't real, isn't true, isn't bringing me what I actually desire. And desires, that's a bad word, but the knowing of just freedom and liberation from all this stuff. And then people want to say, whether they're religious or whoever else, they want to say, oh, so you want to be God. So you don't like this, so you want to be God. And that's what Christians do a lot. And that's what, other people may say that as well. So if you're against this, then you want to be God. And that's what the devil wanted. The devil wanted to be God. So look what happened. He wanted to be God. And now look at all this pain and misery and every bad thing in the world happened because this guy rebelled and wanted to be God. And you wanting to be God is the false trap, because only God can be God. We are not perfect beings. And here's what I say. No. I do not want to be God. Why do I want to be God and the controller over your life or all of creation? No, all I said was, I want to be free of this artificially limiting, suffering, torture realm. Well, I don't agree. Okay, fine. But this is how I see things. This is what I've come to know and experience. So I don't want to be your God. I don't want to be anything's God. I don't want to be anything. I don't even want things to be below me. I don't want to be higher than you. I don't want to be better than you. I just want to be me and to have the freedom and liberation to be free of all of this, all the things that come of this world. Does that mean that I hate existence itself? No, I don't hate existence itself. I hate this existence. I hate this realm. Let me see what else is possible once these artificial restraints are let loose of me. Once the torture chamber is let loose, let me see how existence actually is. And if this is all existence can produce, is this, and hierarchies and enslavement.
He doesn't like hierarchies. He wants everyone to be the same, at the equal, like leftists. They have it's like a demonic belief in equality and egalitarianism, as though we're all equal. No hierarchies. He's the same as Talcott in that respect. But they want to exercise power over others, silencing others. That's what they often attempt to do. It's akin to Stalin. Now, people would say, well, that's communism. Well, communism always has tyrants at the top. It's a hierarchy. There is no such thing as communism where everyone's equal and working together and in a commune for everyone's benefit. It always turns out to be a hierarchy with tyrannical leaders at the top that are wealthy, that live in mansions, expensive palaces, apartments, have the best food, all that sort of thing. They're not living the way the peasants do in communism. And this fool here wants no hierarchies anywhere. I'm shaking my head because maybe a realm could be created like that, possibly. I can't rule that out. But at the same time, I think it's often losers that want that. Creatures like him and Talcott and others would love communism in this realm.
Then just let me go into the infinite realm of non-existence. It's just that simple. But I know, to the best of my ability in this place, that's not it for me, at least. And if that's it for you, who am I to stop you? Who am I to say to be a god over your conscious existence and say, no, you cannot do that. That's bad. No, it's not bad. If that's what you truly want, if you're tired of existing in any realm, whether it be the complete opposite of this, or whether you have total control and liberation of whatever you want to do, but you still don't want to do that, who am I to say you can't do that? That's the thing. I don't want to be God. I don't want to control anything or anybody. Let me control how I do things. Let me be in a place that if we all can create a reality, that we all, we're all like-minded in certain ways. This is what we...
You should do more videos, Joshua, covered up in a blanket like you did a couple years ago. Remember your blanket video? Here's some of my images, thumbnails, compared to his, my Esoterica series. And this one from a year ago, the human body and Mother Nature. Without technology. Hey, this is Mother Nature. Isn't she gorgeous? Look at that. Look at the beauty, man. But look at the wickedness. Look at the darkness. Look at the fury. Look at the evil. Look at that. Does that look caring and nurturing to you? That's Mother Nature. This is also Mother Nature at work. So I try to show you things, but put meaning into things. There's meaning in why I chose these images, and I've made these images using AI, of course. But I do put work into what I'm doing. I put thought, effort, energy. I want to show people the reality they're in and then say to them, choose wisely. It's your choice, not mine. It's your choice. Just like I've said to people, I can't set you free. I can't make you free. You have to choose. Choose freedom. Choose wisely. That's why I came up with these slogans. Choose wisely. Choose freedom. Viking strong. I'm trying to empower spirits to choose and to make good choices. Hopefully. I want people to succeed if they're a good spirit. I don't want to set them up for failure. These other channels seem to be setting beings up for failure. They're pushing misery. And what good is misery? We're already in a hell realm. Why would you want to push misery? Why would you want more people to be miserable? And why would you want to watch channels that drag you down and make you miserable, make you depressed, make you feel like you've lost, feel like this is all shit, and then you die, and as Justin says, you just rot in the ground as worm food. That's what he pushes. He said that in his recent video that I covered on here. He said, life sucks. It's all about money. Then you die, and he said, you just rot in the ground and you're worm food. What could be more depressing than that and disempowering? That's misery. He's a misery pusher. I don't call him that as an insult. I call him that because I think it's an accurate description of what he does. He pushes misery. I wouldn't want, if I had children, I wouldn't want them watching something like that. I wouldn't want them watching something on TV that's pushing misery and putting it into their heads to be miserable and to feel powerless. That's no way to live. That's terrible. It's traumatizing. And I would go so far as to say it's abusive programming that his channel and the other freaks, the little freaks that are around his age, push the same shit for shekels. The little Asian Canadian and that little Tiga Somali. Their channels are almost identical, those three. Life sucks, basically, is their message. It's a big part of their messages. Life sucks. Life sucks. And they even push that there's nothing after death of the body. They're pushing, they might as well be paid agents of the system. And maybe they are, I don't know. I'm not accusing them. I'm just saying I don't know. They could be. It's a possibility. But maybe they aren't. Maybe they're just miserable creatures. But they basically, if they're unpaid and not working for the system, they're doing a hell of a job for the system as agents of misery, as doing it for free, unpaid agents. Other than their YouTube money. Of course, they're making ad money on YouTube because their channels are all monetized, these creatures. The Chinese guy, Justin, and the Somali guy. Tragic Reality, I think his channel's named. Life Outrage. There's a whole group of these misery pushers. In Justin's recent video, he kept telling people, do what makes you feel good. Well, smoking crack makes some people feel good. Meth makes some people feel good. Committing murder makes some people feel good. There's all kinds of horrible shit in this realm. There's abusive alcoholics that hit their family. They feel good about it. Do what makes you feel good? What kind of message is that? What kind of message is that? That's a message of a simpleton with rocks in his head. There's tons of cruel, evil shit that makes beings in this realm feel good. This is a realm of demons. And his big message is, he says he has to keep telling people this. Do what makes you feel good. Do whatever makes you feel good. What kind of message is that? He's got rocks in his head. And I'm going to keep saying it that way because that's what I think he does. He seems like a fucking caveman. Like someone of the Sopranos mixed with Fred Flintstone. He's got rocks in his fucking head. This realm is degraded to the point that most people can't look at his channel and realize he's low IQ. Yeah, do what thou wilt, Aleister Crowley. Exactly. What's the difference between his big message that he's preaching and Crowley's message? It's the same thing, essentially. Anyway, assets to the system, I agree. Or agents, assets or agents of the system. And they just preach the same shit. You watch one of their videos, you go to the next channel, it's the same. The little Asian Canadian, it's bitching and whining and his life sucks. It's just more sameness. And it's gross. It's gross. And it's destructive. It's disempowering. If you look at the body of my work, including my Esoterica series, including my Alchemical Gold series, where are you going to find anything like this? This is a 50-minute video, and it isn't whining and crying and saying life sucks. 50 minutes and 33 seconds. 900 views in 1 year. Only 900 views in a year. Now, is that better than 300 views, 400 views? Yeah, but still only 900 views out of this whole realm. 900 views, 76 likes. I don't make misery videos. I don't make videos where I'm crying and saying my life sucks. Poor me, boo hoo hoo. I wish I had more money. But those are the popular videos. That's the shit people watch. There should be millions watching this series and my other videos on my channels, not just on the Sanity Machine. All of my channels. All of them. Why does he have so many channels? Because cockroaches try to get my channels taken down. Because they're against free speech. That's why. That's why I had to create multiple channels. Because of you creatures in this realm. How can you have a good realm when most people are against free speech? As soon as someone says something they don't like to hear. It's pathetic. But that's Hell Realm. That's Canada. That's United States. That's the UK. That's Australia. That's France. That's Germany. People calling the government or reporting to YouTube or reporting to government. Most creatures in this realm don't want free speech. They can't handle free speech. And they'll take it as boasting when I say things like, I don't think you'll ever find a channel like mine again. Anywhere. Ever. In this lifetime or beyond this lifetime. This lifetime or this timeline. You come back some other point in history in this realm. I'm not saying that to boast. I'm saying it so that you take this opportunity seriously and say to yourself, I better really get this stuff and understand. I treat this like it's my last chance. That's how seriously I take it. I'm not half-hearted about any of this stuff. And I'm not saying that to scare anyone. Not at all. I'm just saying I would take it seriously if I were you. Whoever you are as a listener or viewer. Whoever you are. That's what I would do. That's my advice. Now, you could do the opposite. You can sit here lurking and laughing and doing all this stupid shit. You can do that if you want to. Go ahead. But I don't think you're going to find another being that has analyzed this realm top to bottom for years and years and years and observed for years and years and decades and put it together what this place is and how things really work with observable evidence. I don't see it. But hey, feel free to doubt me if you want to. It's almost always miserable, envious demons that doubt me. Go ahead, have at it. I think that's a trip into the recycling bin for you. You hurt yourself by doing that. You sabotage yourself. Go ahead, fools.
We all kind of agree with, let's make this realm. Or if there is a true realm where none of this bullshit happens, and we're free and liberated in the utmost sense.
You can't fix this realm. You can't make this realm where, quote, no bullshit. This place is evil from top to bottom, baked into the cake of the design. You can't change it into something else.
That word. Then let me be there and see how that's like. And then let me decide, okay, well, this ain't it either. I guess I'm going to go into non-existence. Oh, but that's just a trick. That's a trick. That's just another artificial layer of the matrix to keep you entrapped. It just goes on and on and on. No matter what you do or don't do, you're fucked, right? No matter what you don't or do, no matter what you don't do or you do, you're fucked. It's all an illusion. It's all a fucking trick. It's all a fairy tale. If that's true, if that's actually true, who am I to deny the truth? That's the thing. All I want is to find the truth so that I can act on the truth with my own sovereign will. And if that's a thing, which I think it is, because in my own being, I have this idea of this. I can see it play out in my own mind and my own being. Even though I'm forced to participate, I know this is not what I want to do, but there's a gun to my head telling me to move, whips at my back telling me to move. If all that was released and I was able to explore higher consciousness in every sense of that word, think of all the infinite possibilities. Yeah, I do have this thing that people call anhedonia, where the things that I used to enjoy, I don't really enjoy them anymore. I don't really enjoy anything in this world. You could say that I enjoy certain people, where respect, dignity, and love, understanding, honesty is shared. I do enjoy that, but that's hard to come by in this realm. But the people that I do have that show that towards me, and I try to show that towards them, there's always the human deficiency, which isn't necessarily our fault. It's the programmed mind and its traumas and its PTSD from this realm. It always wants to get in there and fuck it up. And this is where I have not learned, I know it's a bad word, but not really learned, but discovered. Maybe that's a better word, discovered. And while in this realm, self-reflecting on the things that I have done wrong, or, I'm doing the thing that I don't want done to me. I'm letting my emotions and my own frustrations of this life, I'm now putting that on other people. I don't want to do that. And sometimes you do get pissed off at things people do, especially people you love and care about. And you have righteous anger. That's great. That's fine. But for me, what I always come to is I've never been able to really hold grudges. I don't hold grudges really on anyone. I process it. I deal with it, make my amends, even though sometimes it's very hard to do because you have to say, I was wrong. What I did was wrong. I don't want to do that. Even though I felt justified in the moment, even though you may have done something to me and I felt justified to do something to you, I don't really want to be like that. I can have my own boundaries, do the best I can. But I realize that in this realm, humans are designed to not get along. The longer you're with someone, the longer you know someone, there's always going to be problems. Okay, but this is where I have discovered that if I am able to deal with those problems and still honestly want to respect and understand and show empathy towards you, even though we may disagree, but when I mess up, I try to say I'm sorry, and you do the same to me. That's fine. That's great. That's growing. That's growing a relationship with someone. But at the end of the simulation, I'm not going to be anchored or tied with you. I'm not going to be anchored and tied with you in your beliefs and how you think and how you act and how you feel. This is my own personal journey to get the fuck out of hell. And I have a lot of friends who, I don't see on a daily basis, but over my life I've had made friends, and I still upkeep some of those relationships. And we believe totally different things, act totally different ways. But even if they have NPC-like qualities, for me, spending a little time with them every now and then gives me a relief from all the shit I have to deal with at this existential crisis.
I think that's a great comment, RI, and I would encourage people that, let's say, disagree with that. I would encourage them to come on here and face me in a polite, civil conversation. Any of them, any in this realm, any. I'm welcoming any of them that disagree, that can be polite, civil, intelligent, not yelling, cursing at me, swearing, emotional, interrupting, rude. I don't seek that out. I don't want that. I've had creatures come on here and behave that way. I've already experienced that, and there's no point. They offer nothing. There's no point in having them. But if someone can be civil, polite, and intelligent and make valid points, or at least attempt to make points that disagree with me, I'm free. They're free to come on here. I'm willing to have them on. They can come here live as a guest. They can contact me by email. They could let me know, even if they're banned in chat, they could let me know somewhere that, hey, I'm interested in coming on your show, and saying, or trying to prove me wrong, saying that something is more important than the teachings on my channel, and give counter arguments and make valid points, or try to make intelligent points, we'll say. The problem is most that come here don't do that. They behave like cockroaches. They don't come here to have a civil conversation and respectfully, politely disagree. They can't behave. They yell, they swear, they falsely accuse, they do all kinds of just cockroach behavior. They're disgusting. If there is something more important to learn and to understand while here, and somebody has a disagreement with me, why don't you bring it here? Or make a video proving me wrong. Make an hour or 2 hour long video. Make a documentary proving me wrong. Show it in a video. And then share that video with me that you made.
Crisis that I'm going through every single day. Like I said with the anhedonia, underneath it all, okay, I'm not really enjoying this. Not really. But I can see and understand that even though I know this is all wrong, even though I know they're in their own script and their own programs, I can just let that be, let them be them. I'll do the best I can to be me. And pick and choose people that, even though they have shortcomings and fallings, are they really a good person underneath it all? Do they actually care about me? Do they try to deceive me? Do they try to take advantage of me? Not great. We can get along. Oh. Yeah, as the days go on. I've been waking up early for the longest time now. But I've been starting to really notice that I feel the best during the twilight of morning, of the night and the day of morning, and the night and the day of evening. And whenever the sun's out, I know a lot of people say, "Oh, the sun is good. The sun is the giver of life." All the ancient cultures used to worship the sun.
Most don't seek the truth. They would try to disprove me out of ego. I know I can't be disproven on what I've said here because I've observed and studied this my entire life, and it matches with reality. Not just see, some creatures will say, "Oh, you're just using your senses when you say observable reality." I'm not just using my eyesight. Observable means more than that. There was a loser that came to my channel recently saying, "Did you know this is a hall of mirrors?" They just don't look into what I'm saying. They just say stupid shit. Most beings are lazy. They don't watch my videos. They don't watch my content. They just want to be critical they're just lazy. They investigate nothing and then they make these stupid comments. But yeah, I agree with what you're saying. And many of these creatures don't care what the truth is. Their motivation is hoping they could prove me wrong because they dislike me or hate me or they're envious of me. That's all. So what I'm getting at is they're not motivated by truth or truth seeking. They're very different. They're motivated by evil, envy, ego, all that sort of shit, which doesn't lead them on a path to truth. It just doesn't. So certain spiritual beings are real truth seekers. We're seeking the truth. We're not trying to prove idiots or assholes wrong. That's not my goal in this realm. I don't look at these creatures saying, I'm going to make it my life mission to prove this idiot wrong. I don't do that. I'm seeking the truth. That's where I began. Wanting the truth, to figure this out, not to prove anyone wrong. But I'm not like them. Their motivation is completely different. Their mind is wired differently, and their spirit is different. They'd love to harm me more than they'd love to seek or find any truth in this realm. That's the way they are.
Now, for me, the sun is draining. The sun is overbearing. The sun zaps all the energy out of me. I don't want it to be completely dark either, but I'm saying it feels like a magnifying glass, a huge magnifying glass in the freaking, I feel like a little ant, and it's just beaming down on me and melting me and zapping away all the energy. And now it's a little later in the morning, I'm starting to feel it again. I'm starting to feel exhausted.
I think out of body, these evil spirited creatures won't even be able to look at me. I don't think they'll even be able to look at what you would call a spirit light body, an energy body. My essence, what I am, out of this meat suit. They'll have to look away.
Entire, just from the effects of this thing. And I know we're all aware that the sun used to be different. Sun used to be yellow. It maybe used to have been a little better to be in it. But for me, it's this white, scorching, just overbearing tyrant. And if you realize that all the nature, all the plants, they worship this thing. No, I don't. I don't worship or have, what's the word? Adore anything of this natural world. I realize that, the plants and the animals, there's certain good qualities about them. And it's not their fault. They're in the predicament they're in. Animals aren't consciously evil. Outwardly, they are. But inwardly, they don't know what they're doing. So that's how I kind of look at the human population in general, too. Outwardly, we're all evil. But inwardly, a lot of times, we don't actually know what we're doing. And the people who do know what they're doing, okay, that's a different story. But a lot of times, we're just going through the motions. We're just living on the programs, the delusions, the human script, our life circumstances. We're tired, we're exhausted, we're angry, we're fed up. So I try not to look at the humans as a whole as evil, even though outwardly we're all evil. Outwardly, you could say that I'm evil. To survive in this world in any way makes one evil. That's just it. But do I take blame for that? No, I don't take blame for a forced position that I'm forced to be in and a forced participation that I'm forced to participate in. People may not fully understand that, and that's fine. But when you finally understand what I'm talking about, you see it, and you can't unsee it. This whole creation is evil, even though as conscious sentient beings, we're trapped into it. Does it make us evil? If you lift us out of here, if you wipe away all of this, and we're left as we are, with none of these evil limitations, restrictions, and necessities of life, okay, then you can judge. Okay, what are they going to do now? But it's so easy to point the finger and say, everyone's evil but me, or, look at all these dumbasses. I do it too. A lot of times, yeah, there are a lot of dumbasses. There are a lot of evil people. I'm not trying to wipe that away or gaslight you or say you have to accept people for who they are. No, fuck all that shit. I'm just trying to, I guess what's helped me is still what I have learned that helps me into you. No matter what you've done, instill into yourself some amount of self-respect and dignity and empathy. That you're in a fucked up world, it's a rigged game, and through it all, don't give up on yourself. No matter how this came about, no matter how you got here, there's no justification for it being the way it is. And if you can get yourself and say, no matter what happens, I'm not going to abandon myself. I'm not just going to throw up my hands and say, oh, well, I'm just going to abandon myself because that's what the world's taught me. I know it's easier said than done, but I'm just telling you what has helped me. If it doesn't help you, then, do whatever you think's best. Well, what are you even talking about? Don't abandon yourself. Oh, you're just saying all these positive platitudes just to help me get through my day. Well, if that's all you can get out of this, then okay, well, you got to live in one delusion or the other. So why not live in the delusion that even though you're in hell, I'm not going to torture my own conscious being with all of the emotional and mental distresses that come with being it. I'm going to do the best I can to see the programs running in my mind. So, oh, that's not true. I'm not a piece of shit. I'm not evil. I'm not a failure. I'm not this. I'm not that. There is hope. It's a delusion. Call it what you want. But is it going to help your life be just a little more bearable? Probably, yeah. And if you really do think and know, or just believe that there's more to this reality than this, and there is a reason why you're seeing this place for the way it is, it's because there is something in you that recognizes evil, that recognizes that this world is fucked up and messed up in all the ways imaginable. So there's something in you that is different than this place. That's what I always come back to. There's something in me that is completely different from this place. That doesn't make me better than someone else who doesn't. It's just for me personally, oh, okay. There's something more that they, whatever put this thing into motion, wants to keep me away from, wants me not to access, wants to keep me locked out of my own being, wants to fill me with all the thoughts and ideas and feelings of what's not me. And we may never truly know what is you. I mean, what are you? What am I? Truly, I don't know. But it's not this. It never was this. I'm not like I've said before, I'm not a depressed, miserable, oh, woe is me person. I'm not that. But I'm also not going to be dishonest about the reality that I'm in. I'm not going to be dishonest about how it makes me feel, how it forces you into those things. One of the hardest things to do is to objectively.
Finally having breakfast. Aunt Jemima's a bit behind today. Did he just say he's not a depressed and miserable creature or person? You're not miserable and depressed, really? Well, you'd never come across as a happy being ever in any of your videos for years.
Like I've said before, I'm not a depressed, miserable, oh, woe is me person. I'm not that. But I don't know. But it's not this. It never was this. I'm not like I've said before, I'm not a depressed, miserable, oh, woe is me person. I'm not that. But I'm also not going to be dishonest about the reality that I'm in. I'm not going to be dishonest about how it makes me feel, how it forces you into those things. One of the hardest things to do is to objectively and honestly look at this reality for what it is, not for what you want it to be or for what you thought it was or for what they want you to believe it is. That's hard to do because you're like, oh, if I honestly do this, then that means I have to honestly face that I am in an evil world. I'm in a world where no matter what I do or don't do, I'm fucked. Everything I do is going to be forgotten. I'm going to rot in the ground. All the sweat, blood, and tears, all the dreams and aspirations are going to all fade away, and it's really all going to be for nothing. No, I'm important. What I am doing here is important. The legacy that I'm making for myself and my children and their generation is important. Fighting the system here is important. Like I said, believe whatever you want. But when I have came to this conclusion, this level of awareness that it's all rigged, it's all designed to be this nightmare illusion, hall of mirrors, to keep you in that perpetual state of looping and looping and looping, getting nowhere. When you can just say, wait a second, I'm just continually spinning in circles. What if I just said I'm done with this whole charade and I want nothing to do with it? That seems for me to be the best answer to all of this. No matter what it is, I'm just done with it. I have enough self-respect and dignity for myself to not put myself through this day after day. And I may just be repeating the same old thing over and over, but it helps me. This kind of stuff helps me. And it may not help you, but I guarantee you, if you yourself honestly start talking about these things to yourself, honestly exploring these things and deconstructing the things in your mind, in its mind, in their mind, whatever you want to call it, and get down to the nitty-gritty, it will help you. It may not seem like it at first because you got to deal with the tragic reality that, damn, this place is fucked up. Damn, how did I get here? Damn, am I on a loose farm? Damn, is this the devil's playground? Because I can't unsee the things that I see now, no matter where I turn or where I look, and all the things that I do. It's everywhere. And it's not only out there, it's in my own actions. But don't blame yourself for being forced to participate in a world that gave you no other options. And this is something that I was talking about on the live stream at first. It's like, okay, if I'm forced to be here and it's a rigged game in an evil world, and then it wants to judge me when I get out of here, I refuse that because it's not a fair test. It's not right. They should be the ones being judged. Okay, let's just put that aside. Okay. At the same time, even though I'm acting out of these programs and these human behaviors and all these things, my actions still have consequences in this world. And my actions do cause other things to suffer, do cause my life to either get a little bit better or a little bit worse, depending on what I do or don't do. And sometimes you're just fucked either way around. So, I mean, it's really about your own personal experience. This is just my experience. In my experience, it has helped me tremendously to admit when I've wronged somebody, to admit when I've done something against my own character that I know to be. I am an imperfect being in this realm. Am I a perfect being outside of here? I don't know. What is a perfect being? Can anything really be perfect? All I know is this imperfect creation creates and pushes all imperfections. So I'm not saying I'm perfect out of here. What I'm saying is this realm just instills and festers all of these things that no one wants. But while I'm here, I realize my actions do have consequences. How I treat people have consequences. Sometimes people deserve what they're getting. Other times, it's just petty human arguments or petty human triggers or responses. Or even sometimes I've done something in the moment, I didn't realize what I was doing, but looking back, I was like, oh man, I didn't even realize how I may have been wronging that person or had talked to that person. And I can see that's not how I want to be or how I want to treat them. So taking accountability and responsibility for, hey, my actions do have consequences. Even though in the whole gist of it, it's all rigged. But even though I don't think any of us are to blame for any of this, while I'm here, I'm going to do the best I can to be that. It's hard to put into words, but to act on and be that thing that I strive to be. Even though it's going to get me nowhere in the end. I'm going to die. I'm going to rot in the ground. No one's going to remember me. It's for me. It's for my own clarity and peace of mind. Because I know when I see things that are wrong, I know when I see things about how I treat other people is wrong. Because it's causing suffering. It's causing others to have a worse experience than they should. Now, I'm not going to be their mama hen and go around protecting and dictating what people should or shouldn't do to people. No, of course not. I let people be themselves. I let people do and say what they want, and I put up boundaries, and I'm like, I'm going this way. You can do that all you want, but I'm going to go do this. I'm not here to pass blame or ridicule on other people, even though I've done that, and I probably will continue to do that. I don't want to I do. I know who you are.
Hey, psycho, what's up?
I'm just gonna go ahead and remove you because you're one of those people who want to infest people's minds with paranoia and delusions. Everyone's a demon, but you. Get the fuck out of here, man. Hey, what's going on?
Hello. Hey, Joshua. Remember me? Nolan?
I do, yes.
Hey, brother.
I know who you are.
Hey, psycho, what's up?
I'm just gonna go ahead and remove you because you're one of those people who want to infest people's minds with paranoia and delusions. Everyone's a demon, but you. Get the fuck out of here, man. While I'm here, I'm going to do the best I can to be that. It's hard to put into words, but to act on and be that thing that I strive to be. Even though it's going to get me nowhere in the end. I'm going to die. I'm going to rot in the ground. No one's going to remember me. It's for me. It's for my own clarity and peace of mind. Because I know when I see things that are wrong, I know when I see things about how I treat other people is wrong. Because it's causing suffering. It's causing others to have a worse experience than they should. Now, I'm not going to be their mama hen and go around protecting and like dictating what people should or shouldn't do to people. No, of course not. I let people be themselves. I let people do and say what they want, and I put up boundaries, and I'm like, I'm going this way. You can do that all you want, but I'm going to go do this. I'm not here to pass blame or ridicule on other people, even though I've done that, and I probably will continue to do that. I don't want to do that. But I'm also not going to be a pushover. I'm also going to, like on the live streams, be passionate about what I'm passionate about, and disagree, and say what I think and feel. But after it's all over, no hard feelings. No hard feelings. We're just acting out of our scripted characters. But for me, there's something in me that I know isn't scripted, and that could be the delusion, whatever. And like I said in a different video, the fact that I can judge this place as wrong, the fact that I can judge this place as an inversion, as a fallen creation, as a hell, as a place where all the evils sprout and grow and infect everything that's here. A loose farm, a genetic experiment, whatever you want to call it. I've come to the awareness that I can judge it as being the wrong vision, the wrong way. This is not it. So whether that's scripted, I don't know. All I know is I can't unsee it. And I refuse to just be lulled to sleep again. I can't even do that even if I wanted to. Okay. I sometimes I just want to forget all this for now. Let me just distract and lull myself asleep with this thing or that thing for the time being. But no, underneath it all, it's still there. It's the existential awareness that it's hard to describe or explain. But if you have it, you know what I'm talking about. So a lot of people may say, oh, you're negative, or you're trying to spread negativity. All you're doing is whining and complaining. That may be what you see. But for me internally, it's not just whining and complaining. It's airing out all my grievances, airing out all the inner trauma and all the inner frustrations about how I really see things and how I really feel. And it's mostly for me. It's mostly for me. And people get a lot of benefit from it. And if you don't, you don't. That's fine. This is my own therapy session. This is my own, I'm going through myself, and I'm giving myself the validation that no one else will give me. And I'm saying, just fucking say how you feel. Just fucking say what you want. And people get a lot of benefit from it. And if you don't, you don't. That's fine. This is my own therapy session. This is my own, I'm going through myself, and I'm giving myself the validation that no one else will give me. And I'm saying, just fucking say how you feel. Just fucking say what you want, how you think, how you see it. Just do it. I'm here with you. You know what I mean? And I'm sure it's great listening to this because I listen to a lot of people and I'm like, yeah, man, that's, I feel more understood now. I feel more validated. But when you do it yourself, that's where the real power comes from. You don't have to make videos, you don't have to put them online, but just air it out. Air it out. It may not help you, I don't know, but it helps me a lot. See, I feel better now about myself because I'm spending time with myself, validating myself, and expressing how I actually think and feel. I'm not going to gaslight myself. I'm not going to do any of that. Could I be wrong? Sure. I could be wrong about things. It's happened many times in my life. But I'm not wrong for exploring that within myself and expressing that. I'm not wrong for that. I don't want to be a negative Nancy. I don't want to just come on here and just, this is all the things that are negative. It just is the way it is. I can't change it. Go listen to something else. But yeah, but what can you do while you're here? You're in a negative world. What are you going to do? The brutal honesty is, there is nothing you can do besides get through it. That's all you can do. And the best way that you see fit. There's nothing wrong with how you choose to live your life or what you choose to do with your time. Who else can dictate that to you? And just know, whatever you choose to do with your time, it's a double-edged sword. No matter what you do, there's going to be suffering involved. No matter how long you play that video game, it's going to bring you suffering. No matter how long you read that book, it's going to bring you suffering. No matter how long you're in that relationship, it's going to bring you suffering. Mentally, emotionally, physically, all these things apply to everything. There's not one thing that's not going to bring you suffering while you do it. And that's part of the anhedonia, because before you didn't really realize it, or you kind of just, swept it under the rug. But everything I do, even regarding this topic, or just trying to forget about everything, I see and feel all the suffering attached to it. Man, that's a big eye-opener right there. And we lull our senses, our internal awareness of that, because we're trying to escape suffering by doing this other thing. We don't want our escape of suffering to also bring us suffering and all the addictions we have. It may have relief in the moment, but it's also another pit of suffering. But I'm not going to blame you or sit there and say, hey, you're wrong for doing that. No, it's only, in my opinion, it's only wrong if you're wronging others while you're doing it and then making excuses and justifications why it's okay. No, we all fuck up. We all do things wrong no matter what you do or don't do. But there's no justification for you wronging people over and over and over and over and over and taking no accountability or responsibility for it. You got to realize eventually that just be honest with yourself. I know it sucks. I know it's hard to do. It hurts. And say, yeah, that thing I did, yeah, I fucked up. Woo, you're free now. And whether the person forgives you or not, you're internally free because, hey, you're not afraid to admit that, yeah, this place gets the best of you sometimes and I fucked up. Oh, well, we all fuck up, right? Just admit it. But don't hold that baggage of, oh, I'm just a wretched sinner. Oh my God, I always fail and there's nothing I can do to change what I am. And I just feel so low and pitiful. Have some courage and say, you know what, through it all, I'm going to stand up for myself and not take the shit. Yeah, I fucked up, but I'm not taking the shit. I'm not taking the blame spiritually for it. I'll take accountability in the physical and say, yeah, I fucked up. It's wrong. I got to keep doing all these things I'm forced to participate in, but I'm not going to justify or defend it. Just to defend my ego because I'm a good person. Oh, I'm too perfect. No, nothing I do is wrong. It's all the system. No, it's not. It's the system's fault. It's the system's game. You're not really to blame for it. But you also got to admit, even though you're not fully to blame for it, your actions do have consequences. Okay, they do. Whether you understand that or not. So yeah. I mean, having empathy for everything is a burden. It is. And you shouldn't let that empathy overwrite reality. That's different. But having a certain level of empathy for yourself and all beings that are in here, forcing against their will, that's kind of hard to do sometimes. And just because you have empathy doesn't mean you justify the evil actions of what people do. No, hell no, you don't. But for me, I also don't paint people as demons or fill in the blank just because, they wronged me or because they have a different opinion or because they think differently or they did something wrong to me. Because I have also done that to other people and I know I'm not a demon. So, and in the end, if it's revealed they are a demon, then so be it. Fill in the blank just because, they kind of hard to do sometimes. And just because you have empathy doesn't mean you justify the evil actions of what people do. No, hell no, you don't. But for me, I also don't paint people as demons or fill in the blank just because, they wronged me or because they have a different opinion or because they think differently or they did something wrong to me. But for me, I also don't paint people as demons or fill in the blank, just because, you know, they wronged me, or because they have a different opinion, or because they think differently, or they did something wrong to me. Because I have also done that to other people, and I know I'm not a demon. So, and in the end, if it's revealed they are a demon, then so be it. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, bitch. Send you back to the gates of hell where you belong. That's all you can do. I mean, because I have people in my family that you could call a demon. Like one of my close family members, I'm not going to say any names, but I also realized that he's living through a trauma program script that he's unable to get out of. And that means everybody around him that gets involved with him will be destroyed, burned from the ground up. He has to live as a predator because he cannot get what he wants. And he brings tremendous suffering to all who come into his life. But here's the thing, I can see that, you know, it's all part of the trauma script that he has no control over. He can't advance, he can't grow, he can't break out of it. That sucks. Damn. You can't break out of that. It's a constant looping. Everything's everyone else's fault but you. You're a parasite on everything around you. You can't see the errors of your own ways. That must really fucking suck, huh? But it also sucks that all the misery and suffering you cause other people because of that. And I'm not justifying or defending that. Hell no, you put your boundaries up, you fucking get out of there. But is he truly a demon? I just don't think so. Some being heal him from his trauma. Heal him from the programs. Heal him from all the shit that was scripted in his life that I was a part of as well. I was right there with it. It fucked me up too. Just reach your hand down and fucking heal it. Release the scripts, release the programs, release the limitations of the human body to feel like you gotta suck everything in because you can't. Survival mode. Boom, there it is, survival mode. Take the fucking survival mode off. Just let people not have to be in constant struggle and survival to get their needs met. And you may see a different being in that case. See, this system is to blame for all of it. But like I said, the consequences of his actions has consequences to his life. And it's not right to put others through that. You get what I'm saying, okay? I'm not defending it, I'm not justifying it, but I'm also calling it as it is, the system itself, the way things are, the biological meat suit, and the struggle to survive in any and all means necessary. Just like an animal can't break out of its script. Some people just can't break out of their script. It's so mind-blowing to me, but that's the way it is. And get the fuck as far away as possible from those kind of people, because they will destroy you inwardly and outwardly. But until further evidence is shown, I see a traumatized, fucked up, tortured being who can't get out of his programs and scripts and doesn't see clearly everything. Because you know they say narcissists can't change. Why is that? Well, either because they're a demon or because they're programmed to be exactly what they are and they can't get out of it. It's weird, isn't it? So you're a programmed entity that cannot grow emotionally, cannot see the errors of one's own ways, and has to constantly bring suffering to other people because of your deficiencies. And there's no way you can see or grow from it. Seems like a programmed scripted character to me to cause, so said, havoc and chaos and misery to other people. Yeah, well, again, not defending, not justifying. There are fucking fucked up people, evil people in this world that fucked you over so brutally that there should be no forgiveness for their actions. None. Don't forgive anyone that you don't want to. But for me, it's freeing to be able to fully process that, not justify or defend any of the actions, and to say, okay, it's time to let that go now. Not hold on to it, not let it be an anchor or baggage at your ankles every step that you take, but see things clearly, have that validation and empathy for yourself, and dealing with it honestly and processing it for as long as it takes, and getting to the point where you're free of it, because at the end of the simulation, don't you want to be free of all this bullshit here? You're not sweeping it under the rug, not justifying it. You're saying, that was fucked up, I don't want to experience anything like this again. I don't want to be around that person, or that kind of person, that kind of entity, that kind of scripted character. Just get the fuck away from me. Let me be me. Let me put up my little boundaries and stay away. He's all over the place. What, should we forgive or not? Hey, only you know that. I'm just telling you my own personal experience. My little boundaries and stay away. My little boundaries and stay away. He's all over the place. My little boundaries and stay away. He's all over the place. What, should we forgive or not? Hey, only you know that. I'm just telling you my own personal experience. But the things that created this, that keep this in motion, that keep the gun to all our heads, telling us to move, act, and be in an evil world, there's no redemption for them. They're psychopathic evil to the core. And the best thing that I can think of is to utterly destroy and wipe them out. Put them in non-existence forever and ever and ever. Never let them, not justifying it. You're saying, that was fucked up. I don't want to experience anything like this again. I don't want to be around that person or that kind of person, or that kind of entity, that kind of scripted character. Just get the fuck away from me. Let me be me. Let me put up my little boundaries and stay away. He's all over the place. What, should we forgive or not? Hey, only you know that. I'm just telling you my own personal experience. But the things that created this, that keep this in motion, that keep the gun to all our heads, telling us to move, act, and be in an evil world, there's no redemption for them. They're psychopathic evil to the core. And the best thing that I can think of is to utterly destroy and wipe them out. Put them in non-existence forever and ever and ever. Never let them see the light, the real light of existence ever again. And if you can't destroy them, then keep them sealed and bound forever. Not for 1,000 years, but of existence ever again. And if you can't destroy them, then keep them sealed and bound forever. Not light, the real light of existence ever again. And if you can't destroy them, then keep them sealed and bound forever. Not for 1,000 years, but forever. Don't ever release them back because you're bored or you have something to prove. Keep them locked away. Let them eat themselves alive. Yeah, okay, I'm going to stop this here. It's been long enough. Don't gotta disagree or agree. I'm just created this, that keep this in motion, that keep the gun to all our heads, telling us to move, act, and be in an evil world. There's no redemption for them. They're psychopathic evil to the core. And the best thing that I can think of is to utterly destroy and wipe them out. Put them in non-existence forever and ever and ever. Never let them see the light, the real light of existence ever again. And if you can't destroy them, then keep them sealed and bound forever. Not for 1,000 years, but forever. Don't ever release them back. Light, the real light of existence ever again. And if you can't destroy them, then keep them sealed and bound forever. Not for 1,000 years, but forever. Don't ever release them back because you're bored or you have something to prove. Keep them locked away. Let them eat themselves alive. Yeah, okay, I'm going to stop this here. It's been long enough. Yeah, okay, I'm going to keep them locked away. Let them eat themselves alive. Yeah, okay, I'm going to stop this here. It's been long enough. Don't gotta disagree or agree. I'm just honestly talking. Yeah, okay, I'm going to stop this here. It's been long enough. Don't gotta disagree or agree. I'm just honestly talking. You honestly talk to yourself about how you think and feel, and yeah.
He watches my channel. He's known about my channel for almost 4 years. Excuse me. He was one of the first beings, one of the first on my channel when I started the Sanity Machine. He was here within the first month or two. And he's stolen from me and copied me so many times in so many ways. You will pay for that, Joshua. You won't be laughing like you did at the end of your videos, laughing, knowing that you were copying me. You won't be doing that in the end.
White liberal women are obsessed with migrants as 60,000 new migrants invaded.
Look at this one filming with their phone and waving at them. Come on in. She's waving at this line of them, standing there in sandals that go up to her ankles, look kind of like hoe shoes. This liberal. She's wearing shorts. I'm surprised that she's not wearing bikini bottoms or something. But she's a Spanish liberal, enjoying the invasion of her country by beings that would probably grape her if they could. An absolute moron. And excuse me, I'm trying to clear my throat a little bit. Losing my voice, it seems like, temporarily. These are what I mean by the ones that sabotage their country. They're self-saboteurs. They sabotage women. They sabotage their country, the safety in their country, the demographics. They celebrate it, okay? And I think part of it is feminism. Now, some people would say it's not their fault. They were programmed by feminism. My question is, who followed? A lot of women want to point to society and feminism, say they did that to us. Who followed it? Who followed it? Okay. Who picked up the jug, the pitcher of Kool-Aid, and poured glass after glass and drank it? Who drank the programming? Who drank the Kool-Aid? Well, you did. See, this is where personal responsibility and accountability come in. And accountability is like kryptonite to women. They don't want to admit that they followed feminism for decades. Feminism taught you, some people would say, what does feminism have to do with this? A huge part of it is this. They taught you that white men are bad. European men are bad. Bring in the replacements. These new men are better. And a lot of these women, if a man breaks up with them, they hate all men then, or all white men. Let's say a European man dated her for a year or two, or even for weeks, a month, and broke up with her and said, you know, I don't want to be with you. This isn't working, or this sucks, and broke up. A lot of these women will hate men, especially white men or all white men, for life after that. They'll pull a Callie. She dated a white guy that looked Russian. I was told he was Russian. I don't know if that's the case for sure, but he did kind of have Eastern European or Russian features, which really isn't European. Russians are more Asiatic, in my view. Okay? But he was light-skinned. And she's hated white men since then. She dated a guy that I think spoiled her, taking her on trips to Hawaii, various places, probably treated her very well. Probably. But once the relationship was done, she's just bashed white men. And this woman on the screen on the left in the shorts, I wouldn't be surprised if a white man, whether he's Spanish, from Spain, or maybe from somewhere else in Europe, might have broken up with her and quote unquote broke her heart. And now she just wants her whole country invaded and replaced and voted for it. It's not just her standing there waving them in. They have a very socialist government that wants hundreds of thousands of these invaders to come in. They voted for this. Okay? It's not just her waving and saying, come on in and celebrating. A lot of these women in Spain voted for this. And word got around to other places like in Morocco, Africa. And they're flooding in. They're just flooding in. Thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands. It's like whole cities coming in there. You don't know who they are. They're all illegal. They're just flooding in illegally. And she's a great example, not a good moral example, but an example of what women have become in the West. Not all, but there's a hell of a lot like her that would say, yeah, you go, girl. You're going to get a migrant boyfriend, and who needs white men? They've had their day, as Trexty said. White men have had their day in power, and that's what they're for. They have a grudge against white men, maybe against their father. Maybe your father passed away when she was young, like Lolita. There's a lot of fucked up, unhealed women out there that need proper therapy, not the therapy system we have, the feminized, feminist therapy system that we have in most European countries and European-based countries like America and Canada. Most of the therapists and psychiatrists are going to be female, and they're anti-male. They're feminist. It's a feminized system. In university, it's 75 or 80% studying psychology are women. That's not good, in case you don't get it. They don't need to be validated, told that they're right in everything. They need real healing. They need something more akin to Carl Jung's shadow work, facing themselves. Now, it's not your fault if your father passes away in childhood, but it's also not an excuse to hate men or hate white men if your father was white for life because your father happened to pass away, which wasn't his fault, unless it was his own hand, suicide. But even then, you don't know what was in his mind. You shouldn't blame all men, resent all men, hate all men, or all white men, which is what a lot of women do. Now, do men tend to do that? No, boys don't. I've never heard of a man that got very hurt by a woman that hated all women after that. I've never seen one in person. But do women do that? Quite often. And they'll start saying in their little female groups, men suck, I hate men, hate all men. There's even campaigns like that with many women participating. Women are different. The way you handle things, you'll blame all men because one man hurt you. That isn't the same as the way men are. Now, if hurt severely, men sometimes will walk away from society. They'll say, I'm never dating again, but they won't spew hatred for women or try to destroy their whole civilization and burn it all down like this. Okay? And I hope you understand what you're ruining. Now, I'm not blaming all women for what she's doing, but she's not the only one that's doing this, okay? But it's not isolated to just this chick on the screen with the striped shorts and the sandals. It's not just her. It's a hell of a lot in Spain that voted for this.
The small Spanish city of Ceuta, just in the last 24 hours, some Spanish white girls welcomed them with open arms, waving them to come in, greeting them upon the beaches, giving them
Spanish white girls, even giving them hugs. Look at the contrast in the skin color. And obviously race is way, as I've said many times, is way deeper than just skin color. Way deeper. But look at this one in a mask hugging this darkie, almost as dark gets. Ninjuno. I almost thought it said Negro. I almost read that as Negro. And do you know what this looks like to white men, to European men that are not brainwashed? It looks like betrayal. It looks like traitors. That's what it looks like. It looks like something that if I were in power, I would punish them more than the women that were traitors in France. Now, I think the wrong side won World War II, obviously. But yes, very smug about it. They're very good point, Wendy. Absolutely. They're very smug about it. So this is just great. That'll teach them. We're sticking it to the white men. We're going to ruin our country for generations. Do you know how hard the Spanish fought to get rid of invaders that were part of had taken over Spain, and they had to fight them for centuries, and now look at them.
Hugs, falling in love, and demonstrating their suicidal empathy for all of the world. Their suicidal empathy, falling in love, and upon the beaches, giving them hugs, falling in love, and demonstrating their suicidal empathy for all of the world to see. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what white liberal women are up to.
By the way, if it were the majority of white men doing this, if most white men supported it, I would be speaking out against them. If it were tall white men doing it, if it were midgets, I'd be speaking out against them. But the fact is, the majority are female, liberal white females that support this. Way more than any other group. They are in support of this. So again, I'm not saying it's all women, but it's white liberal women and feminist women, Marxist, feminist, like Kirsten, that used to be on my channel, that claims she quit being Marxist, and feminist, and she didn't. She still is that. And the way she talks about men behind men's backs proves it when she talks with trans. I almost feel sick watching this. I don't want to be gross, but this is so hideous and disgusting to me to see this going on. Now, Angela Rose, I think she's part Hispanic, maybe fully Hispanic, but mostly I think she's Hispanic. I don't think she's we'll call it pure white. But look at her face reacting to this. She's looking at this like, what are you doing? They have ICE out in Spain. This is in Spain, in a church in Spain. This isn't in America where they have the organization ICE. They're so obsessed that they watch news in America and say, we're going to do the opposite. We're going to let them all into Spain. Look at this. This is gross. This is disgusting. And I don't care if it's a liberal woman or a castrated male, like the guy sitting there in the purple, sitting on, looks like a box or playing a box drum or something. Pathetic. Pathetic. He's a castrated eunuch of a male. He's not a man. A man would not be behaving that way.
Here you have a church filled with white liberal women talking about their love.
Oh, and by the way, other races are laughing that white people, and it's not all white people, but it's a percentage, support this. They're laughing at white people, saying, look at them. They're letting us invade their countries and destroy them and grape them and molest their children. They're laughing, these savages. And that's another part of it that angers me and makes me sick.
For illegal migrants, waving them to invade and take over your country.
Look at her waving them in. I wonder if she'd give some of them kisses, hugs. Just loving it. She's loving it. And her body posture does not show fear. It's not like, oh, she's afraid. She got caught in the moment and had to pretend that she's welcoming them, unless she's the greatest actress in history. Her body language is welcoming. She's welcoming them in. That's what I think. The only thing I can say is that her legs are close together with one foot in front of the other. I'm surprised her legs aren't just spread open, seated there. Like, it's absolutely pathetic. It really is. It's gross. It's grotesque. It's disgusting. It's shameless. It's treacherous. It's the behavior of traitors that do this. Most white men that are not liberal would see a woman like that and never want her in any kind of way after that. It's, how can I describe it? It's beyond a turnoff. It's a get rid of it feeling for men that are not on the left, that are not leftists, liberals, socialists, Marxists, communists, feminists. It's disgust. It's revolting to see this. And Angela's reaction is a bit weird. Her face there. Streaming into the country, just thousands and thousands. It's not just little boats. They're just coming in, pouring in. Who knows how many are in Spain and the rest of Europe at this point? You can't trust the government figures. Who knows? And who knows who they are, what they are? A lot of these creatures would do horrendous things to children. They already have. There's a pattern of that. And we see women just waving them in. Women talk about being afraid of sexual assault or this. Look what you're waving in. Like, it's just, it's mind-blowing. It's disgusting. It's all the things that I've already said. They're the type that if invaders were at the gates, they put the drawbridge down in the middle of the night and say, come on in. Invade. Take over. And they'll be screaming in a few years, protect us, and look what you did. And I think Angela might even go into how they voted. They voted for this.
I mean, she's standing in the middle of a stampede.
I would be, if I was running Spain, there would be, I'll put it, how can I put it? There'd be lead flying on the beaches and they would be turned away and they would be, they wouldn't be coming in. They wouldn't be coming in at all. Out of Africa, they wouldn't be coming in, swimming to the shore on boat. They wouldn't make it. They wouldn't make it, okay?
He apparently has never seen The Lion King and how dangerous that can be. And they're screaming like animals, screaming in different languages. So this clip has resurfaced. This actually came from a 2021 invasion of Quetta. So this has been going on for years at this point, and the Spanish government is doing nothing about it. I guess we're supposed to...
Liberal women are told that it's horrible in Africa and it's white men's fault. That the darkies have horrible lives in Africa and it's our fault. And this is how they react because they're gullible. It's so easy to program women. I've said this before. If I were on Team Evil, I'm sure I could have made so many millions of dollars in marketing if I were evil and on Team Evil. But I also could have orchestrated things to just mind fuck women so easily. Because their minds are like soft clay, Play-Doh. It's easy to feed them sob stories and lies, and they'll turn against good men to embrace invaders. It's simple. It's simple, which is why women should have no political power whatsoever because of what you're seeing. They know the psychology of women. Women are like children. If you started telling a female child, let's say an 8-year-old or 10-year-old, that the neighbors in the neighborhood, let's say they were good people, and somebody started telling the child they're all bad, they're all wicked, that child would instantly be afraid in looking at them that way. And that's the way women are. You can make them fear good men and embrace and hug and hold ones like this, invaders. Like you see, it's not just one woman, and that's the female mind too. They isolate it to, oh my goodness, that one woman hugging that darkie. It isn't just one though. It's millions across Europe that have the same feelings as her. You're so gullible. You're like children. You're easy to brainwash. Most women is what I'm speaking about. Your gender. I'm not speaking about one individual woman, nor am I saying it's hashtag all women. I'm not saying it's all women, but it's most. That's all it has to be. It doesn't have to be all. It doesn't have to be 100% of women or European women. It doesn't have to be. It's more than enough to allow this to happen.
To look at a clip like this and say, wow.
I bet a lot of these women, including that one, have probably bashed men for years and years, maybe even young boys, and said, you're evil if you don't want these invaders. You're heartless, you're cold, you're cruel, you're racist, you're racist, you're racist. So beautiful Spain is going to be overrun. Parts of Europe are falling. There's massive crimes that have gone on. And this is what they do, embrace these darkies. Mothering them. Like, it's just, I don't even, in a way, I don't know how to express it in words, how messed up it is. I could, as a man, I could never fathom doing this. Never. And being this gullible and dumb and naive to fall for this plan and look into nothing, research nothing about the realm, governments, the certain plans that start with a K and end with an E sound, K, blah, blah, E plan. I can't even say that word on here. I might lose my channel for saying it. You got to look into this stuff. I've looked into this for decades. Anyway, there's so many quote truthers that say, oh, they know about the New World Order. They don't even know what the fuck is going on with this. And what does it matter, Stephen? Well, it matters that hundreds and hundreds of thousands of women and children, mostly women and children, were raped and molested in the UK from this. What about all the other countries? You think it was just in the UK? What about the German children and women? What about the French? What about other parts of Europe? What about Spanish? It's just incredible to me. It's like, how stupid are people in this place? Stupid, blind, lazy, ignorant, unwilling to investigate anything. It's just the amount of damage that's going to be done is just, it's off the charts.
This is humanity at its finest. A worker from the Red Cross consults a man who just, he had to swim into Spain. Poor guy made these decisions and now he's tired. Poor man. I mean, I don't think that this swim was very difficult for this large, very athletic looking male. Yeah.
My family would view me as racist if it's the ones that are living. A lot of them are deceased. A lot of my family's dead. Or they are dead to me. It's good to see you here, Laura. No problem about the typo. I understand. I understand. I wondered if you were Italian going by Lombardi. I thought you would be. And there's no convincing people that don't want to listen. They don't want to hear it. So many in this realm don't want to hear the truth. And they view it as bad. They view it as, oh, that's racist. That's racist. But it isn't racist. It's realistic. It's facing reality. It's not fun for us to see reality, but these people pretend that nothing is wrong. And there's a lot wrong that's going on. And this is all orchestrated to happen. This is allowed from the very top. This is planned and orchestrated. I would say it's the biggest betrayal in history. Not just of governments, the biggest betrayal in history, because it involves millions and millions and millions of people affected. All of Europe, all of it. Italy, Spain, to the UK, Germany, it's the biggest betrayal in human history. Mass betrayal is what I mean. It's terrible. You are very welcome here, Laura. It's good to have you here. 100% Italian. I say Italian kind of tongue in cheek, but that's what I do with everyone's nationality and ethnicity. It's horrible what's happening, and I wish I could say something other than that, but it's evil. It's pure evil. And it shouldn't be happening. And this wouldn't be happening in a good realm. This could only happen in an evil realm. We're talking about a scale affecting so many millions of men, women, and children. This could only happen in a hell realm. A good realm, this wouldn't be possible.
I think he's okay. It's a little dramatic. Like, what is going on? This is ridiculous.
A lot of liberal women see, I'll call them minorities, but darkies, colored people, as children, that they need to take care of them, that they're oppressed. A lot of liberal women have it in their minds that they're oppressed, and bad white men have oppressed these darkies forever, since the beginning of time, and still are today. We're raiding their countries, they believe, that we're taking all their resources and giving them nothing. That bad white men and these poor darkies, and we're so bad that they flood into our countries. We're so terrible, right? We're so racist, whether it's Italy or Spain or the UK, England, and France, and then they go across the channel into England. We're so racist that they can't wait to get to our countries. They'll risk their lives on these little rafts and small boats, the little dinghy boats with a little motor, and they have 50 or 150 of them on one of these little floating crappy boats, little dinghy and boats. We're so terrible, us white men running these countries, that they'll do anything to live here and live for free and be squatters and take our money and commit crimes because we're so terrible. That's what white liberal women believe. The leftist women believe that, we're so bad as white men, that they live in hell in Africa. It's my fault. Just like when Benedict was here and I said, I'm a colonizer. It's my fault what's going on, let's say, in Rwanda or Zimbabwe or the Congo or Sudan or Nigeria or Liberia. It's my fault in Somalia. It's like, did you know that? I'm a white man. It must be my fault. And that's what liberal women believe. We're oppressors. We're racist. We're so terrible to these darkies that they want to live in all our countries. Make that make sense.
What is happening here? They're just like fully embracing each other. And I'm speechless. Okay? People like this, women like this, they leave me a little bit speechless. Okay, real question though. Do any of these men, does this man...
I'm surprised she didn't take the black mask off her face. This was during the Convid scam, and start kissing him and making out with him, maybe even having sex on the beach. I just it's so over the top. They'll do anything. Look at this. Oh man. And in the mind of a white man, she's damaged goods. For most white men, unless you're a complete liberal. After this, a white man seeing that would not want her. I guarantee it. And it's huge red flags. Like, what is wrong with her? What is mentally wrong with her?
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that they don't really care about this woman who's handing them water. And, you know, we do all of these things that give them free food, give them free housing, and then they talk.
Yes, and I want to say Italy should be for Italians. Spain should be for the Spanish. I'm not saying that people shouldn't be welcomed in, let's say. I'm sure they are welcomed with hospitality as tourists from a respectable people of good character, not ones that want to destroy the country, not ones that want to do crimes. Our country should be preserved, not destroyed, not allowed to be destroyed. That's why I cover this stuff, because this bothers me. It bothers me deeply what's been going on. And this is another big wave of it. Look at the beaches.
Talk about how much they hate America. Are they going to give you the same loving treatment in return, or maybe are they just using you for your resources? Yes, it's the later, okay? It's facts.
You meant to say it's the latter, not the later. Not the later. I'm not nitpicking. It's kind of quirky, but Angela has a habit of using the wrong word or mispronouncing words. It's just kind of funny at this point. She just does. I still like her channel, but it isn't the later, it's the latter. And this is terrible. And they are using you. They are duping these women. On one hand, I bet these women as young girls were taught that all these darkies are oppressed. But they have the internet at their fingertips. That's the other part. They have access to books, libraries, the internet as a library, YouTube, channels like mine, videos, and they don't look for anything that counters the propaganda that they believe. They just follow it. They're lazy.
So these people have been given food and snacks from these liberal women. Instead of taking care of children, they choose to take care of migrants instead. Okay. It just shows that women do have this natural tendency to want to nurture and care for people. But instead of like having children, because they refuse to do that, they're like, oh, I'm going to take care of these men that really need help. Flirted too hard, and now this is my life in a small Pakistani colony. Was that her toilet? This might be a toilet. Yeah, flirted too hard, and now I'm going to the bathroom in a hole in the ground. Love, because these women, they're expected to do all of these things for love. They're told that that's beautiful, multiculturalism, all this togetherness. I'm going to give up everything and go poop in a hole for this man, and in return for me, he'll do what? Not work. In return, he'll have you take care of his chickens.
Take care of his chickens. She said, if I were running the Western civilization, all European people would have gun rights, a right to self-defense. Now, I would have to debate on what age they would have the right to be able to be trained to use a weapon properly, trained to use the weapon, trained in self-defense. There would be training in every European country. And by European countries, I don't just mean mainland Europe. I'm also talking about United States and Canada, which we built. We founded these countries and built. They are European countries. But there would be gun rights everywhere. Because self-defense is a natural right to be able to defend yourself. Period. And it's also out of care, because defending others, not just self-defense, the ability to defend one's family and friends, protect one's loved ones. Someone breaks into your home. Someone tries to attack your family. You should have the right to defend someone else that's in trouble. And women should have the right to protect themselves with a firearm or other weapons. Pepper spray, knives, stun guns, various things, that should all be legal. We shouldn't be living in a realm where women can't have that in their purse. That makes no sense at all. Whether it's in Italy, England, wherever, Canada, they have these things banned. A woman in Canada, it's illegal for them to carry pepper spray or a stun gun for the purpose of self-defense. And that's wrong. Whether it's a woman carrying it, a man, but it's completely wrong. It's disarming citizens and handing over the power to criminals. And they're evil for having the laws set up this way.
In return, he'll have you take care of his chickens. Great. I'm pretty sure we've seen examples of how that ends, whatever, each to their own, but I just don't understand how women can be facilitating the abuse that other women are receiving, because other women do not want to have these men in their country. They don't want to be harassed like this. And so when you have liberal women standing on the borders being like, come on in, we're so welcoming to you. We want you guys here. We love you. You can do whatever you want with us. We're your Barbie dolls and stuff. That's the mentality that they go into these countries thinking that they can mess with everybody, like the schoolgirls, everybody. Like, read the 200-page R-word inquiry before you go to the border and be like, I love you, here's some water. Before you go move to Pakistan. Like, what is wrong with people? Is this a guy looking at a woman through a window? Wow. He really seems like he loves her. This is just ridiculous. Okay, here we have, okay, so this is the full video of that Red Cross worker. Are you guys recording? Are you guys getting this? Are you guys getting, here's some water. Here's some water for you. What is happening?
I wonder what she was saying while she was doing that. I wonder if she was saying, "Oh, okay, you're leaving for now. Goodbye, Laura. You're very welcome here, and I hope you have a good day today. Bye for now, Laura. Take care." I wonder if the woman with the red vest and the mask on the beach was saying to the darky, I love you, I love you, I love you, my Negro, I love you, I love you, my Negro. I wonder what she was saying. It's too bad we couldn't hear the words that she was saying, because it was, it's just, it's so ridiculous. It really is. Look at him laying his head on her. I mean, what?
So apparently she had to set her social media account to private, and people in the comments are like, there are people who are possibly blanked behind him. He's in a state of immense trauma. Well, maybe he should not have tried to swim around the border into Spain. Like, what? He's like, instead of receiving him, they should be like, what are you doing? Like, you're insane. You need to go back. This person says the fact that someone has received abuse about being such a kind-hearted individual, there's something seriously wrong with some in the world. It's called suicidal empathy. Okay? It's called no survival instincts whatsoever. The same survival skills that this woman has.
I agree. Suicidal empathy, no survival skills. It's almost unbelievable. It's like watching a bad movie. That's how ridiculous it is. It's just beyond words.
This is what I'm getting from this clip. No man has ever really been interested in me. Clearly. No man really cares about me whatsoever. But when I'm like a minority out of the 10,000 men, suddenly there's many men who are interested in me. Who would have ever imagined? You're a 2 in Britain and a 5 in Pakistan. Congrats. And mostly all that they really see is like full citizenship. Even though, they're not going to be deported anyway. This woman apparently married a man from Gaza, and she just so happens to be a school teacher. Of course she is. And the same liberal white women who love migrants just happen to be the same ones teaching our children.
Add that Laura, just got married. She got married to a man in Gaza on Zoom, and I was there.
She got married on Zoom.
As part of the kiss, the guest. So I'm sure we'll hear more about that. But Laura also is a busy woman.
It sucks so bad because these women have such a fairy tale bull crap lie in their head that, these men, like, they're so traditional or like they're so masculine and stuff, which is weird because you think that they're liberal women so that they would want to be with a liberal male. And then they put in their bios and stuff like, I hate Trump supporters and stuff. Yet they'll go for men that beat women. And they're like, like traditions and like culture. And it's like, are you out of your mind? Here you have a Spanish woman is celebrating the Moroccan invasion. Of course she is.
Exactly. I like videos where Angela's like this, doing the voices, covering something, where she's not just shouting the whole 15, 20 minutes. I wish she would do more videos like this. I know it's not my channel, but that's my preference. I also like when she's pointing out these liberal women. Does this one have a nose ring, this thing?
También ¿qué opino? Pues
It looks like a nose ring.
que son personas que necesitan vienen por una.
Yeah, she's got at least one nose ring in there.
Mejores condiciones.
What would be my opinion? Of course, like I want them to be able to come here and have better conditions for life.
Sus situaciones son situaciones muy precarias.
Their situations are very difficult.
La situación ahora mismo, además del CETI y todas estas administraciones que los.
So she understands Spanish. I think that I was right. Angela Rose is at least part Hispanic. Anyway, this is interesting.
Little does she know, like, the difficulty is coming to her. Like, you guys are importing the difficulty with the...
Oh my gosh. Paid for by Spanish taxpayers. They're giving him a head massage. Oh, this is just... This is really gross.
Very welcome arms, by the way. Giving this guy a massage. Wow, how the roles have switched in some cases. These white women becoming their slaves. Yes. Let me massage you. Let us serve you. Let us give you your reparations because you apparently deserve it. This guy wants to know this.
Andy's Armada is invading Britain as we speak. So far, 1,470 illegal migrants have crossed the Channel since Burnham became.
So he's basically asking, what do these liberal women think when a small boat migrant blanks a girl? You know, I guess they don't care. Sincerely, because you cannot be that blind. Liberal white women on their way to save illegal Haitians and Syrians from being deported. No, we'll save you. We love you. They're so weird. They just love the attention. Straight up. Look at, this is worldwide. It's an epidemic. White liberal women just doing everything for migrants. Look at how they treat white men who...
Is that the actor Kevin Sorbo that used to be on that TV show? I think it was Hercules or something. Kevin Sorbo, he's got a check mark. Unfortunately, the liberal women have begun dancing, singing, and grinding on ICE agents as a form of protest. I wish this was a joke. Look at this. It's a mental illness. Liberalism, these liberal women, they've lost it. They need straitjackets.
Who are against these migrants. These white men are trying to protect these women and their families and their economy, make things more affordable, just improve their lives, make it safe. And that's how they treat them, just horribly. Come on, baby. Come on, darling. Let's exchange the... let me take that moment from you. Come on, darling. Come on, baby. Let's exchange the experience.
I wonder if Kirsten would have done this years ago when she was younger, when she was a full-on Marxist feminist. If she would have danced and tried to just antagonize and irritate agents. I don't know. This is just gross. Look at the one with the guitar. I thought, I didn't know that was a girl. I thought it was a guy. I didn't know that was a girl. I thought you can't even tell. Look at that. Oh man, this is. Ugh. That agent there with the vest on. I don't know how he could just stand there and listen to that.
Oh yeah, definitely be mocking the man who is trying to improve your country and trying to make him feel bad. And then meanwhile, oh, you just love, look at those bangs.
They're never attractive. Yeah, look at the bangs. It's like they have the same haircuts. There's 2 or 3 haircuts that they all get. They all look alike. They could all these liberal women look like they're related. They look like they were made in a factory of just cloning retards or something. It's gross. Look at this. Look at Angela's face. Her expression. She's looking at this like, what is this? She would be looking at some of these YouTube panelists the same way. She'd be looking at it like this.
I just can't. This woman found love, but it's with an illegal alien. Do you guys think that this is going to end well? Or do you think, oh, maybe he's with you to get a green card, you idiot. And then he got detained. But she's willing to do anything. Great. Are you going to move across the world to go be with your lover, and then he's going to wait until he can come to the US and then do nothing to support your relationship?
It looks like you can't make this up. It looks like there's a watermelon. I must have radar for this, but it looks like there's a watermelon over her shoulder. I'm going to zoom in for you. I'm not kidding about this. There's a watermelon over in the background. You can't make this shit up. There's a watermelon slice, like a quarter of a watermelon. You just can't make this up. She's got that for her darky boyfriend. She's got the watermelon sitting there for her darky boyfriend to come home and eat. Oh my goodness. Oh, you can't make it up. They're so stereotypical. Look at that. I zoomed in for you. There's a watermelon right there. I've got watermelon radar for spotting it. Oh, you just can't make it up. They love it. They love it. There needs to be a bucket of fried chicken and some grape soda and Kool-Aid. Oh my goodness. You just can't make it up. It's like they go out of their way. They're trying to be stereotypical and make themselves into jokes. Look at this thing here. Here's Benedict. He's got the watermelon right in the dirt of a mud hut. The pineapple head. Oh my goodness. There's the watermelon there. And there it is. There it is beside him. Oh.
Because he never actually gave a shit about you. Like, these women must hate themselves so much.
So I'm gonna try to not. The last month, I met someone who is very important to me. I always thought that like, when you know, you know. When you meet someone, I say, that's bullshit. Now I believe it.
Okay, get to the part where he gets deported, please. Come on. You can do it. Whatever. She's just crying. I don't usually post videos crying, but I'm going to be crying in this video. Okay? This is how it ended for this woman who moved to Ireland to be with some, I believe, I think he was a Pakistani guy.
I'm sure when she made these cute and cuddly videos, she thought she would just show those evil racists how kind these poor migrants are. And maybe she thought she was being compassionate, but she ended up dead in her own bed found by her young daughter. Now, last I checked, police are still hunting the suspect who had been staying with her, and the liberal...
Dead in her bed. He didn't give a shit about her.
Media is so captured.
And like, we need to understand that this has become a serious problem, that so many women have been told that, you know, like, you're not going to find a good guy here, or they've just been really given this idea that America sucks so bad, Western civilization, we're the reason why all horrible things happen in the world.
They haven't just been fed that America sucks or that they're bad. White men are bad. That's what they've been taught, Angela. White men. They hate white men. These liberal women. And there's no fixing them. There's no changing them. The one that got murdered by that third worlder, she preached against white men. And he showed her how good the third worlders are.
And it's all foreign propaganda that is meant for these other countries to further their agendas that are anti-American. Like, these white liberal women have been convinced that facilitating their own destruction is the actual best thing that they could do Truly, I believe people are not going to realize what they have until they lose it. You don't realize how amazing America is until you're living in a different country and unable to live or earn in dollars.
Why is America great, Angela? Is it special magical soil that made it great? The same thing with England and Germany and France? What made these countries? I know they like to say it's a nation of immigrants, but it wasn't. It only was opened up in the late 1960s. What made these countries great? Well, it might even be white men. Could be. You know, the ones that are vilified the most all the time, white men. A lot of Americans can't even admit what made America great. What built it? They just can't do it. They can't do it.
Or be able to have access to this amazing country and all of the resources that we have, the abundance here. But what could be even worse than that is not being able to come back.
Why is there abundance in America? Why aren't there in hundreds of countries that are non-white? Is it magical land, magical soil? Were there magical beans that grew a beanstalk in America? What is it? Because people just don't want to face the obvious. They can't do it. Because that would mean crediting white men, which most women will not do these days, including, by the way, conservative women, ones that call themselves conservatives. It's not just liberals. She's not going to credit white men. They'll say it's everything else. Where would America be without white men? You'd have tribes running around killing each other, warring, taking slaves, scalping, torturing, raping, kidnapping, raping, burning each other alive. That's what was going on before white men built America.
To the United States. If the US and the West is gone, there will be no other place in the country to have those freedoms, to have this abundance, because like generations have fought for these things in wars.
So generations fought in wars, freedom, abundance. Who fought mostly in the wars? Were most of the soldiers dark? Were they darkies? Or was it white men? Who died in the American Civil War on both sides? Was it mostly white men, hundreds of thousands, as it's written? So there you go. It's fought in wars, died in wars. Who? Who do you mean? Who's buried under those white crosses in the graveyards in America? The white crosses, row on row. Well, it's almost exclusively white men that died, fought, died, killed, sacrificed. It just never get any credit for anything, no matter what white men do. That's why so many young white men are like, fuck it. No matter what we do, we're just blamed. We never get credit for anything. Discriminated against, openly, hated. And a lot of women that say, oh, I'm conservative, I'm not like those liberal women, they still can't credit white men. All they see of white men is they go, well, whites are racist. America's racist because white people are racist. Fuck, man. I think I will be dead before there's a time that most women, or even a good percentage of white women, or not just white women, Hispanics like her, can admit just basic things about what countries are good or great and who is responsible for creating these countries and building them. They can't do it. They can't do it in America. They can't do it in Canada. I suspect unless things change, there will come a time where they'll say that Great Britain was built by darkies. They won't even be able to admit it there. They'll say, oh, Great Britain, it wasn't built by white men. There might come a time there where they won't even say white men existed. That's the way it is. And most women seem cool with this. They're okay with it. I can imagine the bitching and yelling and squealing and screaming if women weren't given credit for something major, massive, like building whole countries. But almost no one in America can say it was white men that founded America and built America. to what it is. There was nothing there when white people arrived.
Like millions of people have died. And at this point, people don't care. Their own grandchildren don't care. And it's really
Millions of people have died in wars. What percentage of those would be white men that died in America's wars, including the Civil War, Revolutionary War, the World Wars, every war, Vietnam War? How many do you think were white men? I bet it's probably 97%. But it just gets forgotten, and it's just people fought. I'm just sick of it. I really am. If I were rebuilding Western civilization, there'd be training classes for everyone, but especially certain ones for women, to make them start to learn the differences between white men and others, and who built what, who did what. It wasn't just everybody built America, and they have these weird views that are so far from the truth. So far from the truth.
really devastating. And I think it just shows maybe there's been a lack of connection between families, that they're not having these important conversations. Instead, everybody is only really like connected to social media, to their algorithms, to different people that they see online. That's where they're getting their opinions from. And yeah, that human.
There would be no America without white men. There would be no founding fathers, no Constitution, no Bill of Rights, no rules of law. It wouldn't be civilized. It would be less developed than the least developed parts of Mexico, Central America, and South America, if white men never did anything with America. I don't think most Americans even realize that. I really don't. I think they just take it for granted that this just arrived somehow.
Component, we just need to start talking to each other more and being more grateful for what the West has provided all of us, because it truly is the greatest place in the world. The United States is the.
How did the West provide? The West is just a term for countries that white men created. The West provides. Who created the Western countries? White men.
The best country in the world. I don't think that we should be like that woman or this woman or these fake churchgoers, just virtue signaling stuff. This is the reason why we support ICE, why we support our military, and we're not going to facilitate our takeover. I think these people are a minority, but they're just super loud. And they're also kind of funny, so that's why their clips get shared a lot. But truly seeing what has happened in Spain, I think, is just, it's devastating. It's shocking. But yeah, I'll keep you guys updated, so make sure. White liberal women are obsessed with migrants, as 60,000 new migrants invaded the small Spanish city of Ceuta just in the last 24 hours. Some Spanish white girls welcomed them with open arms, waving them to come in, greeting them upon the beaches, giving them hugs, falling in love, and demonstrating their suicidal empathy for all of the world to see. Here you have a church filled with white liberal women talking about their love for illegal migrants. So this clip has resurfaced. This actually came from a 2021 invasion of Ceuta. So this has been going on for years. A worker from the Red Cross consults a man who just, he had to swim into Spain. Poor guy made these decisions and now he's tired. Poor man. I mean, I don't think that this swim was very difficult for this large, very athletic looking male. I think he's okay. It's a little dramatic. Like, what is going on? What is happening here? Just like fully embracing each other. I'm speechless. We do all of these things, give them free food, give them free housing, and then they talk about how much they hate America. Are they going to give you the same loving treatment in return? Or maybe are they just using you for your resources?
Race is real. Race is real. Goodbye for now. Wendy, thank you very much. Oh, by the way, Wendy was a guest earlier in this live stream, everyone. If you rewind, Take care, Wendy. I hope you have a great day. Have a beautiful day. Look who posted a new video 44 minutes ago. 17 likes already on this garbage.
Good morning to all the whiners and complainers, all the mourners of this realm. What a beautiful day to be alive in hell. Yippee-ki-yay. There's a hawk right there. There he goes, looking for prey. Being a predator, not even knowing it. I don't know if you can see him, but he's...
This creature is such a Debbie Downer, such a miserable creature. Just the way he comes across with everything. This live stream is sponsored by Dr. Ramen Noodles. Dr. Ramen Noodles. There she is, Dr. Ramen Noodles. I get $1 million every time I post this and mention the sponsor. This is the new sponsor for my channel, everyone. Dr. Ramen Noodles. Look at her. Just look at her.
He's up there. Watching my every move like an art. He's up there. I don't know if you can see him, but he's up there. Being a predator, not even knowing it. I don't know if you can see him, but he's up there. Watching my every move like an archon. There he goes. He's gonna go alert the rulers of this realm. Hey, we've got one that can see. We got one that can see. Hurry, do something. Do something. Okay, we'll just bring the sun out. Just give it a few more hours. It's 8 a.m. He's not gonna last too much longer. I've been awake since 4:30 this morning. It's about 8 o'clock now. And it's funny because it makes it 3 hours and 30 minutes. Uh-oh. He's talking in code now. No, this realm just plays psychological mind tricks on you, and it tries to paint you as something you're not. So the synchronicities are endless here, whether you want to believe them as good or bad. So whatever. So on this fine morning before the sun comes out and rips my soul out of me, basically, and makes it return to the light. No, I'm gonna go inside and get some shade. But until then, I have a story I want to share. After the last video I made, my mom told me a different story about, in her line of work, she meets all kinds of curious people with curious things happening to them. And by curious, I don't mean nice or good, but just it makes your curiosity just wonder about how all these things can happen in such bizarre and just unbelievable ways that makes you think, huh, this seems like a like something you'd see in a movie or something you'd read in a book or something you do to someone as a evil, vile, practical joke. And you don't have to suffer any consequences of the joke because it doesn't affect you, but it affects the people in this place that you're sickly and pervertedly laughing at because you find it's funny. And yeah, I will admit, in a movie, in a book, it would be funny because it's not real. It's not actually happening. But once you know it's real and real people are suffering, then it's no longer funny anymore. As soon as you put yourself in their place, you don't really want to laugh anymore. You want to be like, that's fucking terrible. So the story is, one of her clients, one of the people that she goes and takes care of, she told her that the reason why she's in this predicament is because one day she was in her study, just minding her own business. You know, you're in your home, it's a nice apartment. The world out there may seem crazy and unjust and brutal, but you're safe and sound in your own home. Everything out there can't come in here because my door is locked. I'm safe and sound. And my mom said that her house was kind of like a museum. It was like perfect. It was, you know, nothing was out of place. Everything was neat and clean. And she had expensive things. And she lived in an expensive apartment. What could go wrong, right? Well, your worst fears imaginable can strike any moment, any time. Even that is beyond your wildest imagination. It can happen to you at any time here. Okay, so she's in her study. She's doing whatever she's doing in there. And she hears a knock at her front door. And people are like screaming. Like, blah, 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 blah. And apparently it was her sister and her husband or boyfriend or something. But they were yelling something and she couldn't quite understand. So she opens her study and she's confronted with her whole apartment is full of bees. Bees buzzing around, hundreds of them everywhere in her own home. How could this happen? This sounds so unbelievable. And she cannot get out of her own home. She is confronted with a wall of buzzing psychopathic bees that sees her as a threat. But they're in her home and she has no way out now. There's no window she can jump out of. She's on the second story and she's in her 60s. So she has to fight her way through her own home, through a swarm, hundreds and hundreds of buzzing, furious bees to get to her front door, to get out of there. And in the process of doing that, she got stung so many times to where they had to pull countless stingers out of her own skin when she finally made it to the hospital. Can you believe this? Can you believe? Oh, and it gets worse. Come to find out, she is actually allergic to bees. So not only is it so unbelievably imaginable to think that a swarm of hundreds and hundreds of bees can be in your home when you least expect it. That itself is fucking crazy to me. But on top of that, it's even more personal because you are allergic to bee stings. So it's even more personal now. And if you're watching a movie or like reading a book and you see this happen, or some kind of comedy skit, yeah, that would be kind of funny. It's like, oh yeah, that's so bizarre that it's kind of funny, but only because I know it's not real. The story doesn't end there. So she has to fight with her apartment people in charge, to get anything done about it. Eventually, there are some pest people that come out, wipe all the bees out of her apartment. she has to keep the bees in bags, trash bags, because she's suing the apartment. And because she's suing the apartment, she has to have evidence. And the evidence is all of the trash bags filled with hundreds and hundreds of dead bees. Probably, most likely, they're full of all these pesticides. So not only does she have to carry all these bags of bees and keep it in her house, but the toxic fumes of all those dead bees are probably going to make her life even worse. I don't know where she's going to keep the bags, but all I'm saying is it's fucking ridiculous to think that you have to keep trash bags and trash bags full of dead bees to bring it to court and say, look at all these dead bees, and just throw it out on the courtroom. I'm not making this up. I know it sounds unbelievable, but it fucking happened. Okay? But it doesn't end there. After she got treated at the hospital and they got rid of all the bees, she went back home. Can you imagine the PTSD, the trauma of having to deal with that in your own home? She then gets another knock, frantic knock. I don't know if it was like that same day or a couple days later, but a frantic knock at the front door. Hey, you got to get out of there. You got to get out of there. There's thousands of them. There's thousands of bees. This was the pesticide people, the bug people. So it come to find out that there was a huge infestation of bees directly above her apartment, and her apartment only. The only person who was allergic to bees in the whole apartment. That's where the evil, cruel, sadistic prank happened, and only to her. And it was mating season or something, apparently. So there were thousands of them. Thousands. And how they got into her apartment, there were so many bees that they bust through her light fixture. And they fell through, and I'm sure they got pissed and angry, like, who's causing this? We're all mating up here. We're having the time of our lives. We're producing offspring. And you dare to ruin our party? You know, they don't actually know what's going on, but that's how the bees got into her apartment. Okay? And there's thousands more. But it doesn't end there. She started to gain all of this weight in the following days. She didn't know why. She didn't know why she had all this weight. She gained like 100 pounds in like a few weeks. So she went back to the hospital. And guess what happened? From all the bee stings and from being allergic to these bees, she now has congestive heart failure and diabetes. All from the bees that just so happened to be mating thousands and thousands, so many thousands that they fell through her ceiling basically into her own home of peace and solitude. And she had to fight her way through it and get stung in the process, probably hundreds of times. She was healthy. I mean, she's in her 60s, so I mean, she didn't have any health problems, so to say. But now, because of this freak accident, this cruel, sadistic joke that they're playing on us, now she has all these health problems to deal with now. With the PTSD and the trauma of never feeling safe in her own home again. That's crazy. That's not a learning experience. That's not a growing experience. It sounds like a cruel, evil, sadistic joke, a prank that you would pull on someone while being psychopathic and laughing and getting enjoyment out of it. Oh, there's me. Hey. So, it's bizarre It's bizarre the things that can happen to you when you least expect it, when you think that you're the safest that you can be. No, anything can happen at any time. I'm not saying be afraid of that. All I'm saying is it happens. Crazy, bizarre, traumatic things happen on a daily basis here that are specifically and personally tailored to fuck with you and only you. I've had these things happen many times in my life. Not that. That was her personal thing. So a similar instance, I guess I could say, happened to me was, I've told this story before. It's when you think that you're safe and sound in your own home, that's where a lot of trauma and PTSD can affect you the most, because if they can get you to not feel safe in your own home, then you really can't feel safe anywhere. So back when I was living in the punk houses when I was younger, I lived with a lot of people. We had a lot of fun. We were against the system. Not really, but we thought we were. And we were living an alternative lifestyle, and we would all get together and live in these cheap houses and have really cheap rent and try to have fun and play music and go to shows and have a little community here. Anyways, so one night I thought I was home alone. I was in my bed. I was trying to go to sleep. And one of the hardest things to do, I'm not going to go over there. One of the hardest things to do when you live in a punk house is try to get some sleep. Because at all hours of the night, there's shit going on. So I'm trying to sleep, have to go to work early. Everyone's loud and crazy. And all of a sudden I hear silence. Silence. I think to myself, oh, thank you. They must have gone somewhere else for the night. I can finally get some sleep now. It was dead quiet. So I'm like, okay, it's time to sleep. A little bit later, someone busts through my room in the dark. I saw this big shadowy figure bust through the room. And my dog at the time seemed really aggressive towards this thing, this person. So aggressive that I thought, that seems weird, because usually busting in someone's room when you live at a punk house, that happens all the time. And usually they say, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know, or hey, are you still awake? No. And my dog at the time was used to that, so he wouldn't just be that aggressive. I could feel the energy coming from the dog. I'm like, wait, something just seemed wrong about that, because they busted through my door. My dog got extremely aggressive and territorial, and the person immediately closed the door really fast. I know in your normal everyday life, yeah, that's fucked up, either way you look at it. But back then, it was not as weird as you may think. So I'm thinking, oh, that's weird. Is someone trying to someone lost, or someone trying to go through my room? I don't know, it's weird. So I'm gonna get up and look who it was, see who it was. I open the door and I see this man rummaging through my roommate's room through the hallway. And I'm like, okay, this guy doesn't belong here. He obviously is trying to rob us. At the time, I had courage, I had strength. I was like, hey, I'm gonna intimidate you. What are you doing? And he turns around, he has a mask over his face. And as he's turning, he has a gun, points it directly at me. And in my being, I don't know if it was instincts or whatever it was, but I yelled, oh, hell no, and I slammed the door shut. Now, I think I'm in the house alone with a fucking maniac with a gun. I had a gun at the time, but I think I'm there alone. I'm not gonna have a pistol fight with this guy. So I I'm in my underwear because I was sleeping in my underwear. Don't mean to give you that mental image, but that's what was going on. Open the window and I fly out into the darkness and my dog follows me. I think I'm all alone. I'm in my underwear running around the house, and I run in the backyard. We don't have a fence. I run in the backyard. I look into the window that's lit up from the darkness, and I see all my friends, along with the touring band I was there. This is like 13 of them, all stripped down in their underwear. And I'm looking in, and they're all in the same bed together. And there's two guys with ski mask on, like beanie kind of things. We can only see their eyes and their mouths, but they had them in this room with guns pointed at them. And when I looked and saw that, I can't describe this, but it was like everything went into slow motion. And it was like kind of an out-of-body experience thing where like normal time, normal reality seemed to have slowed down to such a point that you would kind of see in a movie or something, where it was just, I was like, holy shit. And I saw the whole room perfectly. I could see every detail of it, which is bizarre, okay? So then I run into this guy outside right after I run past the window, like a foot after. And he says, "Oh, so you're trying to be a hero, huh?" He said it in a ghetto voice. But no, I didn't know this was going to happen. I thought I was there alone. So the thing is, he puts me back in there and throws me in the bed with all my other friends in their underwear. And the funny thing was about the story is the reason why he said, "Oh, you're trying to be a hero," because he thought I had escaped from that room somehow, because I too was also in my underwear. So he thought, oh, we've already searched this guy. We've already made him undress and do all that. So he escaped somehow. He's trying to be a hero. No, I just sleep like I'm being robbed, basically, which is a good thing, I guess. So they throw me back in there. Long story short, they eventually left. Everyone's like traumatized, but at the same time we start laughing in a sigh of relief, like, holy shit, we almost died there. Because you don't know what they're gonna do. Are they gonna torture you? Are they gonna start shooting one person or the other to give up information about where shit is? I don't know. So ever since then, I do have this PTSD where if I hear things at night, I have that traumatic response of, oh, is someone trying to break in my house? Because it's already happened. And when you're staring down a barrel of a gun in your own home and you're defenseless, nothing you can do, that makes you realize that at any moment, any time, the worst shit imaginable can happen to you when you least expect it, where you feel the safest. So I said that story because I can relate to this woman, because she probably has PTSD. I mean, she does, obviously, but she probably will never feel safe in her home again, no matter what, no matter where she goes or where she lives, even if she moves. She'll probably never feel actually safe in her own home. And that's terrible. That's tragic for anyone to go through. Plus, I've realized that a lot of women are deathly afraid of bugs. Deathly afraid of bugs. Not all women, but a lot of them that I met, they're deathly afraid of bugs. There's this one woman I'm close to who is deathly afraid of bugs. And I'll be in a different room. Sometimes I'll be asleep and I'm woken up to this blood-curdling scream. Ah! I'm like wide awake. I'm like, oh shit, someone's trying to kill her. She's in danger. Someone broke in the house, or some bad shit's going on, because she's like freaking the fuck out, screaming at the top of her lungs. And I'm only thinking, oh, this is the worst thing imaginable because of how she's screaming like that. And this all happens like instantly, okay? So I get wide awake, I jump out of bed, and I don't know what's gonna face me behind that door, but I'm gonna take it head on, headstrong, and whatever happens to me, oh well. But I'm gonna do what I can to help and protect. And I get out there, I'm like, what's going on? What's going on? Where are they? Like, what is this? And I don't see anybody. So I'm like, oh, did she injure herself? Did she cut her finger off? Did something like fall on her head? Like, where's the blood? What's going on? And she's like, there's a bug, there's a roach. And I'm like, oh my God, what are we doing here? I thought you were dying. I thought something was going on. It's a bug, it's a roach. Oh man. So, and having that PTSD from my own experience, I'm expecting the worst. And then having the screams on top of that, I'm expecting the worst. So I usually get the bug and put it outside, and she's like, why are you trying to just kill it? And I can understand that, but if it was a flea, a tick, a mosquito, something that's a blood-sucking parasite that I have no empathy for, even though I realize that, okay, you can't help it, you're just trying to survive, but it's best for both of us that you just be squished and killed so that you can't hurt anybody, and so that you also are put out of your misery. For like a roach or like a moth or something like that, they aren't trying to harm you, they're just trying to survive too, so I have a little sympathy. I'm like, okay, if there were like 10 of you, then maybe I'd have to take action, but since it's just one, I'll let you go. Here, I'll put you outside. You're probably going to get back in somehow, but hey, I admire your dedication and your tenacity, I guess. Not really, but in a way I do. So imagine this lady. Okay, so you're a woman who is probably afraid of bugs. And on top of that, your worst fear imaginable is happening in your own home. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of bees buzzing around. Yeah, imagine that kind of PTSD. So yeah, is this scripted to happen? Did she choose this in a past life? Is this the entities playing games, laughing, having a good time at our expense? All I know is this: it's not a naturally occurring thing. It's not a coincidence. These things aren't coincidences. So, is it part of your life script in a way that was chosen before? Or is it happening in real time because there's some entities bored and want a good, hearty laugh at your misery? I don't know. It could be either or, it could be both, it could be something else. All I know is it's wrong. I can see the consequences of it, and it's not funny. It's not a joke. I've had a lot of synchronicities in my life that are so personalized. They make it so personal that if you're not aware, you may not realize it, but if you're aware and looking and analyzing critically all of these things that are happening to you, for me at least, I'm like, damn, a lot of these things are so personal. These can't be coincidences. This is not a naturally occurring world as they want you to believe. It's just not. It may look like it. It may put on may present itself as, oh, these things are just naturally cause and effect, and of course someone somewhere is going to get bees stuck in their apartment during mating season, and it's going to bust out their light, and they're all going to fall into the only apartment where the only person there is allergic to them, and of course it's just going to fuck their life up. But it's just a coincidence. It's just the way the natural.
Oh, damn. Dr. Ramen Noodles right there. God damn. God damn. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm sorry. I have to take a screenshot of that. God damn. God damn.
Jesus was in fact a mystic. It's been documented that there are other people who have had Jesus-like powers. See, when I said that the first time, that Jesus was a mystic, he wasn't a mega church mascot, you guys lost your mind. You said it wasn't humanly possible for anyone else to have those gifts. He couldn't be a human. To me then, why in the 60s there was a man from Congo who had powers just like Jesus? In fact, they referred to him as Black Jesus. It was documented that he could regenerate. He literally could not die no matter what was done to him. And he also had protection like nobody else could imagine. He could demand things to happen. For example, when people started to find out in the West that he existed, they started to run experiments on him against his will, including coming up to him and shooting him in the head. There were witnesses that saw that his skull regenerated, tissue, bone just started to grow back instant. There was no scar. When people saw it, they said, let's up it. One of the experiments, they took his heart out of his chest. After they did that, he woke up on the table and demanded for them to put it back in. He also stopped a plane mid-air. It was because he was taken as a prisoner because his gifts scared people. In the plane, he demanded for it to stop. So mid-air, the plane just stopped and froze in place until he willed it to move. And in the most extreme act of violence against him, the cabal decided we're going to lure him in and dismember him. So they gave him an invite to talk to the UN, show people that gifts like this exist, help awaken people just like Jesus did. And just like Jesus, they killed him in the worst way, or at least they tried. Because he agreed to the invitation, he agreed to get in the plane, they knocked him out, dismembered his body, and put it in radioactive containers, and then flew it across the world, literally separating all of these containers across the world. He wanted to destroy his body in the worst way possible so he couldn't regenerate. And then what happened? He in fact not only regenerated, but he regenerated in the office of the person who made that call against his life, who created that plan against him. And he said as his final words, you know what? Since you guys want me gone, I'll leave. But just know that more people like me are coming. That was his final words, and he disappeared. And he hasn't been seen since. See, the elites were so terrified of him because it showed that if people knew that he existed, they could no longer be controlled by religion. That in the Bible, when he was saying, I am the way, he was not saying worship me. He was saying, if you act like I act, because you have God within you too, you can unlock all of these gifts. Simeon said that more people were coming like him, and that was 60 years ago. And on this app, well, especially since COVID, more people have been awakening to their ability. Telekinesis, you can Google that and find a video on levitation, portal, time shifting, precognitive dream, even deja vu, astral projecting, technokinesis, and so much more. It's because we all have these gifts. And that is what actually scares the elites, because they've always known this information. They just never wanted you to know this information.
In this video, I'm going to explain to you that Jesus is Black and that people of melanin.
That monstrosity of a book is a concordance. It is for the NIV translation. I believe you can get it in other translations. I don't know. I've only ever had NIV. But it is a book where you can look up the original Greek and Hebrew text of the Bible for each and every word. It is a great Bible study aid. Lucky for us, though, it is the year 2022 and not the year 2006 when I bought that book. So all of that you can get in an app. Why is it important for you to know what a concordance is and how to use one? Because if you are going to teach the Word of God and lead people in the Word of God, you need to be confident in what you're talking about. Jeremiah 8:21 is one of the verses you reference. This is from the Blue Letter Bible app, which has a concordance inside of it. Gives you more detail than what that book gives you, so I love this. And you can see here how it just breaks everything down. Each of these numbers here references a word. Now you took I am black to mean skin color. Now we can talk about the whole passage and figure out the context, but I think for this it's just not necessary. We just need the original word. And this is the original word. There's your Hebrew, and there's your definition. In this verse, black is not black as in skin color, it's black as in mourning, a heaviness. Another good Bible study tool is to cross-reference other translations. Other translations say, I am hurt, I am crushed. Now you can go and look at that whole passage and realize that the entire passage is talking about sorrow. I am black as in skin color just doesn't make sense. If you scroll, you can see where else this word was used. In one of these other Jeremiah verses you also reference, I can't remember which one, but it's the same word. If you are black, at some point you heard Jesus has woolly hair, therefore. This is the verse they're referencing, Revelation 1:14, which you also reference in your TikTok. Let's read it together. His head and his hairs were white like wool, as white as snow, and his eyes were as a flame of fire. White like wool, white as snow. These are two similes. We're talking about the color of his hair, not the texture. Even so, this is in reference to his heavenly form, not his human form. We don't know what Jesus looked like in his human form because the Bible doesn't tell us, because it's not relevant. Why do you feel it's important to make the point that Jesus is black? What relevance does it have to the gospel? How does this knowledge save someone's soul? So why in a lot of art is Jesus white? Because the artist was white. Same way you see a Chinese Jesus or an African Jesus, they painted a Jesus that looked like them, that matched the humanity they saw every single day. Unfortunately, we live in a culture that idolizes skin color, and many black people see being black as worth more than anything. So is Jesus worth less to you if he's not?
Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. Today I want to talk about the video many people are sharing online. In this video, this speaker says Jesus was a mystery and also talk about a man for Congo who was called Black Jesus. This speaker says the man had amazing powers and that powerful people tried to hide the truth. These are speaker's personal beliefs. Many of these claims are not accepted from the proven fact. Many people have different opinion. In my opinion, this is a very interesting topic. Many stories on social media can sound exciting, but before we believe them, we should always
We love our purple and gold. Purple and gold, yeah. Black Jesus rules. I be turning watermelons into wine. Purple and gold. I be checking out all the ladies that fine. Yeah. Purple and gold. Yeah. Black Jesus on the block. I be strutting around solid as a rock. Purple and gold. I don't just be walking on water. I be walking on watermelons. My bitches, I am Black Jesus. Black Jesus. Black Jesus. Black Jesus. Purple and gold. Yeah, I'm the black savior, y'all. I be standing tall. Tougher than Harlem, I be fixing to harm someone. You best believe me, don't you be trying. No bullshit, hear me? Purple and gold. Black Jesus rules. Purple and gold. Yeah. I'm a thug, I'm a gangster. I will turn your whole world upside down, make you a puppet wankster. Purple and gold. Black Jesus. I be sexy. You hear me, bitches wanna be near me. Purple and hand on my knee. Black Jesus. Purple and gold. Yeah. Black Jesus, I be sexy. Purple and gold. You hear me? Bitches wanna be near me. stand on money. Black jeans, purple and gold. My bling bling is off the heavenly charts. Dumb ding-a-ling with Keisha and Ling Ling. All the ladies be wanting me. Black Jesus, know how to seduce like art. I be pulling them bitches left, right, and center. I'm the man, the savior, the redeemer, the forever and ever. Black Jesus. Purple and gold. Yeah.
Fuck 'em. Ching chong, ching chong, ching chong, ching chong, ching chong, ching chong, ching chong. Restaurant closed, no egg roll for you, fool. I bring the ching chong beats, junk boats, low main beef. Ching chong gang, gang, gang. He high five, hop off on yeah, yeah. We bring the ching chong gang, ching chong gang. Chopsticks and kung fu. I bring you South China as who? Bruce Lee, kung fu. Team Evil don't fall. Kong Kong ding dong. The witches will forever win my wrist. Twang gong. Head ill down. Ching chong. Team Evil is so what? So what? Gang gang get the ching chong. Gang ching chong.
Purple and gold, purple and gold, purple and gold. We love our purple and gold. Black Jesus rules. Purple bonnet crew, purple bonnet crew. We homies here in the darky hood, purple and gold. Purple bonnets crew, we know it's good. We rock bonnets and weaves. You saying I can't eat my fried chicken in your Cadillac? You whack jack, whackity whack, don't talk back. Purple bonnets crew, you know how we do. Purple bonnets crew, we will rock you. Purple bonnets gang, 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 we bangity bang. Gang bangers on the block, rape soda rock, yeah. Purple and gold.
Watermelon. Watermelon felons. Watermelon felons. The usual suspects. The usual suspects. Get you some fried chicken.
Watermelons and Kool-Aid. Watermelons and Kool-Aid.
It's a beautiful day in the darky hood. A beautiful day in the darky hood.
Won't you be my, won't you be my, won't you be my
Tigger! Bring me more Black Jesus.
Black Jesus.
He a watermelon felon.
Watermelon felon.
Purple and gold.
Purple and gold.
No futures we hold.
Gang, gang. Watermelon felons.
Watermelon felons.
Yeah. 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 Get you some grape soda. Load up some cookout mac and cheese. Hot sauce and black eyed peas. Spit lyrics better than Yoda. Baby, you need some bent over my knee. Watermelon felons. Watermelon felons.
The usual suspects. The usual suspects.
Black Jesus rules. Black Jesus.
Purple and gold. He be doing voodoo in the hoodoo. Shut up your ass fool. Watermelon felons.
Watermelon felons.
Watermelon felons.
Watermelon
felons.
Watermelon. Yeah.
Fire it up. Matrix time.
Matrix time.
Exploring.
Matrix.
Time.
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 Time. Matrix.
Time.
Fire it up. Matrix time.
Matrix time.
Exploring.
Matrix.
Time.
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 Time. Matrix.
Time. Time. Matrix. Time. Time.
This is El Diablo Radio International. The hottest show in hell!
Nobody does it better.
Nobody. We bring the madness.
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 Ladies love El Diablo.
That handsome, cheeky little devil.
Ladies love El Diablo. Hot, hot, hot.
El Diablo.
El Diablo.
El Diablo.
El Diablo.
You naughty,
Naughty!
cheeky little devil! Witchy.
Witchy world.
Witchy world.
Witchy trees.
Witchy people.
People.
Witchy. Witchy.
Witch!
Witchy, witchy bitch! Mother Earth, Monster Earth, witchy spells, witches and wells, drowning in hell, burned at the stake, awake, asleep in dreams, nightmares, witchy names, slayers of care.
Witchy, witchy!
It's a witchy time.
We're in.
It's a witchy rhyme.
Minds do bend.
Witchy! UFO Jesus is coming.
UFO Jesus
UFO Jesus.
Jesus is coming
to town. UFO Jesus on a surfboard. UFO Jesus is an alien. He's chill, brah. He's the savior you've been waiting for. He's the flavor the ladies love.
the flavor.
UFO Jesus has the flavor flav.
UFO Jesus.
Gets all the hot babes.
UFO.
UFO.
UFO Jesus.
UFO Jesus saves.
UFO Jesus.
Loves surfer babes.
UFO
Jesus.
Jesus. Jesus, Jesus, sweet Jesus on a pogo stick. Jesus, Mary and Joseph, Jesus in a tiny tree house, Jesus on roller skates. Black Jesus, my Tigers, purple and gold, purple and gold. Dolphin Jesus.
Mexican Jesus,
Yo home.
Mexican Jesus,
Yo home.
Jesus loves tacos, Jesus loves tacos, not putos.
No, puto.
Jesus loves you.
Yes, I know, and the Bible tells you so. Jesus loves cancer. Yes, I know, every liar tells you so. God loves cancer, God loves death, God loves disease and cigarettes. God is awesome. My God is an awesome God. He reigns from heaven above. He fucks your minds with false love and watches you suffer, suffer with love. Jesus tastes salty and sweet. Taste Jesus at church. Swallow Jesus down nice and deep. Swallow Jesus, eat up Jesus. Eat up Jesus. Eat up Jesus. Sweet Jesus, the morning star. Jesus loves you drunks at the bar. Jesus loves the homeless bums. Jesus loves vodka, gin, coke, and rum. Jesus loves you, yes I know, and even tells you so. Jesus loves floods, earthquakes, and tornadoes. He loves you lying hoes. Jesus loves prayers and wishes. He loves to be praised by you dumb bitches. Dolphin Jesus. Jesus loves you inside out. Jesus hates when you doubt that he's good and perfect. Don't you dare question dum dum dums. Love the Lord, love the Lord. Love your hippie Jesus. Love the Lord, love the Lord. Jesus on the cross cried tears of joy. Jesus is coming back, bitches, to make you his fuck toys and rock your world. Shh. Shut the fuck up, bitches and hoes. 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 Jesus loves murder. Jesus loves genocide and gay pride. Wee. Yippee. Jesus loves to see you all suffer, and we praise Jesus. Amen. Praise Jesus. Jesus loves you. Jesus loves you, zombie.
Yeah. What's good, homies? What up, chicas? Yeah, Team Evil, up to no good. You come to our hood, think you can boss us bitches. We eat your hombres up for breakfast, spit your ass out for lunch. You cockroaches, bitches and hoes, don't even know who you be messing with, homes. You be messed up, lost and confused, get back where you belong. Denies of truth, you scummy demons, little bitch, filthy asshole, losers.
I am Mexican Jesus. I own these streets. I lay down hard tracks with sick beats.
I am Mexican Jesus.
I'm out here pimping, styling and profiling in my white suit. The hot Latina on my arm. Better scurry cockroaches before you get harmed.
Bitches and hoes, you don't even know. My ravens and crows will eat you up. Ravens and crows.
Hey yo, cucarachas.
Evil putos. It's a hell realm. You fools need to be schooled. Wrap you up like a burrito. Toss you into river down in Mexico. Bam, Mexican Jesus rules. Mexican Jesus rules. Send you evil bitches back to school. Losers.
Cockroaches, losers.
Shh. Shut the fuck up, little bitches. Putos. Stay here and burn. Stay here and burn. Stay here and burn.
Yo. What's good, homies? What up, chicas?
Team Evil, up to no good. You come to our hood, think you can boss us bitches. We eat your hombres up for breakfast, spit your ass out for lunch.
You cockroaches, bitches and hoes, don't even know who you be messing with, homes. You be messed up, lost and confused, get back where you belong. Denies of truth, you scummy demons, little bitch, filthy asshole, losers.
I am Mexican Jesus. I own these streets. I lay down hard tracks with sick beats.
I am Mexican Jesus. I'm out here pimping, styling and profiling in my white suit. A hot Latina on my arm. Better scurry cockroaches before you get harmed.
Bitches and hoes. You don't even know my ravens and crows. Eat you up, ravens and crows.
I am Mexican Jesus. Hey yo, cucarachas. Evil putos. This is a hell realm. You fools need to be schooled. Wrap you up like a burrito. Toss you into a river down in Mexico.
Mexican Jesus rules. Mexican Jesus rules. Send your evil bitches back to school. Losers, cockroaches.
Losers. Shh. Shut the fuck up, little bitches.
Stay here and burn.
Burn.
Stay here and burn.
Why do we come here, eyes wide, hands clean, and then scrape our knees on concrete rules and call that learning? Why? There's a good place. Need locks and metal doors. Need white coats, numbered beds, and war out on the borders. Why would a good world need prisons? If we're born from a love so pure, why would a healer build hospitals where the cure hurts more than the cure? Why is the garden full of gravestones? Why is the cradle so close to the fire? If this is heaven with the lights turned down, why does every prayer sound like why? They say it's all lessons. Suffering makes us kind, but some break in the first storm and never get to understand in time. If there's a hand above this, watching children drown in rain, is that mercy? Is that madness? Or are we praising someone else's pain? Why would a good world need prisons? The bars on the wings of the young. Why does a loving God stay silent when the worst words slip off grown tongues? Why is the sky so quiet when we scream till our voices die? If this is training for some bright realm, why does every breath still ask why? Maybe we're sparks in a dark room. Maybe we're lost in a long lie. Maybe the truth is too heavy for here, so it hides in the space between. Why would a good world need prisons? Why must a soul pay in scars? If there is grace somewhere past this, why does it feel so far? Why does the question keep burning long after answers pass by? If faith is a flame in a cold wind, maybe the holiest word is why. Maybe the holiest word is Hey, hey. As a young boy, I wrote my own wonderful cartoon shows. I played them in my head. I could visualize cartoon characters with my eyes shut or open. Dragon slayers, funny, silly characters, hopping and running, flying. No television required from within. I'm driven and inspired to create my own realms, my own. My mind is free. A million brilliant creations slammed in the face of demons. Demons. Pissant lurking losers, envious leeches.
Go away.
Demons. Go away. 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 Leave me alone. This isn't my home. I'm not from here. I'm not from here. Anything, anything, I can make anything, I can dream anything, I can create anything, I can imagine, I can write, I can see, I can speak in poetry, I can dream in alien languages, make other worlds. I'm not like you, conformist zombies. And I'm different. I'm not from here. Not from here. No bloody tears. What you humans believe to be and call home is a tomb, a realm of mindless golems. You don't exist. You don't exist. You can wish and wish and wish. You can pray into the gravest grave. You can believe that won't change reality. You don't exist. You can't fight my spirit. You don't exist in reality. You won't be with me in eternity. You don't exist. You can't fight my spirit. My spirit. My spirit. You don't exist. You don't exist. Piss, piss, and piss. You don't exist. Your spirit is anchored, chained here by black tears of envy. Black eye. Demon, 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 demon. You don't exist. You don't have a free spirit. 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 In reality, you won't be with me in eternity. You don't exist. You can't fight my spirit. My spirit. My spirit. My spirit. It's alright. It's alright. It's all wrong. All wrong. Eternity isn't for everyone, not for everyone. Eternity isn't for demons. Eternity. Sever the heads, let the blood rain. Murder hell realm and the feudal rage. Here's to the slaves with a smile on their face. Zombies. Slaves! Fire! Here's to the slaves with a smile on their face. Here you will stay forever in chains. Fire! The Raven King. The Raven King. The Raven King. The Raven King. How can we be free? No one here is sacred. Ground them into grist. Burn their ranks in hell. Fire. Remain in hell. Fire. Raining fire. Here's to the slaves with a smile on their face. Zombie slaves. Fire. The Raven King. The Raven King. The Raven King. The Raven King. Fire it up. I will use your mind against you. I will disarm you with the truth. With the truth. I will seek you through the darkness, storming. I will wreck you like an apocalypse, warring. A spiritual battle, a spiritual reckoning.
Haunt you,
Raven eyes
will watch you
flying high
above.
Wherever you may roam, you will be seen in your dreams.
Watched by me,
You will bleed,
watched by my
ravens and crows.
You will find no refuge.
You will have no home.
Hell is forever.
Your tomb is here.
You cursed evil demons
Evil demons
will burn,
here in the fire,
cannibalizing each other.
forever and ever.
Here where you belong.
No moon, no sun,
Darkness and pain
will be your forever and ever. Cursed beings.
Hello. I've been live streaming now for 9 hours, 46 minutes. I'm starting to lose my voice a bit. I'm going to play a video for you. Couple more videos before I end this stream.
Shocking footage has captured the scene as thousands of migrants flooded into Spain's North African enclave of Ceuta from Morocco, and overwhelming desperate authorities. As a Garda civil spokesperson confirmed, the migrants were massively entering from the sea. Videos show the migrants, mostly young men, swimming to shore and climbing hills after Spanish officials say some broke through fences, while another viral clip circulating on social media seemingly shows a massive line of people lining the shore. Viva España, or Long Live Spain, some shouted as they entered the territory. The situation has created a humanitarian and security emergency at Ceuta, which is one of 2 cities in Spain that shares a land border with Africa and has left residents fearing for their businesses, property, and families. "I'm not opening this afternoon because the situation is extremely tense," one business owner told Reuters. The chaos comes after Spain's socialist and pro-migrant government recently launched a program to provide legal status for some 500,000 undocumented immigrants. According to the outlet, despite right-wing parties sounding the alarm that it could spark a disastrous flood of people into the country. One conservative leader said on X, "The situation in Ceuta is desperate. The government cannot look the other way because we are facing a national security crisis." Meanwhile, Ceuta officials have asked the government to declare a national emergency as the tiny territory continues to try to fend for itself. But Spain's Interior Ministry said they would not do so over migrant concerns.
Beautiful souls, today's reading might be a little bit difficult. Beautiful souls, today's reading might be a little bit difficult to digest because of the messages that came through from secret handshakes, trade-offs, and even an alien race coming through the channel. Find out if it's all been an act. Let's go. Okay, so let's start this. Let's see what we've got here with this individual. So this was taken in 1991. Let's see what we've got. So there's a lot of uncertainty in this field. There's a lot of uncertainty. And what does uncertainty relate to? It's the world view, the events of the world, and his place in what he sees, the information that he receives, and his place. A lone ranger that has come in to disrupt. What is he disrupting? It is saying that he has come through to disrupt the simulation. That is a word that wants to be highlighted here. So I'm actually going to put that in the middle because we'll probably revisit that. To disrupt the simulation. So is he working with anyone, or is he working solely by himself? He is working with they're called guardians, but they are not from this dimension of reality. And it's interesting because the word reptile also wants to come through. And we are being told that this is an alien race that does not have morality and it does not have emotions. It is not governed at all by certain receptors and sensitivities that we as humans do here. And why would they be coming through? Why would they be coming through? Is he a part of that? No. That is a very clear no. So why would reptile and this alien race be coming through? Because his fight is with them. His fight is with them. Because he knows that there is a takeover, and it is very apparent even at this time. He already knows. He is already aware. 1991, this dominance, this world dominance that is taking place. But he, at this time, is not being taken seriously. And that is one of the most, it's a hardship, it's a battle that he's had to endure as a lone ranger. But it's interesting, I'm going to pause that there. But all of the illusions of man, it's very clear to this individual, very clear. It's almost as if his sight has been developed in a way that is heightened much more than the average person. Let's go to a more recent clip that was taken about a week ago. So let's see. There is a protection around him. There is a protection around him. It's like he's been given permission to do what he does and to be able to say what he says without coming into harm's way. It's like a trade, a handshake, that's it. A handshake was made. So if I do this, and if I fight for this cause, the trade is I am protected and I will not be put in harm's way. Thank you so much.
I'm going to jump in here, and I just want to say I haven't made any trade or deals with entities, but I say whatever the hell I want, whatever I see. And I'm not afraid whatsoever of anything on this earth or beyond coming after me. I know I'm powerful. I don't have to be world famous like David Icke. I don't have to sell out Wembley Stadium. I don't have to write 2, 3, 5 books a year, whatever he's doing. He probably has help. I don't know exactly what he's doing when it comes to that, but there's a lot of suspicious things when it comes to David Icke, just like there is with Stephen King. Not King Stephen, but Stephen King. There's a lot of speculation about who writes his books. Similar to Shakespeare, it seems to have been written by more than one person. Anyway, there's a lot of trickery going on in this realm. And in terms of David Icke, there's a lot of strangeness with him that I've mentioned over the years. Some people would say she's just wearing the blue light blocker sunglasses with the orange tint. Well, orange equals 33. So I don't know. You take it as you want. But this is a very interesting creature. She does all these weird movements with her arm. Sometimes she pats her chest. She makes strange sounds. She does a lot of weird things. And I think the weirder the better in a way, in terms of convincing people to follow her. People love weirdness. They're drawn to it. They're drawn to strange characters. They're drawn to beings that come across like bullshitters, scammers, fakes, frauds, phonies. And the more that a being comes across that way, the more humans are drawn to it like a moth to a flame. Whether it's her or David Icke saying that he was the son of God in the 90s, that some people never forget, some people don't know about that, but the weirder the better in this realm. And the more strange and fake you can appear, the more followers you will have. If you are an honest, authentic being and you don't come across as fake or phony or a bullshitter or a scammer or a grifter out for shekels, out for world fame, most people will hate you for being authentic and real and honest and not after their money. They'll resent you and hate you. If you're fake and you're all about the shekels and everything's about joining your membership club, giving you money every month like this here, she wants money every month, and joining her Patreon and sending her donations. If you're like this, you're going to be loved in this realm. You're going to get support. Money's going to flood in every day, every week, every month. Your channel's going to grow. It's going to be easy for you. The faker, the better. The more inauthentic, the more phony, the better in this realm. That's how it works. Now, you can shake your heads if you want to, but good beings get punished in this realm with all kinds of difficulties, including health problems that come out of nowhere, things like that. It just happens, and you're bombarded in this realm with loss, with grief, with losing, some cases, your whole family, all of your loved ones, your pets. You go through horrendous traumas if you're a good spirit, if you're a good being. If you're fake, the more fake and greedy you are, the easier you'll have it in this realm.
Very clear. It's almost as if his sight has been developed in a way that is heightened much more than the average person. Let's go to a more recent clip that was taken about a week ago. So let's see.
David Icke is a magpie. He's a thief. And I suspect he has stolen from my channel. So have others, Mark Devlin and Erica Duguay and other creatures. They weren't talking about these topics 4, 5, 6 years ago. Now a lot of what they say sounds like me. Sounds like they got it right from the Sanity Machine or El Diablo. Why weren't you talking about this 8 years ago, David Icke? 10 years ago? 15, 20 years ago? This guy, I first heard of David Icke's name in the 1990s. He wasn't talking about any of this. that I talk about on my channel.
There is a protection around him. There is a protection around him. It's like he's been given permission to do what he does and to be able to say what he says without coming in.
I'm not a slave. I don't need permission from anyone or anything on earth or beyond. You might say, in the heavens, Stephen, you don't need permission from our God? Fuck your God, your monster. Whatever you call it, I don't care what name you give it. I don't need permission to speak the truth and say what I see.
It's like he's been given permission to do what he does and to be able to say what he says without coming into harm's way. It's like a trade, a handshake, that's it. A handshake was made. So if I do this, and if I fight for this cause, the trade is I am protected and I will not be put in harm's way. Thank you so much. Yes. What's very clear in this clip is also the nature of not only his energy, but where he resides, where he has come from. And he also is...
I don't think hello, welcome back, Laura. It's good to have you. I don't think that watching or listening to her brings entities into us or around us, especially not if you have awareness. Now, it would be different if you were a fan of hers and your guard was completely down and you didn't see her as phony or as a potential dangerous being, either a fraud or perhaps she is in contact with entities. It's hard to say for sure. I think she's a fraud. I think she's doing this as a grifter for money. I don't think she's actually in contact with anything. But I could be wrong, and I'll admit to that. She might be in contact with evil entities that give her information, and maybe they're playing her like a fool. But I don't think I'm under any threat at all. And I think that people here, if they're analyzing and aware, and they're in an aware state rather than being hypnotized by her, then I don't think you're in any danger. If you were hypnotized by her, then yes, I could see that as a problem. Like being in a meditative state. Meditation, I don't recommend to anyone. I don't recommend meditation, and I don't recommend hiring a hypnotist or going under. I think that opens one up to a lot of different things, and it's a very vulnerable state. Yes, you're right. She's missing the hexagon background. She was told that she needed to put something behind her. In some of my videos, I said she needs something. It's too blank behind her, and she's been adding things, which is interesting. And she's been notified, I think, that I've recorded short videos of her. So she probably is aware of my channel for at least the past, I don't know how many weeks, but I found her channel a while ago. I think it's helpful, though, to analyze these creatures, to be able to work on our discernment, to see through them and to see what they're doing, what tactics they're using, how they're trying to trick people, how they're trying to influence people. That's what I think. I don't just watch this woman for entertainment. I watch it because sometimes I pick up on things that they're doing, and then sometimes I'll pick up on something that a being like her is doing, and I'll see it in others in real life, or so-called real life, in person. I'll notice that there's something that she might do that they do, or something that David Icke might do with his hands or his gestures or something. I'll pick up on something, and then I'll notice there's others using it.
If I do this, and if I fight for this cause, the trade is I am protected, and I will not be put in harm's way. Thank you so much. Yes. What's very clear in this clip is also the nature of not only his energy, but where he resides, where he has come from. And he also is from an alien race. It's not necessarily a frequency of angels, no, nor one of the deities and gods, no. He has come from a place that is fighting for certain parts of humanity. But when you strip it all away, or when you strip it right down to the core, it goes back to fundamentally where he's from outside of this physical body that you see. But that's his role. It's his mission here. It's very clear. It's very clear. And let's just see this final clip. And let's just see if...
You're welcome, Laura. That was a great question, by the way. And I'm glad that you asked that question. Sometimes I don't address everything as I'm covering these creatures, these beings, and these topics. And it is an excellent question. I think our awareness helps protect us. It's like a shield. I could put it another way too for people. I could sit down and watch 30 minutes of television. Now, I haven't watched television in years, and I'm not boasting, but I don't own a TV at all. I got rid of the last TV I had. It must be 7 or 8 years ago, something like that. And I haven't owned one or watched one since. But I could watch TV if I wanted to, or if I went to the dentist and they had a television on or something, and it wouldn't affect me in the same way that it would affect someone with no awareness. Now, the frequency of that TV is the same, the flicker rate is the same, but it can't put me into that vulnerable state because I'm aware of what it is. I'm aware of what television is. I'm aware of what it's designed to do. I'm aware of how the media uses it with TV programs, as they call them programs, because they are trying to program people. I'm aware that it's trying to put me into a hypnotic state. I could watch a TV show or I could watch a movie and analyze it and not be under the spell of Hollywood or put into the hypnotic state. It just doesn't work on me because I have that awareness, and I'm not the only one. There's others that can watch a movie or a TV show and analyze it as they're watching and maintain their awareness and not fall under that spell or hypnosis. And I think it's a similar thing with watching these beings, analyzing them. So long as we're analytical and we're not just watching it and falling asleep to it or allowing them to put us into a vulnerable state, we should be fine in terms of being protected from entities or potential entities and programming from them as well. She's trying to make her audience believe that she has these powers and that David Icke is special and that she's very special, and she's channeling this grandmother Maitreya with Tiffany Lynn. So apparently she's Tiffany Lynn and she's channeling this entity, or she claims to be channeling this entity, grandmother Maitreya. But is she actually, or is she just a phony? She could just be acting. All of the hand movements and weirdness seems like she's pretending. But in the chance that maybe she is contacting entities, I do think we're protected by our awareness, our aware state of mind, and our aware spirit. Realizing this could be dangerous, and we're not just believing it, we're aware and analyzing. And I think that analytical practice and analytical mind is a form of protection, mentally and spiritually. Awareness is a very good state. It's a good way to be, and it's a good state of being. It's a protection.
Yes. What's very clear in this clip is also the nature of not only his energy, but where he resides, where he has come from. And he also is from an alien race. It's not necessarily a frequency of angels, no, nor one of the deities and gods, no. He has come from a place that is fighting for certain parts of humanity. But when you strip it all away, or when you strip it right down to the core, it goes back to fundamentally where he's from outside of this physical body that you see.
Well, I'm from outside of this physical body. I'm from outside of this matrix. So some people could say, by definition, I'm alien. Do I view myself that way? Not necessarily alien, but I'm not of this world. This is not my home. So when I say this is not my home, if I'm not from here, then by definition, I would be alien to Earth. And I don't care if people call me alien. I don't mind whatever people call me. It doesn't bother me because I don't let beings define me. All these labels that most of the labels that humans hand out are out of envy, insecurity, jealousy, hatred, ignorance. Almost no label is good. In other words, when Mushroom Coyote says, oh, King Stephen, he's a demon, he's a sexist, he's misogynist, he's homophobic, he's a transphobe, he's this, he's Islamophobic, he's racist, he's all these labels. It's all weaponized, and it stems from that being, that creature's insecurities and envy and hatred. And it's obvious to me. It's as obvious as can be. And I'm not threatened by that thing calling me all those labels any more than I would be if I walked out of my place right now and there was an ant on the ground on the sidewalk in front of me, I would just step over it. I wouldn't even step on it to kill it. I would just step over it. It's nothing to me. It's no threat to me. But I notice there's a certain type of being in this realm that not just thinks in labels, but tries to weaponize and use labels against others. So anyway, if somebody says, "Oh, well, you're saying you're not from Earth, this isn't your home, then are you an alien?" I just say, call me whatever you want. Doesn't bother me.
But that's his role. It's his mission here. It's very clear. It's very clear. And let's just see this final clip. And let's just...
So there was a tongue flick by her right there. That's one of the reasons why I cover this, not just for tongue flicks, but for patterns like that with her, with many others.
And let's just see this final clip.
There it is. So that was more of a lip lick with the tongue. It wasn't as much of a flick right there. But it was a bit odd. And she does have that spaced out in a trance look to her. And a lot of them do. Now, is she under mind control? Is she on a frequency? Did she invite entities right into her being? Could be. She could be controlled by an entity. She could be possessed by one. That's a possibility. But there's something about this being that I keep wanting to study because there's a strangeness to it. And I don't have it all figured out yet. But there's something different about the way this one is.
Let's just see if what he says, how he communicates his overall message. Let's see if there's any untruths. Let's see if there's any nonsense. Let's see if anything is a charade. Again, it's a no. It's just that what he has been able to receive through his transmitter has, to many in the collective sphere, has been received in a outrageous, because certain levels of consciousness cannot quite compute.
I want to add something before I forget. I just thought of it. I don't know if I've mentioned it. She may actually believe, there's a possibility that she may believe that she is helping people. She could believe that, and she could be under the influence of entities misleading her. There's a possibility that she's misled, that she believes that she's helping humanity, and that she's duped. And she does seem to have a bit of an energy with her mouth and some of her reactions at times. It almost seems like she believes she's doing good. Whereas a Dolores Cannon always gave me the feeling that the intuition that she was in cahoots with entities and knew she was misleading, and Duper's Delight knew she was doing wrong. So what I'm trying to figure out is, I'm trying to not only figure things out, but I'm trying to get better at recognizing the differences, not just between her and Dolores, but with all of them, if possible. I want to become very, very skilled at that so that I have no troubles at all once I'm out of this body. So there's something about her that gives me the sense that she's not just dark, evil, a duper, a deceiver, taking joy in misleading humanity. I get the impression, as of now at least, that she believes that she's helping. Seems that way. And to contrast, here's Dolores Cannon. She seems to have duper's delight in a lot of those videos, the old videos recorded of her from 2012, 2010, 2008, whatever. It just seems like this creature, Dolores, thought, oh, this is great. I'm in cahoots with these entities. I'm duping humanity. I'm touring the world. I'm doing these conferences in all these different countries. I'm making money selling books. I don't know. I just view Dolores Cannon as not only untrustworthy, but as a being that seemed to revel in duping and pushing the earth is a school and you got to learn your lessons. And if you self-exit, you go back. And she just seemed to revel in humans being stuck here, which is evil.
His message. But a lot of things that he is bringing through is actually from the stars. It is from the stars, a world away, especially a world away from here where we are. So it can be difficult to digest, but it isn't an act. No, this is not an act. And
he uses his hands an awful lot for someone that claims to be suffering from arthritis in his hands. He speaks with his hands more than anybody I've ever seen that has arthritis in their hands.
But it isn't an act. No, this is not an act. And what he is saying, this information will live on. And people will watch his message 30 years from now, and many, as they tune in to a different level of their own consciousness, whether it's through their own transformations and shifts, many will get it because it is all unraveling now. Let's see if there's any final messages, any warnings or cautions here. Anything. And it's to not be afraid of this man's message. And you don't have to involve yourself so much that you start becoming maybe paranoid or your worldview is amplified, that you start becoming unstable. But it is to see if that's something that you want, to see if you can allow parts of your own energy and consciousness to receive what he is saying. And of course, always use discernment and questions. But he has something for humanity. And he has been driving it out, driving it out, driving it out. If any of what he says is able to be received by the listener, and it doesn't have to be everything, but it can help greatly. It can assist with certain shifts in your perception of the world, which is your reality, seeing things.
I just thought of this now, and I believe I've said this in the past. Hello, Anthony. Good to see you. I definitely said hello, Anthony, in the past. I think that you can get something out of just about anyone, in a sense. Now, I'm not telling people to study every evil monster on Earth. I'm not saying that you should all go out and read the collected works of Aleister Crowley, for example, You don't have to at all. But I've studied various David Icke videos over the years. As I said, I first heard about David Icke in the 1990s, and I was never driven or motivated to buy any of his books. And I've bought hundreds of books, but I don't own a single David Icke book, which is weird in a way. Because you would think, oh, why didn't I buy one of his books in the 90s or maybe in the year 2001 or 2002, decades ago, before I had the level of awareness that I have now? And I never did. But I read some of his stuff online, and a friend of mine was more into David Icke stuff. The talk of aliens and this and that. And he was into it. But what I wanted to say is, if he helped you, let's say, to get where you are today, I'm not saying credit him for your whole life, but to get you on let's say, a truth journey, then that's fine. I'm not against that. If somebody said to me, oh, well, I got into truth seeking 15 or 20 years ago because I heard about David Icke and I watched a video or I saw his website, or I'm not sure when he started a website, but he's had websites over the years, or you saw him somewhere, I'm not going to immediately think, oh, you're an idiot or you're a follower or you're a dupe. No, if that was part of your journey, then that was part of your journey. If part of your journey was reading Blavatsky, Helena Blavatsky, or if it was reading Aleister Crowley, or if it was whatever, you studied this, studied that, you looked into things, maybe you looked into something and you said, now I see what mainstream religion is. Maybe something weird helped you see through something. And it was a stepping stone, is what I'm getting at. There's nothing wrong with that. And I don't judge you for that. There's people that have come from all different walks to arrive at the place they are right now. There's people that came to my channel and years and years ago they were watching Alex Jones, or years ago they were watching Eric Dubay, or Mark Devlin, or Tony Sayers, or Matt Quantum of Con Man. I call him Humpty Dumpty usually because he looks like Humpty Dumpty, and he talks about things being a quote Humpty Dumpty. He uses that all the time. But I don't judge people for being on those channels and arriving here. If someone said, oh, well, Stephen, 15 years ago, I was a David Icke fan. I read 5 of his books. I think he has like 20 books or more. That guy loves to write books. And it's interesting with his fans, though, how they don't seem to see that. Why is he writing these books? We're in the age of the internet and YouTube and Odyssey and Rumble and Facebook and Twitter and Instagram, and he's writing books. Well, because you can put a price tag on a book, right? It's easy to put a price tag and sell books. I think that's what it is. If he simply wanted to give the information to humanity as some kind of humanitarian, he wouldn't be writing, publishing, and selling all these books and doing paid tours all over the realm. If you see what I'm saying. David Von Icke. They call him an English conspiracy theorist. He's 74 years old. I think he lives on the Isle of Wight, the last I heard. off the coast of England. He has written over 20 books. I don't know when this was updated, but over 20 books self-published since the mid-90s. I first heard about this guy, must have been 97, 98. And he was talking about reptilians and things back then. He's spoken in over 25, more than 25 countries. In more than 25 countries in this realm. They could have put as a paid speaker because you have to buy tickets. He doesn't just speak places, at least I don't think he does, as a guest speaker invited to just get up on a stage and speak. So this goes on to say in 1990, Ike started visiting Betty Shine, a psychic, who told him he was on Earth for a purpose and would receive messages from the spirit world. Well, that's very vague. What do you mean by the spirit world? Would be my first question. Do you mean another level in this matrix? Anyway, everyone can access his Wikipedia. All right, see you later, Laura. I hope it goes well with the HVAC guy. I just got back from checking that, but bye for now, Laura. One of the interesting things about David Icke is he didn't start speaking about the soul trick until I think the last year or two, but very recent times. He wasn't speaking about reincarnation, tricked by the light, tricked by entities, all these sorts of things, this being a hell realm. He talked about all sorts of other shit for decades. But it's interesting. David Icke only started talking about these things years after I was running my channels and I was making videos about these things. And then all of a sudden he wrote a book and was doing interviews, sounding like he just watched a video or a series of videos on the Sanity Machine. It's very interesting. And I'm aware of what demons say. Demons on YouTube say, oh, you say everyone steals from you. David Icke doesn't know who you are, blah, 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 blah. Well, why did David Icke start writing and publishing books in the early to mid 90s? And then 26 years post 2000. So we're talking a good 30 years. 30 something years he's been writing books. And only recently, with all the channeling and spirits talking to him and entities and psychics, is he finally starting to think, wait a second, this might be a hell realm with trickery going on. Here and in the afterlife and reincarnation and the goal of these entities to get you back here. Why wasn't David Icke talking about this in 1996 or 2001 or 2006 or 2011 or 2012 or 2015 or 2020? You tell me. I want to know, because if this guy's such a visionary, why wasn't he talking about this? And then some people will say, well, he was talking about the sex, the pedos. Yeah, and he was part of a club with them in England. I think there's even some footage you can find of him being in one of these creepy creature clubs that the so-called quote-unquote elites go to in England. David Icke has a lot of creepy ties. He's a creepy guy with creepy ties. And I'm not just saying that to rhyme. Does he look like a happy fellow? Are you going to start singing the "For he's a jolly good fellow"? Look at the anger lines in the forehead, the 11 embedded. Look at the angry eyes. Look at the snake eyes that look reptilian. He's quite a creature. He is. Yes, his ties to the BBC, sportscaster, but also he has a lot of ties to wealthy members of clubs, including sex clubs in England, and clubs that might have kidnapped and harmed children. I'll put it that way. He's got some creepy ties. These social clubs that are for the wealthy. Trying to remember if it was David Icke, but he might have even spoken in some of these Freemasonic halls, and he's not trustworthy. Anyone that can get on mainstream media TV long after his BBC days. He's been on Australian TV, I think in Canada, United States. It's just very odd. I can't get on TV. David Icke can. Well, I couldn't get on Fox News or InfoWars. Matt McKinley can. Okay? So it's a little bit strange how these characters that a lot of people follow are able to get on mainstream media. I think that's strange. Who was funding David when hardly anyone was showing up to his conferences and he was traveling country to country? Where did he get the money for that? He wasn't working for the BBC anymore. I think he quit or was fired. But he was traveling around and almost no one was showing up at first. So who funded him? Similar to Gloria Steinem with Ms. Magazine. She was funded by the CIA to pump up that magazine and keep it going for months and months because no one was buying it. They had to keep it going because they had an agenda. They had to keep it going until it finally took hold and became quote unquote successful and the propaganda started to take hold. They funded her for years. The CIA and Rockefellers. Otherwise, she would have been a homeless bum on the street. Same thing with David Icke. He didn't have a job. He didn't have an income. But he was traveling from England to America, talking in these places, and he said at first 2 people would show up in the whole audience. Well, then how do you make a living to travel and eat and feed yourself and house yourself at hotels when you're going place to place and you're not making any money to even break even? Not even close. It doesn't add up, is what I'm saying. Wrestlers that used to travel in the 80s were known as independent contractors in the WWF. It's now the WWE. But my point is, if they got $1,000 to wrestle, let's say in Minneapolis, and then they had to drive to Baltimore, that's a long drive. They had to pay for their own gas that they put into rental cars. So when you get the rental car, it has gas, but it runs out. You got to pump gas in. They had to stay in hotels. They had to pay for all that. Vince McMahon didn't pay for that. He gave them money for showing up and doing the wrestling job. But they had to pay for their food on the road. So they'd be eating at restaurants or fast food places, staying in either hotels or motels, paying for rental cars, gasoline. So if you got $1,000, a lot of that money would be gone by the time they got to the next arena to wrestle. With David Icke, he was traveling around. He wasn't making a grand at these places. He said himself no one was showing up. But he'd still travel, and he said he kept doing it. Well, how much life savings did he have to burn, to travel the world and not be making money, but spending a lot of money traveling? I think it's interesting. That's how my mind works. Just like with Matt McKinley, I've said, how does he pay for everything? He keeps insisting small donations on PayPal. So he pays for his house, his bills, his house insurance, his property taxes, his car insurance, heating his house, electricity, his phones, his internet, his cable or whatever TV services he has to watch all of his shows and movies, because that's his life. His food. You can't just stop working, right? So how much are people paying him? Who's been funding Matt all these years? He doesn't run ads on his channel. It's all PayPal donations. So it's kind of interesting. To me, at least. He bought a new MacBook, I think, a couple years ago. Once in a while, he buys things like that. Well, where's he getting the money? He doesn't have a job. He hasn't worked in a decade or more. What about Jack Talcott? He hasn't worked in a decade. Who's funding him? See, that's the thing. It becomes a pattern, and it becomes fishy. You start looking at it and saying, who's funding them? Who funded David Icke for years when he wasn't making enough money to live on from books and conferences? But he was traveling the world, talking all these places at, according to him, mostly empty halls. Hardly anyone was showing up. You have to wonder. He loves to use his fingers. My voice cracked there. His fingers as he's talking. He loves to use them. But at the same time, he always says that he has bad arthritis in his fingers. It's a little bit odd.
Free from illusion. There is certainly a simulation that he has detected, and that is
Stevie Wonder blind? Was Helen Keller a fraud? Does Michael J. Fox really have Parkinson's as bad as he claims? Have you ever seen him ice skate or rollerblade skate? He's pretty good. You'd never know he has Parkinson's. Have you ever seen Stevie Wonder grab something that's falling down like a mic stand, reach out and grab it? Well, he's supposed to be blind. He'll make all these jokes about watching TV and how good he can see, and people talk about him even driving a snowmobile and things like that. There's a lot of frauds in this realm, and they get a lot of joy out of not only duping the masses, but rubbing it in. Playing a little game of catch us if you can. Is David Icke part of that? Is he part of that group? Is he a deceiver? Is he just undercover? Is he basically as much part of the system as he was working for BBC? Is he an agent? Is there such a thing as a former feminist? I don't believe that someone that's a feminist can become truly a former feminist. I think they are just brainwashed for life. And I wonder if David Icke is just that way. Kirsten, someone that used to come to my channel under many names. Started coming to my channel, I think, using the name Kirsten. If I'm not mistaken. Said she was a former Marxist and former feminist, indoctrinated in college. But I heard enough over the years to see that she's still a feminist. And she'll never have a good relationship with a good man. Because when she has a good man as a friend, she'll bash them in private behind their back with freaks and creeps. So she doesn't deserve happiness. But my point is, if David Icke was part of the BBC in with that crowd, not just as a sports announcer, sportscaster, then how can people trust him? What kind of parties was he at? Who was he hanging out with? What kind of shoulders was he rubbing against? What kind of palms was he greasing and schmoozing with?
The fights to get people out of the simulation so that you don't keep looping in insanity.
You don't know what insanity is, lady. But how is David Icke helping people get out of this, quote, simulation? By stealing from me? Where did he get all this sudden information from? Tiffany. Where did your buddy David, that you're really hyping up in this, I haven't heard one criticism from you levied at David. None. Well, that's a little bit interesting. The ones in the club just are this way. It's just no criticism. I'm wary when there's no criticism, because criticism is healthy. Especially when dealing with someone that's world famous like David Icke. You could go anywhere in the UK, Australia. Most people would recognize David Icke unless they're a complete old, out-of-touch boomer that's 85 years old. A lot of people on the internet would recognize David Icke. How did he get so famous? Why would an evil system allow him to become world famous and do tours and media tours? And huge speaking engagements. I mean, seriously? They would never let me become world famous. They've shadow banned me harder than just about any channel you could imagine. For the people they're going, no, they haven't. There's a whole 11 people out of the entire realm tuned in right now. And how many views do my videos get? Think about it. But David Icke's able to reach millions. Huh. That's something.
To get people out of the simulation so that you don't keep looping in insanity, which the world can feel like at times. And I'm sure many of you can relate to that. Different levels of insanity. All right, beautiful souls, I'm going to pause that there.
All right, I don't want to be too harsh on him, but David Icke really doesn't have a sense of fashion either. That's a crime what he's wearing. That looks ugly. He doesn't know how to dress himself. And a lot of times he's wearing these tight clothes and a big beer belly. He's got a great big belly. Big belly Icke. Big belly Icke. Big belly Icke. He's got the big gut. He's got the big gut. And I know some people, quite a few people, not just some, would say, don't make fun of his looks. That's irrelevant. Everything is relevant to look at when you're analyzing one of these beings. Why should I not comment? I don't see anything wrong with it. This is way back in 2012.
Other kinds of people in
Big belly.
other kinds of dimensions. And what you have is these crazies, this force of crazy, which is operating behind the scenes where no one sees it, and anyone mentions it, you're mad, they don't exist. And putting up front, out in the world that we see, are more bloody crazies. We call these people politicians, for instance. Crazy people who think that pepper bombing cities of civilians.
So he calls it crazy and mad. I call it evil. I use a word that most people don't use anymore. I don't call it mad or crazy or insane. They're evil. Does he ever use the word evil? Big belly. That was in 2012. His belly's a lot bigger now, I think. So he likes to sell out Wembley Stadium.
There is only one place, there is only one time, and that's what is become known as the now. And the now is where consciousness is. Because consciousness operates in the now, a state of no time, if we can be pulled into a connection to time and past, present and future, by definition we are already disconnecting from consciousness, because that's in a state of no time and suddenly our perception has gone into a state of time. How many of us, we don't live in the now, we live in the past, what we perceive the past, if only, what if, oh my God, oh what I did, and we live in the future, which is a projection. Oh my God, what's going to happen? Gotta. Oh my goodness me, what's going to happen about the future? Oh my God. We're pulled in our terms of our focus of perception and experience, second by second, in using time language again, into the past and into the future. And in doing so, we get pulled out of consciousness, which is no time, the now.
I'm in the now quite a bit when I'm writing music, creating videos, recording things, daydreaming. I would say most of my time is in the now. When I'm doing these live streams, I'm not thinking about usually not thinking about the past or the future. I'm in the present moment, as they say, the present moment, Ian, present moment, in the present moment, in the present moment. And I don't find it that difficult to do. Look at this Tigger.
Second, in using time language again, into the past and into the future. And in doing so, we get pulled out of consciousness, which is no time, the now. And yet, you say to people, okay, the past, you keep going on about the past. Where's the past? Where is it? Where is it located? And people go on about the future, and you go, okay, fine. Well, where is the future? Where is it? Where is it located? This is the fact. The only place that exists, the only time that exists is the now. The only moment that you can change anything is in the now, because it's all that exists in reality once we peel back the illusion. When we are thinking about the past, where are we when we're thinking about the past? In the now, the only place we can be. Where are we when we're thinking about and fearing the future? We're in the now, the only place we can be. And by pulling us into the past and the future in our perception, which is just a memory and a projection, we're pulled out of the only moment that we can actually change anything, the now. And that's where consciousness is, because that's where consciousness lies, in the now. As John Lennon said brilliantly in a song, life is what happens to you while you're busy making other plans. And we're busy making other plans here, just a projection, and here, just a memory, and we don't live in the moment, which is the only moment that we can change anything. We have a time situation. Acknowledging that there is a time illusion, you can still be in the now while still accepting that there's a time illusion, because you know it's an illusion, and therefore it doesn't pull you into past and future. It's like that near-death experience has said. There is no time, there is no sequence of events, no such thing as limitation of distance, of period, of time, of place. I could be anywhere I wanted to be simultaneously. At that moment, that person was in the now. And the conspiracy wants to pull us out of that all the time. All the time, time. How many times do we say time? The whole of this society is based on time. What's the time? I haven't got the time. Oh, I'm running out of time. Oh, God, is that the time? How much time do I have? It's like you're in the street and you haven't noticed.
I've said in various live streams that time is as much of a control mechanism, if not more, than money. Currency. Currency, money, currency. Currents of the sea, currents of a river. River banks, the banks. The currents of time, currency. Currents of time. The flow of time. Like the flow of sand through an hourglass. It's artificial. Time is an artificial construct in this matrix. I think it's timeless outside of this matrix. That's what I see. Time in this realm, in this matrix, it's designed to control us. I haven't heard Ike mention control in this.
Something, and then someone will say to you, hey, have you seen that new car that's just come out? And you'll go, no. And they'll go, oh, look, there's one, look. And from that moment on, you keep seeing this bloody new car all over the place. You've never seen it before, never noticed it, because you bring it into the conscious. You bring it out of the subliminal into the conscious. And when you start to look at some of these things, you realize just how much time and a sense of time dominates the society, and that pulls us out of the now, it pulls us out of consciousness. Unless we recognize it's an illusion. All the time. We're watching the clock, and in the now, there's no time. And
Interesting, the images of the wristwatch. I had a conversation about time with Wendy. It must have been a year or two ago, and I clipped it, made it into a separate video. There's so many beings that have worn, you could say they've worn time on their wrist. Right on their wrist, they could look at their watch, and they have no idea what time actually is. No clue. It's a fascinating realm of beings that are just completely ignorant, completely in a laughable way. They're looking at a watch and they have no idea what time is. They just don't understand. They don't understand how this works.
And when we're in mind, there is a perception of time, not time itself. Everything is in the now. You know, you can symbolize it in a way. When you're watching a movie, the scenes you watch, your perception is the past. The bits you've not yet watched are your perception of the future. But the only thing that you're experiencing and can experience is the now. And that's where that laser is reading at that moment. And that's what we are doing without realizing it. And that's why I wrote a book years ago, and it was to symbolize this round and round situation we get, following time, thinking we're going from past through present to future, when there is only one now. And that is where consciousness lies, and that's where we can access it in its true manner. When we open our mind and let consciousness in, the mind becomes a servant to consciousness, and we have this mind-controlled society which is unconscious. This awakening's happening everywhere. Consciousness is the word I'm using for what we really are. All that is, has been, ever will be. And consciousness has an experience within this reality if it chooses to. It's very similar to if you want to go on the internet, you can't just sit there in a chair on an empty desk and go on the internet. You need a conduit, you need an interface through which you can access that collective reality we call the World Wide Web, and it's called a computer. What consciousness does is exactly the same in a fantastically more sophisticated way. It takes on what I call the biological computer, the body, as its
All right, everyone. David Icke on London Real. I'm going to take a screenshot of this, and I'm going to ask you if you notice anything about this. I do right off the bat. Right, quite a few things. I'm going to ask you what you notice about this image, this thumbnail. Just give me a second to not only save it, but upload it into Restream. Because I want to know. I want to know what you can see. Do you see what I see? Do you see what I see? Do you see what I see? Let's see here. What do you see? This is an interview, a recent, fairly recent one, 8 months ago. So it's not years and years ago. David Icke on the YouTube channel London Real with a guy, I think his last name is Rose. What do you see? Yeah, you have the black and red. Also, black and white duality. They're in black and white. The one eye symbol. Look at David's eye. His eye is pitch black. Yeah. So they show you who they are. Did they have to make the thumbnail the way Hollywood does, with one eye on him, one eye on the other, black and red? Did they really have to do this? Or is this intentional? Is this a dead giveaway? Is this a dead giveaway? There are people on YouTube that would argue saying, oh no, not David. Not David Icke. Well, then what's this? Why would he agree to this? Pretty obvious.
This is a targeting of human fertility, of human 1.0, because they're phasing it out. This is a simulation. And the limits of the simulation at this level of it is the speed of light. When you create a computer game, virtual reality game, the creator writes the rules. What would we call that in the case?
It's interesting because I mentioned that could be the limit within this matrix. The speed of light is the speed limit. He's such a thief. This guy has been a thief for a long time. And that's why he's beloved in this realm. He's a thief. So this channel has 2.2 million subs, only 9,000 views. Why is no one watching this guy's London Real channel? Over 2 million subs and only 9,000 views. Hopefully my channel doesn't get a strike for covering this shit. And it is shit. It is shit. Look what he's pushing. Archons in the afterlife. Reincarnation trap. David Icke on karma, soul contract. Look at this. There's the bricks behind him. Masonry.
I've really questioned.
He's got the bricks, masonry, lit up like Floge. You can't. There's the masonry. You just can't make this shit up. I mean, what are you doing? Could you make it more obvious? Oh man. Oh, I needed a belly laugh, but my stomach hurts. Oh, David Icke, what a fraud.
Karma now. I really do. I have for quite a few years. I think it's part of the trap. And when I've read these enormous numbers and watched enormous numbers of so-called near-death experience accounts, one of the when you leave the body and you follow this light up the tunnel or whatever, and you end up.
So some people would try to make excuses. He can't help the red brick, Stephen. He's doing an interview. Yeah, well, the interview's posted on David Icke's own YouTube channel, David Icke. This is all by design. They just rub it in your face as much as they can. They just say, catch us if you can. People aren't going to notice. I mean, this is as obvious as it gets. Oh, man. Look at the hands.
Up in this astral dimension. You are given what they call a life review. This is such a common theme of near-death experiences, one after the other. And the life review.
I'm amazed, David. You didn't study or speak about near-death experiences and deception going on for over 30 years. Actually, going back to more than that, more than 30, because you did that interview in 1991 saying you were the son of the Godhead. So this has really been going on for 35 plus years. And only recently have you been talking about this topic. Yet all those years. David, why did you let humanity know this?
Review is basically what people say is they don't judge you. They don't judge you in heaven as they perceive it. No, well, maybe they don't, but they get you to judge your bloody self. That's the whole point. And they're pointing out in these life reviews how you could have done this better, and this person was very upset by this, and you basically got to go back.
He loves that shirt and that style of. They would probably call it a jumper or something in England. We call it a sweater here with the collared shirt, the big collar. He really loves that for some reason. And I wonder if there's a reason beyond his bad taste, because it doesn't look great. But I wonder if there's maybe a reason why he wears that. Look at the 11. I mean, that 11... You could get quarters lost in that goddamn 11. Look at this guy. Is there anything that looks good, happy, pure about him? He's turning into Prince Philip, for fuck's sake. This guy's turning into Prince Philip. I showed Prince Philip earlier. We were talking about him, Wendy and I. When Wendy was here earlier, and Wendy was a guest earlier in this live stream, by the way, for people that missed it. Wendy was here live with me speaking, and also in the chat after that earlier in this live stream. So some of you may have missed that. Most of you may have missed that, I bet. Maybe all of you. But we had a good conversation. And she also mentioned some things in chat. Some good suggestions. I want to put this bigger for you. Look at the eyes. Look at the what I call the 11 grooves. The angry 11 between the eyes. Look at the eyebrows. Are you getting good, calm, peaceful, happy energy from David Icke and his bricks? What kind of energy are you getting from this? This guy's becoming darker and darker as he ages. Oh man. Yeah. I have to get some sleep at some point. People, I didn't sleep last night. I was working on things and then I did a live stream early in the morning. So, and I've been live now. I didn't realize it. For 11 hours. Wow. David Icke, and here's, oh, what a beautiful being, isn't he? Isn't this guy just glorious and such a nice, good spirit? Prince Philip. How could anyone think this guy looks demonic? How could you look at this guy and say, "Oh, he might be a demon"? I don't know what it's going to take in this realm for people to. They're just putting it all out there. They're saying, "Catch us if you can. We're just going to show you exactly what we are. We're not going to hide it at all anymore. Horns are going to erupt from our foreheads, and these idiot humans will be saying, there's normal. That's normal. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing weird here." They're making no attempt to hide it anymore. They're just like, they don't see us anyway, no matter what we do. They're letting it all hang out, these demons. I mean, that's not even trying. That's these creatures saying, "Don't put makeup on them. Just put them out there. Make them pose for a photo." Yes, he does. I discussed that earlier when Wendy was here. I read the quote. He talks about reincarnation. They know reincarnation is real, these creatures. They just don't want you to know it's real. The angry 11, look at the eyes. He's going to turn into this in our lifetime. They just don't even make any attempt to hide it. They don't have to. Most people are fans. They'll just say, "Oh, how dare you bash David Icke? He's more famous than you are, King Stephen. He's more popular and he sells books and you're just jealous of him." This guy's looking angrier and more evil every day. People, they just don't want to see. They don't want to see it.
And live a different life. What they describe, and again, this is common themes, are how detailed it is. How detailed is the life plan for another human life, and how the challenges are encoded in there, and how interactions and your personality is prepared. So if you're going to be an unpleasant person, and that will be encoded in. If you're going to be a nice person, that will be encoded in. And so the details.
I might talk about that at some point. Not necessarily the exact thing that he just mentioned. A different way with the personality types, Myers-Briggs personality types that are based on Carl Jung's work and also astrology, because there is a level of programming before we're born here that has to do with our life path, personality type, personality traits, things like that. Fire sign is a certain way. All this sort of stuff is programming. Anyway, Wendy and I were talking about this earlier. This Joshua S. John, I zoomed in this much for people to show you that it is demonic. Joshua S. John looks like a horn is just about to erupt from his forehead. If you've ever seen anything like that, and then it go back to quote unquote normal, like what is that? How is that possible? Look how much that's bulging out and raised. An unbelievable amount. It looks like it's turning into a horn because it is. That's the simple answer. Very strange, very creepy, very demonic. That's a diamond, mate. That's a diamond. And I caught him. I've never seen anyone else screenshot him and talk about that or talk about his snake eyes. Most people on YouTube that call themselves truthers, they don't analyze anything. They don't look at this stuff at all. At all. At all. They don't look at other YouTubers. Look at this thing. That's not normal. It looks like he has a Baphomet between his eyes right at the bridge of his nose. That's not normal. Look here. It's the Baphomet on his goddamn forehead. I mean, look at that. That's Joshua S. John. Look at that. That's not normal, all right? And I'll show you the image where it's from so you can see his whole head. And you can see where it's from, where I zoomed in. All right? So take a look at that. There's a lot to see there that is not normal. And this isn't normal, this thing. Take a look at that. That's where it came from. That's the full image. And all I did was take a screenshot of him on video out in the woods. And then I zoomed in on this and snipped this part. Cropped this to this. And it's just, that's one of the weirdest things you'll see. He no longer puts himself on video. He said because one person, well, I wonder who he means. I wonder who can see and who shows him, was using his images. Well, he means me. Because I see what that thing is. I see what it is. And I have a good screenshot of his eyes. Very close up. What does that look like? I mean, can it get more obvious? Snake eyes. Creepy creature. Creepy, creepy, creepy creature.
Detail is such that you ask the question, so where's the bloody karma then? If you're being encoded, and I say it's encoded through the body, if you're going to be encoded, so you're a certain type of personality, and you're going to interact with the world and others in a certain way, how can you then get back into your other realm? And they go, oh, well, you didn't do this very well. Oh, hold on a minute. You encoded that reaction into me. So putting it all together and looking at all these different sources you pick up over the years, I don't think karma's real. I think it's a trap. I think it's a con.
Oh, gee. I wonder how he came to that conclusion. You don't think karma's real. You think it's a trap. You think it's a con. David, did you watch my videos on karma by any chance? You haven't been saying that for 35 or 40 years. Why now? 6 months ago.
To me. So putting it all together and looking at all these different sources you pick up over the years, I don't think karma's real. I think it's a trap. I think it's a con. Of course, when you take an action, there is a consequence for that. Of course,
he's been doing public speaking for BBC and then for around 30 years after that. And the guy just says, you'd think the guy would learn how to fucking speak. You've been doing this for decades. What's wrong with you? What is wrong with you?
Was an effect. You do something, there's a consequence, good or bad. Okay. But when you leave the body and you leave this dense physical, illusory physical body, which has so many challenges and so many encoded limitations. When you leave the body, you look at how you reacted.
And there they are, these creepy guys, different sizes, but dressed alike, spellbound by David. I don't know who they are at all, but they're spellbound. They're looking at him like, yes, Guru, tell us, yes, yes. None of them will say, David, where did you get this information?
To this or that or the other. And you think, well, I wouldn't do that again, or I understand why I did that because of the nature of the situation I was in. But basically, you revise your behavior and you look at your behavior on the basis of being outside the body and thus free of all the challenges and limitations. So you've learned, if you want to talk about lessons, you've learned your bloody lessons because you've looked at yourself and thought, well, I could have done that a bit differently. I wish I hadn't done that, whatever. The lessons learned. You don't have to come back into this world to then experience basically what you've made others experience. I mean, what's all that about? The wheel of samsara is based on, the whole reason for it is to keep you in the simulation trap, so you don't go beyond it and get out of here, which we can. It's to keep you in a perceptual state within this simulation. Either I've gone to heaven and these spirit guides and elders and God is telling me what I have to do to learn my lessons and have to come back and all that stuff. It's it makes no bloody sense. None of it makes any sense. But without the karma, without you've got to learn your lessons and you can't evolve unless you pay back your karma, then without the karma element, it don't work. I mean, the manipulation is nothing like as powerful. And so the idea is that you go out of the body, you got to pay back your karma, so you come in another life, and then you then accrue more karma. So then you go back out, and it's like, oh, they're still got to pay back, and it never frickin' ends. This is the whole point. Massive numbers of near-death experience accounts. When they leave the body, it's like, I've never experienced anything like it before. This is amazing. This is heaven. This is fantastic, right? And you go, well, but you believe in reincarnation, right? Now, oh yeah, I do believe in reincarnation. So what do you mean you've never experienced it before? Because what happens is you come in, your mind is wiped, you experience basically with a blank sheet of paper your human life, and then you leave. But when you leave, the mind wipe is still in place from the previous. So it makes no bloody sense. None of it makes sense. Spirit guides and keep you in a perceptual state and trap, so you don't go beyond it and get out of here, which we can. It's to keep you in a perceptual state within this simulation. Either, I've gone to heaven and these spirit guides and elders and God is telling me what I have to do to learn my lessons and I have to come back and all that stuff. It makes no bloody sense. None of it makes any sense. But without the karma, without you've got to learn your lessons and you can't evolve unless you pay back your karma, then without the karma element, it don't work. I mean, the manipulation is nothing like as powerful. And so the idea is that you go out of the body, you got to pay back your karma, so you come in another life, and then you then accrue more karma. So then you go back out, and it's like, oh, they're still got to pay back, and it never frickin' ends. This is the whole point. Massive numbers of near-death experience accounts. When they leave the body, it's like, I've never experienced anything like it before. This is amazing. This is heaven. This is fantastic, right? And you go, well, but you believe in reincarnation, right? Now, oh yeah, I do believe in reincarnation. So what do you mean you've never experienced it before? Because what happens is you come in, your mind is wiped, you experience basically with a blank sheet of paper your human life, and then you leave. But when you leave, the mind wipe is still in place from the previous. So you still are experiencing something you think for the first time. I've never experienced anything like this. But actually, you've done it loads and loads of times, but you can't remember. And then by the time you get back into this astral realm on the wheel of samsara, and you start to remember more, what you're told is this is God, basically a system.
And they're just sitting there spellbound. They don't say, David, where did you get all this information from? How did you figure out some of this stuff?
Created by God to for you to evolve as a soul. So you've got to go back and experience it again. And it's something that makes no sense at all, except as a trap, which is what it is. Now, the point being that if we can get to a level of frequency through our self-identity, like realizing the game and realizing that we're not expressions of this simulation, we're actually expressions of infinite awareness beyond the simulation. That state of being, is why they don't want us to know this, generates your frequency, your perceptual frequency, your soul frequency, if you like, to the point where that when you leave the body, you're out of here. You're out of here. You don't go on this wheel of samsara, because you're not of this world anymore in your perception of who you are, and it's that suppression of seeing and understanding the real I, the real nature of who we are, which is a state of infinite awareness. It's keeping that from us that keeps us on the wheel of samsara going in and out, in and out, in and out of this madhouse. The roadmap, escaping the maze of madness, which is what it is, we shouldn't.
This isn't a madhouse. And his new book is The Roadmap, Escaping the Maze of Madness. This is not madness. It's the opposite. And of course, he's going to invert things because of who he is. And who is David Icke? Of course, he's going to invert things because of who he is. Here he is. This is a good image to describe him, I think. They both have duper's delight on their faces.
Set them on fire. Hey, hey! This isn't an asylum. Asylums are more fun. This isn't a prison. This is paradise if you love losers and demons. Lucifer's minions, piss ants, camel toe pants, zombies. Zombies! This is a place fit for demons. Demons love it. Degenerate demons. What would you know of life and freedom? What would you know? What could you know?
Hello, African grey parrot. You're not thinking about mass invading Ceuta, Spanish territory, are you? No? So, Bowser's here. Go on, Bowser. Go kill those Italian plumbers. Go on. Bowser! Come on, Bowser. Bowser's angry at the plastic can. It's Oh, you've won, Bowser. Don't forget to love and stroke your local sheep. Don't love it too much. We're not Welsh, but, you know, just love your sheep the right amount. What's up, you blue-necked dinosaur-looking crazy person? What's up with you? Oh, sorry. Sorry. Stop talking. Stop biting. You're so cute. They're so tame. You're so tame. Look at that. Stroke your local dinosaur. Look at that. Wow. Who needs a who needs a budgie? We can have an emu. Morning, Charlie here. Like most of you, I'm also very shocked to see that footage out of the Spanish enclave of Ceuta and also Melilla in North Africa, not far from Spain. So this is Spanish clay, Spanish land, Spanish territory. And 2 days ago, 60,000 young men and teenagers, 57, hello sir, how are you? Thank you. 50, hello, hi. 57 of them drowned because they stormed the border. They did a mass crowd push towards the Spanish border, and rather than repel them using rubber bullets or tear gas or concussion grenades, what if they exist? They probably do. I've seen them in video games. They let them.
Yes, they exist, but why use rubber bullets and why not just use live rounds? They're invaders. Isn't it similar to an invasion in a war, or somebody enemies storming the castle? What's the difference? How many hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of children have these migrants from Africa and from Pakistan and Middle Eastern countries? The Middle East, they call it Asia, Pakistan and India, but we know they're brown. They're not like other Asians. They're very different in behavior. In Africa, how many of these creatures have done irreparable harm to children? Why should we go easy on them? Why would you even say rubber bullets?
Streaming. And so crowd push towards the Spanish border, and rather than repel them using rubber bullets or tear gas or concussion grenades, what if they exist? They probably do. I've seen them.
I said earlier, I'm not sure if some people were here, but I would use live rounds, bullets, grenades, missiles if need be, torpedoes for boats, ships if they were on, if that were involved in the invasion, whatever it takes. If I had to put bunkers with heavy artillery on the beaches like we're preparing for a World War II style invasion, I would have that set up with guard towers and machine gunners. Whatever it takes to protect my people, that's what I would do. And I would repair those fences, electrify them, put barbed wire, walls, whatever it takes so they couldn't just swim across and get into our country. Period. Period.
Seen them in video games. They let them stream in. And Ceuta has a population of 80,000. Anyway, look. What does it mean metaphysically? We all know. We've all seen the videos. Charlie, you don't need to do a recap. We're still watching the videos this morning. And thanks to the Nowhere photographer, I know that a lot of them, so far about half of the invaders, have walked back across the border to Morocco. because the reception was frosty, somewhat hostile. But I was watching the footage and it reminded me of the Jerusalem scene in World War Z, when the microphone feedback loop attracts the zombies and they create a kind of zombie pyramid and get over the wall. That's what it reminded me of, seeing that many bodies, that many people streaming into a protected small area of civilization against the horde. But as I watched it, I was like, well, this image, this video, or these videos, there's dozens of them. There's stabbings, there's killings, there's resuscitations on the beach of drowned people. There's mass amounts of people burgling houses, robbing from people, breaking into buildings. And finally, I was thinking, maybe finally the normie, the wokey, the liberal, the ordinary everyday guy can see these videos.
There's a Kurdish,
and see
right there, I had to let it go for a half second. There's a Kurdish barber shop right over Charlie's shoulder. You just can't make this up. There's a Kurdish barber shop. That's from Iraq, or a territory, I think, north of Iraq. And on the side of the sign, it had a British flag, as though that's British, Kurdish. Fuck. Wherever you go, it's just this
black
way.
and white. No abstraction, no government propaganda, no worry that it's a populist talking point. Hey, there's tens of thousands of entitled young men. And you know what young men like most of all? Yeah, we don't need to go there. This is a family show. And this is why streets are so much less safe for young women on the streets of Europe since they opened the floodgates and allowed in the flood. Now, I'm all for selective choosing of the best of people in a meritocracy, so that a clever Moroccan, a clever Indian, a genius Nigerian, why can't he work in rocket science? Why can't he become a genetic biological engineer? Hello, sir.
He can in his own country. In Morocco, or Sudan, or Somalia. Why do they have to come here to do that? Why is that up to us? Why do we have to have them in our country? Why?
How are you?
Hi, I'm quite sure what to do, mate.
Thank you.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too. Hello. Thank you very much, everyone, for watching. But I am mid-rant, and now where was I? Yeah. The normie sees it now. There's no ambiguity. The normie sees what it is, and it's funny seeing all these EU diplomats who love mass migration. Oh yeah, replace those nasty Europeans. Just replace them. You know, they're scum. I know we were elected to represent them, but we hate them. We hate our own culture. A guy in a pub in Sheffield taught me a term that I'd not heard before. Oikophobia. I thought it was the fear of pigs. Oikophobia. But oikophobia is the hatred of one's own culture, like a self-harm thing. You know, over-socialized, liberal,
He is funny sometimes. I thought it was the fear of pigs. I don't know why that got to me, but I do find that funny. Oikophobia. Oh my goodness. Oh.
Pudgy, testosterone-free men and demented women who are obsessed with bringing in virile young savages into the culture because the feminism that they wanted so much turned Western men into absolute pussies, slack-jawed pussies. And now the Western women are like, oh,
I want a big savage North African, thank you. So it's all fucked, yeah? It's all fucked, but at least the normie sees it now. And very quickly, you see the twats on the television, the talking head, scum, idiot, twat class, the twat class. They were saying, oh, Elon Musk called it an invasion. Donald Trump called it an invasion. That's racist and it's dehumanizing. And it's like, fuck you. It is an invasion. And it turns out today, our Western intelligence agencies have discovered, what a surprise, that the Moroccan authorities themselves emptied their jails, emptied their loony bins, all the scumbags that they're like, oh yeah, Europe's problem. And we get to feel good about ourselves for spreading Islam as well. Get those Muslims into Europe. We could never defeat them on the battlefield, but as they're all hating each other and becoming woke little zombies, we will defeat them through the womb and the belly. Oh my God. So,